Alright. What up, bud? Popping on? Fuck, what did I forget? God damn it. Oh, my other phone. What up? The legendary ultimate weapon is available for crafting. Okay. I'll take that.
A lot more to talk about, but I'm going to stream tomorrow as well, so. Citizens? That's not what the government's there to do. This guy literally just said, what? Infrastructure development? Good to his citizens? What's next? What's next? Are you going to say healthcare equals good to his citizens? What's next? Are you going to say education initiatives good to his citizens? That's not what the government's there to do.
Alright, so I'm going to be playing on Final Fantasy mode with all the rings. I'm just going to speed run through all the main missions. I did all the side mission shit. I think I missed a couple of collectibles, but fuck that achievement. I'm not caring. I don't care about the platinum for this game. I just want to get that last story achievement. To run through this shit. Try and max out my abilities.
What's going on there? What's going on in the Xinjiang province?
That's me, baby. Let's go. Begin game, yes.
Covering other major 21st century conflicts, all of which you can access by signing up for the Curiosity Stream Nebula.
Well, it's now like a tourist destination, as far as I understand. It's like they already dealt with whoever they consider to be like a separatist. I'm sure there's still mass surveillance going on, but even the Associated Press was like, all right, genocide over, guys. Pack it up. But they packed it up. The re-education camps are gone.
Dangerous body of water anywhere in the world for the 21st century, and the most likely place where the Third World War could be triggered from. 7 different powers exist around this sea's perimeter: China, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia,
Let's put on these rings.
and Brunei. And they all bitterly disagree over their competing merits.
Brunei mentioned Pog.
Regional power. You got a shout out, guys.
Let's go.
Maritime claims here. Vietnam claims this much, the Philippines claims this much, Malaysia claims this much, while Brunei claims this much. All four of these nations' maritime claims in the South China Sea overlap the other three in at least one other location, so they all have, to an extent, disagreements with all the others. But all four of them are significantly more united against the much more dramatic and sweeping maritime claims of the fifth power to enter into the equation here. The People's Republic of China, who claims for its...
They entered the equation later. Yeah, they came into the fold out of nowhere. It's crazy.
Nearly the entirety of the whole.
Wait, real life lore claimed Scottish independence, threatened NATO not that long ago? Oh my god, that's awesome.
Sea at the tremendous expense of everybody else's claims around it, in what they call the 9-dash line. Through this claim, China asserts that around 90% of the entire South China Sea are the exclusive territorial waters of China, which not only brings it...
If one more motherfucker says there's an echo coming through the microphone, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Yes, dude, yes.
But if you turn the noise gate on and we just scream like...
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Take a week off. Shut the fuck up.
All this for the Ultima.
Audio pedophiles. Shut the fuck up. You're a freak, dude. Oh, I have an open back $700,000 studio
All right,
headphones.
let's put on the
And
journalist
I'm
mode
hearing your
items.
ass cheeks clenching here, and it's actually really fucked up.
Surely you only buy those.
Shut up.
Journalist mode.
Oh my god, dude.
Ring of
into direct conflict with the overlapping
Evasion. Oh, this is gonna be good.
Brunei, but with the United States as well. Beijing's claim to most of the sea as territorial waters means that they also believe they have the authority
Just by pressing X.
deny
Nice.
any foreign navy from operating
Beautiful.
within it whenever they feel like it. To which the United States,
Oh
the
man.
most
Ring of
powerful
timely
navy,
healing when equipped.
fiercely disagrees.
Falls below a
Washington
certain point.
considers the boundaries here to
Time
instead line up
slows
roughly with the 1982
before an
United
evadable
Nations
enemy
Convention
attack.
on the Law of the Sea. The international law benchmark generally
Ooh,
accepted
this
by
could be good
most
for
other
combat
countries
or
in the
timely
world to
healing.
ordinarily establish the maritime
We'll see how it
boundaries
goes.
of the
We'll see how
South
it goes.
China
I
Sea
may
look
need the
more
healing,
like
may not.
this, with 12
The
mile
timely
territorial
assistance with
waters
Torval,
stretching
that
out
should be
from everybody's
nice.
coastlines, and
Let's get some
200
combos
mile
going.
exclusive economic zones stretching beyond that through the open ocean that anyone's navy can sail through without any permission at any time. These different maps over the same area, one believed by Beijing, others believed by Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei, and another believed by Washington, are all directly at odds with each other and are shoving both of the superpowers.
As a matter of
into an
fact,
increasingly
I want to track that
dangerous
achievement
conflict. In order to
for collecting all the
further enforce
codes.
their claims, the Chinese have begun rapidly constructing
What's it
entirely
called?
new islands within the sea, covered by naval and air bases, bristling with
Obtain all curiosities.
while the United States
19 out of 22 for the Horde.
air patrols despite
It's that one, and
and while on
there
the
was
surface,
another.
Which
may
is good.
appear that
Make sure I don't have to collect it. Spend 36,000 at the. Spend 36,000 at the Tub and Crown. Okay. Defeat a boss without taking damage.
I
think we'll be able to do that with the rings.
Further right than Johnny.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Entire country if it ever becomes properly exploited, and yet so small that it only stretches 1.5 miles wide. It is essentially China's equivalent to the Death Star's exhaust port, and it is located right here. The Strait of Malacca, the strategic gate
Malacca.
between the Pacific and Indian
Where my
Oceans,
Greeks at?
between the Malay Peninsula in the north and the Indonesian island of Sumatra in the south. This natural choke point is geographically the shortest possible path for container and cargo vessels traveling by sea to take while traveling between Europe, the Middle East, and Africa on one side, and East Asia over on the other. As a result, around $3.5 trillion worth of global trade passes through these gates and across the sea lanes of the
furthest
South
east.
I think I'm gonna go achievement hunting before the game ends, before I do the last mission.
overwhelming 2/3 of China's entire maritime trade volume. 40% of nearby Japan.
Which is why I should belong to America.
I didn't use the tonic. I pressed D-pad left.
Like, shut the fuck up.
Fucking
Like,
hate.
what do you
God
mean?
damn it.
I don't get it. I see no problem here.
I used the stone skin
By
tonic.
America, I mean like not directly America, but indirectly through like a client state.
Japan's entire maritime trade, and nearly 1/3 of the total volume of all worldwide trade. But perhaps most critically for you to understand is that these
Also, you know, it goes back to the same like Aussie joke that we watched earlier, which is like we need to preserve these we need to preserve these trade routes from Chinese influence, so that the Chinese that are utilizing this trade route won't
Bring us all that stuff.
yeah, they won't somehow, I don't know, ruin the trade route that they have with us.
flows of trade usually also
Funny to say
include
that.
What the fuck? I'm pressing square.
million barrels of oil a day, and around 1/3 of all the world's traded liquefied natural
Oh, let me hold the,
gas, LNG. China and Japan, the world's second and third largest global economies respectively, each rely on this single strait for a whopping 80% of all their imports of oil, primarily coming in from Iran and the Arab states
History
around the
channels.
oil-rich Persian Gulf.
Yeah,
Imports
everything's
that
a
are
fact, but
especially
nothing's a
critical
fact.
for China,
Change
as
it, you
imported
can do what you
oil
want.
from abroad makes up
What are you saying?
I said everything's presented as a fact, but obviously you still pick the fact. You say what you want, and then it's presented in this way that's like neutral, you know? It's like, no,
Yeah.
it's not political. Stop pretending it's not, like,
No, this is neutral. I don't know what you're talking about. China wants to. It's really weird that China wants to encroach on any kind of trade routes that they have that they maintain, and make sure that it's not controlled by America.
75% of China's entire oil consumption, which ultimately means that roughly 60% of China's entire supply of oil passes through just
Let's go, baby.
half miles. But China is heavily reliant on this choke point, not only because of the energy resources they import through it, but because of the massive volumes of manufactured goods that they also export through it as well to Europe. Exports that largely prop up the very foundation of the modern Chinese economy. These realities lead to a rather obvious problem. If the Strait of Malacca, at only 1.5 miles wide at the narrowest point, were to somehow become obstructed or blocked for a significant amount of time, China's entire economy and society would essentially collapse if given a long enough time. This is because there simply aren't really any
Okay, but like, why is he talking like China is just doing trade with aliens or something? Like, those goods are going somewhere. Who are those goods going to, man? Like, who's buying them? Like, you think it would just be the Chinese economy that collapses? What the fuck?
so smart.
I don't really understand that.
good enough geographic alternatives for China's energy imports and manufactured exports to travel.
I might have to switch off the
other costly
Gigaflare
maritime trade routes getting to
because
and
it
from
keeps
Chinese
activating the
coasts
wings,
would have to reroute
and when it does the dodge, I don't
Yeah.
think it.
pass through any of the number of other easily
That's good.
blockadable choke points through
See
the
ya.
thousands of
Next
islands
battle.
in the Indonesian archipelago, or pass along the long
Oh, I can't
open
switch.
ocean route around the southern side of Australia. This
he
is
describing
why
that? He was
back in
describing
2003,
holes in mountains,
just
like
months
it's in
after the
Vietnam.
United States invaded the very oil-rich nation of Iraq, the Chinese president of the time, Hu Jintao, warned of what he called China's Malacca dilemma. The risk of what he referred to as certain hostile foreign powers, like the United States, India, Australia, or others, could blockade Malacca and easily sever China.
Y'all trying to block Malacca or what?
Yeah.
Well, now you got nuclear submarines.
Yeah, on one enemy. Good
You
job.
could stack 10 of them and block the fucking Strait of Malacca like that. Just
Yeah.
move it up and down. Like, what was that boat? Green,
Ever
whatever.
Given?
Ever Green, Ever Given. Let's do that. Maybe the Ever Given was a
Oh,
practice.
yeah, and the
Strait of
Suez
Malacca.
Canal.
Now they're building a really big boat to block it.
Yeah.
Famously, when that happened, it only hurt the Egyptian economy.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone was like, "Oh, it sucks to be Egyptian." Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, where's my vibrator?
China's critical lifelines of energy and strangle Beijing, and Thus, China's domination over the South China Sea, pushing China's influence directly to the Strait of Malacca itself, became of imperative importance to Beijing's own national security. But fascinatingly, it didn't always used to be like this, because China's current crippling dependence on importing energy from abroad and relying so heavily on the Strait of Malacca is a fairly recent development historically. After all, China is actually, in fact, one of the world's largest producers of oil domestically. They are the 6th largest oil producer in the world today and roughly equivalent to Iran, with many very large reserves scattered across their northwest, northeast, and immediately offshore. Back in the 1970s and 80s, China used these big reserves to not only be completely oil self-sufficient, but to actually even become an oil exporting nation, primarily to the Japanese, who have basically zero domestic oil reserves of their own and have always been a massive oil importer for their entire
He said it like the Japanese.
Yeah, sucks to be you.
Also, Japanese are part of the people who are supposedly mentioned hold up in blockade against their main
Yeah. What a bunch of lamos. Sorry, did your island not have any oil reserves? Lamau.
their modern history as a result. But back at this time, the Chinese economy was absurdly tiny compared to what it is today, accounting for only 1.6% of the entire global economy as recently as just 1987. But beginning in the mid-1980s, China's economy began to experience the era of incredibly explosive and rapid growth. And with that growth came an ever-increasingly hungry economy for more and more energy to continue sustaining and growing it. And by 1993, China crossed a historic turning point that it would never cross back from right up until the present day.
I use the logo from
Domestic oil
Civilization
production,
6.
while
that
large,
what it was? Yeah.
not large
No.
enough to keep up with their economy's growing demand. And they had to start importing oil from abroad for the first time in modern history. As China's economy continued to keep seeing meteoric growth year after year, and the hunger for energy continued increasing alongside of it, China suddenly became the world's largest consumer of energy by 2009. The second largest importer of petroleum behind the United States in 2011, and then even surpassed the US to become the new #1 largest importer of
China.
petroleum
Hell
by
yeah, brother.
2016, and then
Doesn't that
overtook
special.
Japan.
Let's put some magic easier for the rings to use, because this is strong, but
Year in 2021. Now, these
get
days,
something-
despite having the world's 6th largest amount of oil reserves, domestic oil production only meets the demand for 20% of China's
get rid of
1.4
this.
billion person economy. And that means that China imports around 80% of all of its oil, the vast majority of its natural gas, and consumes
Might get
about
this.
25% of all the energy used by humanity. But unlike the countries who make up the West, China's mixture of energy use is rather different because the vast majority of China's energy consumption continues to be overwhelmingly based on coal. And for very logical reasons from China's own national security
Good clean
perspective,
coal.
because comparatively to oil or gas, China actually possesses enormous amounts of coal. Roughly 13% of all the coal in the world, in fact. Coal is therefore, in general, a reliable and stable source of energy that China can tap into directly without the need for relying on
See this.
geopolitically complicated imports. And
It was
so,
like a year ago,
coal represents
or 2
around
years ago, they announced that they're
60% of
not going to build any more.
you know what?
power plants.
No.
China needs a Donald Trump figure to bring back good, clean coal.
Kind of
Yeah.
fucked up, 'cause that was
Energy
our-
that
I'll fuck with
China's
this.
main, export.
currently consumed.
Oh, no,
Oil
the
reached
tornado is so
70%
shit. I can't use
natural
that.
Gas in a distant third at just 6%, while alternatives like nuclear and renewables
Get
make
this.
up the remaining combined 14%. This essentially means that with 80% of oil imported and nearly all natural gas imported, China must rely on imports to meet more than 1/5 of their entire energy consumption. And most of all of that comes from just a single place, the Persian Gulf. The planet's largest concentration of hydrocarbon resources like
There we
oil
go,
and
got
gas
that.
ever discovered.
Next,
A
I gotta
quarter
upgrade
of
all
the
feats and
world's oil
abilities.
and
I'll save up my
35% of the
points for
world's
that.
Natural gas reserves exist
Upgrade
around its
anything else I
shores,
need.
separated from the Chinese east coast not by one, but two major geopolitical choke points. The Strait of Hormuz that separates the Gulf from the Indian Ocean, and the Strait of Malacca that separates the Indian Ocean from
Oh
the
no, it
Pacific
was
Ocean.
Titan
80% of China's
and
imported hydrocarbon supplies
Odin
come
last.
from here and pass through both of these choke points, either of which could theoretically be strangled by the American Navy during a time of war, which is an important factor for Chinese military strategists to
Once again, I don't know why he's like describing this as though nationalism is not a weapon that capitalists wield, and that nationalism could overtake capitalist interests. That just can't happen, fundamentally speaking, or at least historically
Ignition.
speaking.
This takes a little too
Fascism
long.
is
I want my
used
character to be
as
able
a
to
way
dodge.
strike order
I
at
might
times
just
when
get.
the capitalist organization of the economy has created tensions and volatility.
Yeah, let me get this
instability.
back.
It's never putting the cart before the horse. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because what he's saying would be like America has so much nationalist interest that they fuck their own corporate interests up. Because it's not like China is sending these commodities through these points to, I don't know,
Alright.
some random fucking related entity. They're sending it to Europe. They're sending it to America. This is
Let's talk to
manufacturing
Otto or Sid.
for Western corporations happening.
There could it be like just forward-thinking corporations that are like looking at things like Chinese ones eventually? This is the way to probably like a temporary L for ensuring your position at the top.
I think it's a suicide
Yeah.
pact at that point. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but
That's all this video has done is just told us trade routes. 30 minutes. Really.
yeah.
consider when contemplating Beijing's long-time ultimate foreign policy objective, the subjugation of Taiwan
We gotta finish
beneath
first.
Beijing's direct rule.
I beat
The
you, though.
long-standing
Yeah, I know,
policy coming from
He's
Beijing is
taught
that
them sprinkling
Taiwan
chippies
is
on his
not an
food as well.
independent country, but merely a rebellious province of China. Taiwan, of course, for all intents and purposes, truly is a de facto independent country in nearly every conceivable way except for name. And that's because Beijing has been incredibly explicit for years now that if Taiwan were to
quit
ever
that by
formally
accident.
make a move towards an outright declaration of independence, separating itself from China, Beijing would unconditionally utilize military force and even go to war to prevent it from happening. Beijing knows that if the time ever comes when diplomacy has failed and they mobilize for war and an
Ultimo
invasion of
weapon.
Taiwan across the Taiwan Strait,
What do I need
would
for that?
likely also mean going
Shit.
to war against Taiwan's greatest defender and supporter, the United States. In that event, the American Navy would be almost certain to at least attempt a blockade of the Malacca Strait in order to starve China's military and society out of their critical supplies of fuel. Militaries run on oil.
At no point have we asked, like, why does America have control over these trade routes?
What are they doing?
Like-
Just like,
Like, he's talking about, like, oh man, China fucking doesn't want Taiwan to breathe. China doesn't want Taiwan to exist. Which, by the way, the American government, which controls all those trade routes, also has the same position as Beijing. But not once have we asked the question, like, what the fuck is America doing there? I don't understand that.
Like, imagine if it was the other way around and China just had stuff.
in the Gulf of Mexico.
In the Gulf of Mexico. Just like, oh, we're just,
We're just
making
making
sure
sure.
nothing happens here, guys.
Just keep an eye on it for
Just
you.
keep an eye out.
Don't worry about it.
Just making sure our shit, our ships get in.
And under this scenario, with 80% of China's oil imports suddenly blockaded, the clock would begin to tick for Beijing. China controls one of the largest strategic reserves of petroleum on the planet. But even that has only enough when at full capacity to, based on estimates, last their entire normal consumption rate for only around 90 days. If they haven't achieved their objectives in Taiwan, and the Americans are still keeping up the block.
What do you reckon will take longer, like 90 days of China without electricity or 90 days of America without all its treats from China? Like 90 days without Sheen. That's like 1,000 new designs.
I think America would probably collapse quicker.
Oh my god, I gotta do all the side missions
How
too.
lean our logistics are nowadays. 90 full days without Chinese trade.
This is gonna be some
would
bullshit.
literally collapse the Western world. Like, 'cause
Alright, you got it, Blackthorn.
it's
Fucking
not just,
asshole.
tasty
Fuck
treats
you.
and shit. There's plenty of components that like Western manufacturers need that they're getting from that area.
Every
But
single electronic component.
Also from Taiwan as
Yeah,
well,
chips, microchips.
which is now under Chinese rule, like fully. Okay. So what the fuck are you gonna do in that situation? Yeah, our just-in-time manufacturing is gonna kill us 100%. I mean, dude, look at what happened. Look at what has happened time and time again. Like whenever there's any kind of issue, whenever there's any kind of bottleneck. Look at COVID. I mean, it would. I think 90 days with no trade from China would be significantly worse for the Western world than vice versa. I mean, it would just be terrible in general, which is why it shouldn't happen.
Blockade of Malacca, after those 90 days or so are up, then the Chinese will begin being forced to dramatically ration their fuel supplies and massively divert civilian resources over to the war effort. This ultimately means that on day one of a blockade of Malacca situation, Beijing gets left with really only two options. Give in to the American demands for peace immediately and withdraw from their invasion in exchange for opening back up their supply lines, or dramatically expand the scope of the war and attack.
Like, it's so strange that he's not covering that component at all. Like, America's interest maintaining the relationship with China as a really important trade partner. It completely removes that from the equation. It's like, oh yeah, we'd be fucking going gung ho. Like, how? What do you do in that situation? It makes no sense to just toss all that in the bag. Man, that was
Give me that
fucking
shit.
good.
Shut the
Aussie
fuck
boys
up.
Love Chipotle.
Oh,
They
my
fucking.
favorite food in America.
It's probably the best. Is it considered fast food? Because if
Yeah.
it is, it's the best. It's by far the best fast food.
No,
Here's some soup, bitch.
Oh yeah, I've had some really shitty
Drink
ones
it.
too, but we've had good luck with Chipotle so far.
It's great. Big servings as well.
Yeah.
Awesome servings.
Attack the American Navy directly in an
Just a little
attempt
jump
to
for you.
break the blockade. Or, even almost unthinkably, attack the American
Chick-fil-A is
Navy
great.
first before the invasion of Taiwan even begins, in order to deliver a crippling blow before they could enact the blockade. This 21st century situation rhymes eerily with that of the United States and
I didn't get a
Japan
single
in
fucking
the
tip.
previous century. In August of 1940,
Yeah, we had a similar trade relationship with Japan, where Japan was famously manufacturing everything that we were using.
Thank you,
And,
bitch.
And you know,
We're right. Thank
they
you.
relied
Thank you.
on us for. They relied on us for purchasing all the goods they were manufacturing for us. So that's why it's like pretty similar.
America, who at the time supplied some 80% of the
Move,
oil
chicken.
to the Japanese Empire, slapped
Move.
an embargo on their supply, leaving the Japanese with almost the exact same two choices that could be left to China this century. And against all the conventional
Oh, this is the
wisdom of
bitch that
time
needs me to get the
from
wood for
West,
him.
Japan
Hold on,
ultimately
I got
chose the
you.
latter and seemingly more
Right there
insane
around the corner,
option
ain't no
by
problem.
dramatically expanding
Got you,
the
big
scope
boy.
of the war and
Keep that
attacking
dick.
Japan was 100% relying on American resources on oil. Yeah, but
America
again, I don't know why no one is seeing this. The real reason why America and China are not fucking warring and just saber rattling.
Give me your wood, bitch.
Is not because we're just like too afraid of war or because Americans are like pacifists or something, okay? It's because of the one factor that he's not mentioning. It's trade. It's the metric ton of goods that fucking manufacturing and shipping a metric ton of goods every single fucking minute that's coming out of China and directly into European markets, directly into the United States of America. It doesn't make any sense. There's no similarity between any other nation. I don't even think there's ever been a similarity.
That was a crazy
throughout
quest,
history.
but we did it.
This is a byproduct of globalization.
Flawless
It's
meteorite.
never been
Yeah.
like this before.
Sure.
Where nation states had some, or actually a lot of autonomy from one another, and could engage in like isolationist policies if they chose to do so. But ultimately, that reality is in the past. We do not have that anymore because we rely on Chinese manufacturing. I don't know why people just neglect that.
I think mistakes can still happen. Like, the more you build up, nothing can go wrong. Like, even if it's against people's material interest.
Especially when it comes to tech shit. It's just, or electronics, it's like damn near the entirety. The West has been stripped of manufacturing. It would take the entire West at least a decade of full-blown growth to get even close. Yeah. Anyway, not such a hot take, but no one saw the Chinese-American war for Taiwan because they both profit from Taiwan being one of the biggest chipset manufacturers. Wouldn't the reduction of exports reduce the resource
those are the
demands?
curiosities. I don't
like,
have all of them.
Like the green guy.
All right, we'll finish getting those.
Well, that's technically good for the world. You know what I mean?
Decouple China.
Yeah, we'd stop doing resource extraction in the third world.
Oh, shit.
Motherfuckers will only understand if you say no iPhone. Yeah, no iPhone. America would become Vuvuzela, no iPhone. Literally.
The American Navy in a preemptive strike at Pearl Harbor, and the result was a brutal 4-year-long.
You know what? I don't need
war
Torgal like
across the
that.
Pacific that ended in 2 nuclear strikes. Today, it's a
How it ended?
chilling.
I'm gonna
thought to
put
consider how
the.
similar
You know what?
and
Yeah, I'll keep
logical
Torgal. I don't think I
series
need
of
to
events
slow
that
down
we
before
know
evasion
about
thing.
He just ended.
And in
The timely
21st
system should
century,
do
the
that.
United
Happened at the
States is far from alone in their opposition to Beijing. There is also the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or the Quad for short. This
He's about to mention every single country that we have either done, like, not dissimilar things that we've done to Japan, but like specifically similar things in forms of like in terms of maintaining whatever kind of governance they have. Like every single other country that's unified in their fear against Chinese
Jesus Christ! Already with the
power
special abilities.
are countries that we have manipulated into having like some kind of one
There we go. No problem.
party governance.
Oh, there. Sorry, dog.
sort
There.
of
Oh, sorry. Back up.
between the United States, Japan, India,
Oh my
and
God.
Australia that Beijing derides as the Asian.
Okay, so it's not gonna charge up.
And there is also
God
the
damn
AUKUS,
it! It's not
the
gonna charge it up.
Trilateral Security Pact between
All right,
Australia,
I gotta
the
choose
United
something
Kingdom,
else.
and the United States for mutual defense policy in the Indo-Pacific that is helping Australia acquire crucially important nuclear-powered submarines.
Thank you.
Were China to attack
So
Taiwan
important.
or the American Navy and enter
We
into
love it.
war with the
It's crucial.
You're like Australia mentioned. Let's go.
United States, it would also most likely mean a greater conflict with the other Quad and AUKUS members of Japan, India, Australia, and the United Kingdom as well, who all share.
I love having the UK. It's like, bro, you could not be further away. Like,
Well, you could be American.
yo, like homie's on the team for some reason. You know what I mean? It's like what are you guys doing up there? What's going on? You're part of this coalition?
Just the drinking of racism. All together.
England and its penal colonies that engaged in indigenous genocide. Or vassal states. Literally. Oh man.
A mutual interest in containing Beijing and who all combined have a significantly more powerful and capable group of navies. that could likely overwhelm China's in the Indo-Pacific and undermine.
Damn, this Ring of Timely
China's
Assistance is fucking
objectives.
nice, but I gotta
Therefore,
switch
being well
this.
aware of this
Is not gonna
enormous
work.
problem now for decades, the Chinese have been taking tremendous steps to make sure that they can overcome it by any and all means necessary. The first
Like
and most
what?
obvious way has been to dramatically
Maybe the
expand
Thunder?
the power, budget, and capabilities of the Chinese Navy in order to more directly compete at sea with the fleets of the Quad and AUKUS allies. Within the past 20 years, the Chinese military budget has exploded by more than 6-fold. Using the latest comparative
not as
numbers,
big
the
as America's,
Chinese
is it?
military budget is now at around
Okay, I'll try that.
$240 billion a
That's
year.
cheaper than
Terrifying.
that's cheaper than
Our
our
submarines.
submarines.
Yeah, we bought
That's terrifying.
Oh, you know what? No.
I hate hearing that. It makes me so scared. Yeah. It makes me so scared. It's got to be. I mean, that's a lot of money. It's got to be the
Maybe the
largest
ice
budget
class.
in the world, probably,
I'm
right?
sure that's more than $1 trillion.
Yeah. No, it's got to be like. Let's look at. I mean, I don't know. Let's fact check military.
That class kind of
budgets.
sucks too.
It is off by heart. I have guess.
900
Kind of don't like this because it's gonna.
Let's
I'm
look
gonna
at,
have to
like,
use that every time. I just want automatic.
1 year.
I'll do this. Fuck it.
Let's look at the military budgets, military expenditures globally. Oh, the United States in 2019 was we're 848 billion now. By the way, I can tell you. This was 700
That should
billion
be
in
good.
2019.
Garuda.
Huh. And then the rest of the world is 241
Gouge.
billion total.
25.
China is
Wicked
at
Wheel.
261 billion.
Then I have the Zangutsu there.
They always mention
All
like
quick
6-fold
attacks.
increase.
Except this one is kind of slow, but it uses it pretty well.
I think the 800 billion is only discretionary. I think with the mandate.
Let's go, Sid.
1.1
Got my
trillion.
shit optimized.
Yeah, it increases.
Ready to suck
every
some
year.
dick.
It's defensive.
Got your mouth
It's
ready?
defensive. It's
Let's go.
totally defensive.
Nukes.
Yeah, it's defensive.
I'm gonna have to beat a boss
Of
without
course,
taking
the reason
damage.
why
That's my
this
next
is this size and
objective.
the rest of
Try
the
to
world
defeat
is
one of
this
these
size
assholes
because
first.
this also does it for the rest of the world.
Let's go. Stupid ass bitch.
It's like Australia's 270 billion dollars. We're buying them from America, so
Yeah,
it's
and we're using them in America.
for America.
Yeah.
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 Year. More than what the Soviet Union spent on their military at the height of the Cold War in the late 1980s, even when adjusted for inflation today. While the United States spent
Damn,
more
these
than
guys are
3
fucked.
times them, at around
This is like this is probably the best set
$850
for the
billion a year, or
the
around
timely rings.
70% of what they were spending back during the Cold War when adjusted for inflation. Worldwide,
he's
China
comparing
and the
to.
United
Jesus
States
Christ.
alone represent roughly half
Oh
of
my
all
God.
global military spending, and China is continuously narrowing this gap. By the end of this year, the Chinese
that.
Navy is expected to possess 4
US and
aircraft
Brunei
carriers, and they
make
plan
up
to
for
have
a third
5
of
by
the-
next
of the
year,
world
compared to
military
America's
spending.
20. This naval arms race between the reigning great power, the United States, and the rising one, China, contains another eerily haunting historical rhyme.
Like, you can only. The only analysis here is basically if you're looking at it and you're like China bad, and that's
This
my
bitch.
perspective. Because like,
Come on,
he just
pussy.
glances over America's insane military budget, and that's not scary. That's good because it's for defending democracy at the global stage. Okay, but then he's like, well, the Chinese military spending has grown, which is terrifying. Like, okay.
The naval arms race of the early 20th century for battleships between the reigning great power, Britain, and the rising one, Germany. Germany's economy finally overtook Britain's in
China deadly to Muslims. Yeah, dude. Famously, the United States of America certainly is not significantly more deadly to each and every Muslim nation on the planet. Yeah, like literally, that's an insane thing to say. Like I'm not even gonna sit here and act like there isn't mass surveillance and there wasn't any kind of like cultural genocide, if you want to call it that, or some kind of like re-education of Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang. There certainly was. It's done now, according to the Associated Press. But the notion that the United States of America, actually, you know what? It's a really funny quote. I forget where I read it, and I always try to find it, but I have a hard time. I remember, and I can never fucking find it, but I remember when asked when asked about the state of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, Xi Jinping straight up fucking said, well, we knew that this was a big threat to our national security.
Oh, it did
We
kill
saw it
him.
From the United
Nice.
States of America, which, by the way, is probably one of his worst takes. I'll admit. You know what I mean?
But maybe he was just trying to get America on his side. There. It's
Flawless
guys,
dragon
it's the same
talon.
Same reason that you were doing. You know, what you said, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Trying to appease them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do everything. The hunts, the side missions, everything.
Right,
Fuck.
you're hurting us all.
Yeah, India literally having
Let's go,
weekly
Sid.
lynchings of Muslims that we invited Modi to the fucking White House. Also true. Forgot about that one for a second. Anyway, so the idea.
I like the option of this
yeah,
though.
the
It's
idea
fun.
that like China's policy in Xinjiang is reactionary and wrong. Meanwhile, we're funding straight genocide in Gaza, which is one of the many. Like, the United States has an involvement, in a negative way, in every single Muslim populated nation on the planet. Okay. Like, that's just one. Gaza is only one component. It's just unimaginable. The cruelty is unimaginable. It's like looking at like a tickle party.
How did you not see that?
You know,
I think it can only block the
frustration.
dodge the enemy I'm
And then
targeting.
focusing on the fucking little slap that like a 5-year-old gave you or something, instead of the dude enslaving your family. Like, it's ridiculous.
We don't dodge those.
To China then, bro. Sure, the mansion will be cheaper than LA. First of all, you're not wrong. Secondly, I would. I just don't speak any fucking Mandarin. And lastly, the only component that stops me from moving to a country like China,
Torgal?
for example,
Get this fucking
is
asshole.
the fact that they do not have the same free speech, lack of limitations on free speech that the United States of America has, that I enjoy, that I very openly admit, for the record. So, you know. And also porn is banned, which is kind of fucked up.
In 1910, after decades of continuously rising and catching up, and then 4 years later,
How is it not dodging that
First
attack?
World War between them. At the same
Yeah,
time,
why don't you move to X country? Doesn't really hit the same for China. It's like saying, like, why don't you move to France, dude? Like, why don't you move to fucking...
Jesus
why don't you move to
Christ, that
Italy,
was
dog,
horrible.
If you fucking hate America so much, it's like, oh, okay, well...
I'll be a bit different. I gotta learn language first.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some issues there, but like ultimately, you're making it seem like we're moving to I don't know, the fucking tropical jungle or something, like with no working water.
Yeah.
Like
It would
it's
come
not-
from here.
It's also just annoying though, because it's saying like, what, you're not allowed to criticize another country or your own country.
Yeah.
What's wrong with doing it? You only have to move to a country and then just shut up.
Yeah.
And once you're there, you're like, no, I'm gonna stop talking.
Pretty often.
the Chinese possess
Yeah, which by the way, ironically, you can't really criticize that country when you're there.
the advantage of geographic proximity to the most major theaters of any future potential conflict. America's most significant Indo-Pacific bases are far away from Malacca and the South China Sea, at Diego Garcia, Guam, Okinawa, Pearl Harbor, and the United States West Coast. Whereas
Bro, streamers are actually way more mainstream in China than over here. Yeah, also the 6 top streamers literally got arrested. Or
First boss
they
fight.
went away.
Let's get this
We don't know
dodge
if they
ready.
got arrested or not, with only one coming back to stream.
Come on, buddy.
like, literally last month. So, you know,
Fafnir.
it was I think tax related. But you know, stuff like that happens all the time, and I'm not too fond of that. You know, they just stopped streaming. I think it was tax fraud related. Yes, I know. But even then,
Bro, how did you get hit by that?
That's one of the nice things about America, though. Is you get away with tax fraud.
Oh,
Like, that's
100%.
why I agree.
yeah.
I think I have to just stand still when an attack
China
is coming.
has been investing aggressively into numerous naval and air bases built out of nothing across the
cute.
tiny coral atolls
Woody
of
Allen.
the
They
called
South
it Woody
China
Allen.
Let's
Sea.
load that back. I
That's
think I
why
could do
I'm
this.
impressed
I think I can get that
Planes
achievement.
proximity to both the
Mischief
Malacca
Reed?
and Taiwan
148.
Straits.
We're getting
Yeah, let's
into
go.
Ooh,
Again, this is why China seems so aggressive in enforcing
Think
their
I can get this
ambitious
achievement.
territorial claims
Where's
to the
the
South
King
China
Atoll
Sea by building
relation
up
to
all
all
of
this?
these
Why
island
is it
bases
Where's this pussy
to
at?
safeguard their access to the Malacca Strait and to ensure that
Means
their
one of those
own
military
critical
bases.
import and export sea lanes remain open even during a major international
Consulting you.
crisis. If that means inflaming
I
relations.
like that he
Alright, let's
literally
do
said
this.
It would remain open in major international crisis. So the first 20 minutes of this video is insignificant
Yep.
and almost entirely inconsequential.
Got max health so I can tell if I lost any.
Brunei, then so be it. From
Alright,
Beijing's
let's save.
perspective, it's a calculated price that they're willing to pay
Easy
for the
achievement,
greater
first boss.
security of the state. But perhaps the biggest way that
They're about to
Beijing
overwrite.
is attempting to overcome their Malacca dilemma is not through increased naval power, but through increased methods of getting their energy into the country from abroad.
Save?
For thousands of
Okay,
years now,
save different
goods have
file.
traveled
So
across the
rogue.
Eurasian continent between China and the West through vast expanses of mountains,
2-0,
deserts, and
okay.
steppes across what is known as the Silk Road. It was through this ancient trade route that Chinese inventions like paper and gunpowder made their way westward.
Let's go,
And
bitch.
now, in the modern 21st century, the Chinese are attempting to revive this same idea of the ancient Silk Road of the past.
I hate that. That makes me very scared.
Silk Road.
Yeah, and very angry. I hate that. Yeah. Again, you know.
Damn it!
just like,
He's
just
still.
like at Nord Stream.
It's using the
hate it
attacks
when
at
there's,
inconvenient
when there's
times.
Any kind of initiatives to like improve trade
Yeah.
with a foreign adversary, I
I'll take it
immediately
really
start
slow.
thinking, like, well, I don't like that. You know, nobody asked America about that. Just really fucked up.
For Beijing's energy,
My bitch.
transportation, and export needs in the present. And they
No, you can't say that. Nope. See, this is what I don't take. No, fuck that. You can't say that, especially if you're American. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Look at the last 20 years of Chinese prosperity and then compare it to the United States of America. How dare you? How dare you say China is not so good to its citizens? Like, yeah, there aren't the same level of like social libertarianism that you get in the United States of America. You can't fucking watch porn.
Okay.
You can't say whatever the fuck you want about the government or whatever. Very public.
Okay, got that.
But the idea that like China is not so good to its citizens,
Fuck.
when they have engaged in a tremendous amount of
Let's run it back.
even development.
This is the
where
first boss.
you
He's
can
got to
look
be
at-
the easiest.
You can look at like rural areas modernizing. You can look at all the tier 1 cities that they fucking built, and then sit there in the United States of America where your fucking infrastructure is rotting to the fucking core, that is still resting on the laurels of like prior social democratic formations in the American government, like the fucking FDR era development of infrastructure. That you just fucking sit there and act like, oh man, China's not so good to its citizens. No, fuck that. I'm not taking that. Okay, that's bullshit. That actually is fucking bullshit. You know what that is? That's copia. Okay, you and I are stuck here sitting around constantly fucking going, oh well, you know, our situation is dire elsewhere. Like, let's not make any. Let's not take the initiative. Let's not make any amends. Let's not engage in any kind of like serious infrastructure spending. Get the fuck out of here. China isn't good just because America isn't good either. Like, you know better than this. No, I never said that like, oh, China is the best place or the best country or anything like that. But if you're gonna fucking sit there, yeah, she said that. But it's not like, but you can't fucking sit there and act like Chinese development has been bad for Chinese citizens. That's
Shit.
and you especially can't
Gotta
say
stay
that
at
in
his
the United
head.
States of America. Come on now. It's just, it seems like we are all collectively angry because we
That
just
tail
feel
attack is
like
pretty
we
quick.
Our time in the spotlight is coming to an end, and everybody kind of understands that a little
Let's go,
bit,
buddy.
where they're just like
Give me that achievement.
trying to
Come
cope
on.
with that reality. They're trying to
Daddy
cope with
needs a
that reality
trophy.
by being like, well, you know, at the top of the hour there is a 3-minute ad break, but I'm just gonna fucking close my eyes. Like, you can't do that. You can't close your eyes. It's gonna come for you unless you subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime. Okay?
Oh.
I think that was my favorite.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's such a dumb argument. I have people who live in China that do not describe
Come on,
enough
bitch.
healthcare
Face me.
that everyone tries to make it seem like. I've said this before, and this is from my interactions with Chinese people that live in
God
China,
damn it. Fucking camera.
That
Get out, please.
they,
Thank you.
think that this is a very accurate way to describe it.
Oh, god damn it.
As long as you keep
Oh,
your head
he didn't
down,
hit me. This is
and
amazing.
Do your work and go to work, live your life. You know,
Got my
have all the
Zenkutsu.
amenities. The Chinese population, and it's not a monolith, obviously. has an overarching understanding that the government is taking care of them. And why wouldn't they feel that way when they've seen an insane amount of development over the course of their fucking lives? Not even just their grandparents' lives, or not even just their parents' lives. They have literally seen it with their own 2 fucking eyes.
Bitch.
Okay? So the idea is basically that as long as you don't fucking speak out against the government or say some fucking ridiculous shit that normally you could easily get away with saying in the United States of America, which is why I like.
All right, we're getting in a
here,
corner. Hold on,
rather
gotta
than
back up.
calls, that you're fine. You have this understanding.
back up.
This sense of like Chinese prosperity, the idea that like you know, the Chinese government is taking care of you, and they believe in it. They legitimately believe in it. That they're doing their best. As long as you don't speak out against the government, which is, I think, a severe erosion of civil liberties. I do agree that it's fine. Like things are good. You could make the same arguments about Americans. A lot of them say Americans
yeah.
are fun and they love it. But
Give me
that
that head.
can't be true. Wait, what? No, I can't say the same arguments about America. You want to know why? Because America isn't actually engaging in any kind of American prosperity.
Take it.
The only kind of American prosperity.
I think I wasted
is
my
like,
limit break.
Look at GDP, or look at how
Oh.
many billionaires we have. Look at literally entirely wholesale fake industries like Silicon Valley. Look at how incredible they've been. Every single disruptive technological advancement made by Silicon Valley has just been, let's make it an app so we can avoid labor restrictions that were already set in place. Okay, whether it be Uber or Uber Eats or any other kind of thing. It's quite literally just new surveillance technology or just another way to disrupt pre-existing labor, regulations. Okay? And that entire economy is propped up by quantitative easing. So it's not like that economy is real.
Come on, bro. You just letting my abilities
Look at all the
recharge.
money being, churned out of Silicon Valley is really funny saying it now when we are no longer.
Oh, God.
And
Why?
that is single-handedly
I gotta.
disrupted, or rather
Fuck,
destroyed,
man.
a gigantic part of our industry.
That ability really fucks
Okay?
me.
So don't tell
Jesus.
me that the
Just for this
situation
battle,
is
I
the
think I'm gonna
same here.
change
You
it.
make the same
Just for the
arguments.
achievement.
Just look at one fucking map.
That is fucking
Look at one
ridiculous.
fucking
That's
map
the only
of
attack it
Austin
can't
Rail
cancel
in
and
China
dodge
from
out of.
2000 to
Fucking
2023.
ridiculous.
And look
Why?
at that same map in the United States of America. It's a much easier map to draw because there is none.
Fucking
okay?
bullshit.
Come on.
I'll switch it with.
It's pretty fucking crazy. So.
Yeah.
I want to, but I do. I think
I'll
I
switch
think I
it
have
with one of
criticized
these.
the
This
China a
one,
little bit too much,
agile.
ironically, even though
You can
I
get
that's
me
my
out the
fucking
way.
channel.
That's
I'm
better,
a
I
big
guess.
rider of China.
So it won't fuck me.
There's a ton of corruption in their own government. No Hassan to speak up against that. Meanwhile, if you're that kind of corrupt outside the
I'll
government,
keep
you
that
get mob
dancing
hit.
steel for later.
No,
It'll be
there is-
good, just for
there's
not for this
certainly
achievement.
corruption in the Chinese government, just like there's corruption in any other government. Except, hey, you
Dancing
know what?
steel,
when
rift
that
slip.
corruption
Give me
goes
that.
beyond party interests or goes
This is
beyond
good,
the
this
interests
is all
of,
good.
the citizenry, you know what happens? They get executed. How many fucking American politicians have been executed for lobbying? 0. How many American corporations have been executed for poisoning the water supply or poisoning the people directly? 0.
Did I just load?
Get the
Or
fuck
did I
outta here.
save?
Anyway.
God
You're a
fucking
US citizen
fuck
with a US
me.
passport. Literally nothing will happen if you go to China.
I mean, they are a lot harder on locals than they are on foreigners.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the case with every country, but
We
even then.
got caught doing like journalism, even though we came in on tourism.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. Like,
Yeah, like police were.
we were told to leave.
Yeah, but you guys are basically Chinese. You're Australian.
Yeah, exactly.
So they probably looked at you guys and they were like, oh, these guys are
Let's
just,
go.
Our
Alright,
51st
full health.
state.
Let's go.
Oh, they're from the
This guy's fucking chunky.
Australia,
Goddamn.
Problems.
province. Yeah.
I thought though that China seemed, in terms of what people can do, in some ways more freer than Australia in terms of obviously what you say no, but in terms of what you're allowed to do, personally, like fireworks and all that fun stuff, driving rules, I was like way less strict than China, which is crazy.
In America, you mean, or in China?
Oh my fucking god.
That's what Australia's risen for.
Yeah.
Call it the Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, with a total potential investment of around $1.4 trillion an amount of investment that is more than 7 times larger, even when adjusted for inflation, than America's investment into Europe through the Marshall Plan at the end of the
Trains get built fast equals good to its citizens, though. Yes, dude. Public transit is unironically one of the fundamental planks.
That is one of the most absurd things to experience coming to America.
Dude, this guy,
Australia.
this guy literally just said, "What infrastructure development? Good to his citizens? What's next? What's next? Are you gonna say healthcare equals good to his citizens? What's
So is
next?
there America?
Are you gonna say education initiatives good to his citizens? That's not what the government's there to do. The government's there to take your tax dollars and directly fund brown baby murder overseas, idiot. The fuck's wrong with you, dumbass? Yeah, no, trains get built fast is good to its citizens. That's like a direct thing that the government's supposed to
But
do.
I like the suggestion with trains get built fast that America's just a little bit slower. Not like
Yeah.
never gonna build it.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll do high speed rail eventually.
Yeah.
They're just a bit faster than us.
Doing slow speed rail over here. But also, you don't realize how good public transport is until you have it.
Oh.
If you live in a country that doesn't have it, you're like, well, what are they building those trains for? And then as soon as it's
Goddamn, bro. Get away from the fucking wall.
It affects everything so much.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how bad this boss fight was the first time. Jesus.
As well, like you can't get anywhere in this city unless you can find a
You're so wrong about Chinese prosperity. The whole country has only one belt and one road, brother. Fuck you mean? Yeah, I mean here, yeah, exactly. 2008 to 2020 is like just all of the fucking high-speed rail that has been built. Like,
high speed rail is terrifying. No, we're on.
Yes.
It was
It's
awesome.
like you're on a plane, but like the ground's like right there.
yeah, it's sick.
I thought it was awesome.
No, it was very
But
cool.
then you imagine it crashing, you're like, this is the same as a plane.
Remember when, I mean, maybe you guys are not super up to date with like anti-Chinese propaganda. in the
Why?
United States, but,
Attack his
they
head.
used to literally point to this and say that's actually bad. Like they're building the train routes so that they can like they were talking about how like they build a train route high speed rail to Xinjiang and they were like, well, they're doing it to do genocide in Xinjiang.
Well, it's
Like-
rails for
like-
death camps in Europe.
Yeah, connecting the country with like high speed rail is actually a bad thing because they're gonna do bad things with that. Huh.
Reminds me of watching some like anti-Cuba thing, and they were talking about how they raised the literacy
Oh,
rate.
yeah.
And like, well, they only did that so people could read the propaganda and become brainwashed.
Yeah.
And they were actually free when they were dumb.
Dumb cunts.
Yeah.
You can say the C word. You're Australian. You're a lad.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a lad. Because I'm Australian. There's a quote which says that the country with the most legislation in the world is the biggest failure. If you need a piece of paper to keep your citizens safe, happy, etc., you have failed somewhere along the way. Who wrote that? Fucking Milton Friedman? Who wrote that line? Yeah. Famously, regulation is really bad. I hate that. 500 protests a day in 2012 in China. Freedom of speech in China. How China stays stable despite 500 protests every day. Dude,
Spin cycle. Come on.
an informal practice of within-system dissent has allowed the Communist Party to maintain stability even with thousands of riots and demonstrations.
Give me
What
that
happens
achievement,
if the
asshole.
economy falters? This is yet another China is going to fall apart, I promise you, article written by, of course, none other than The Atlantic. And yet, for some reason, it still has not fallen apart since 2012. It's odd. I think what is great about your stream, even though I don't agree with everything you say about China, is you want to see a world free of xenophobia and where there's goodwill.
Get some
for
extra
people
strength.
who are willing to listen and think critically. That's why you're going to listen. Oh, thanks. Any day now, though. Any day, there's going to be fucking mass riots and protests in China that will destroy China completely. It's going to happen.
Yes.
And
You're
Red
done.
Horse is telling
Second World War by constructing pipelines that transport energy from other countries into China and railroads
on.
and highways that
Get 'em,
transport
Turtle.
manufactured exports out from China to other countries, all traveling over land. Beijing can strategically work towards
Get him, boy.
Dumb guy here. How is it any different from saying, you know, as long as you fall in line and don't speak out against government, life in Nazi Germany?
He's almost up. Get him.
The trains were always on time. I don't know. Maybe like the entire reason why Nazi Germany was bad is completely irrelevant.
Yes.
To,
The final
to
stretch.
China. You get. What do you mean?
Fuck again.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but they road bike.
You're just letting my shit recharge. When you
Yeah.
come back, you're fucking done.
Like, this is very different. Where is the Holocaust, for one? That's a good way to start. Like, I don't know.
What a dumb bitch.
I don't know if
There you
guys
go.
know
Where's
about
my
that,
achievement?
but
Give me that shit.
That happened.
Oh, what the fuck?
Overcoming their dependency on the Malacca Strait.
I defeated a boss without taking
Rest
damage.
opposed to it by the American Navy. Central Asia, immediately to the west of China, is an
What
area
the
of
fuck is
critical
this?
importance to the Chinese today.
What kind of
because they have
bullshit?
Some of the most enormous reserves of natural gas and oil ever discovered around the basin of the Caspian
What the fuck?
Sea. The first ever oil
They didn't say
pipeline
anything
to
else. It
land
just said, oh, without
in
taking
China
damage.
was built here only in 2009 from Kazakhstan's oil-rich shore on the Caspian. Running through China's westernmost Xinjiang province, it is capable of supplying 10 million tons of oil a year to China now.
Defeat a
And it
boss
was
without
only
taking
the
damage.
first. In the
That's what I
very
did.
same year, a natural gas
You're not the
pipeline
boss of me, it's
constructed
bronze.
in the
I shouldn't have
massive
to-
gas fields of Turkmenistan, the sixth largest in the world and nearly double all of the gas reserves of China, and leading directly to China through Xinjiang as well. Today, this pipeline enables gas from Turkmenistan to be shipped 7,000 kilometers away over land to power homes and factories in Shanghai.
I mean, China has concentration work camps for the Uyghurs. Yeah, I know. That's first of all, they did. They don't anymore. That doesn't make it justifiable in any capacity. But a comparison to the Holocaust would be, you know, a little ridiculous. I think even the Holocaust Memorial Museum would not agree with that comparison. You can, like, even when
Are
I
you
talk about
kidding me? It's
American
specific
concentration,
bosses.
American labor camps. We have immigrant
Midnight
detention facilities
Raven.
that do literally that.
What the
We
fuck
have
is
Guantanamo
this?
Bay that is like specifically a torture prison, right? Specifically a torture prison that is on rented land in Cuba, so that it's not like it doesn't have to abide by American legal standards, which are already pretty fucking bad. Okay, but you're anti-China, your anti-China fervor gets you in like Holocaust revisionism territory. How do you actually know they don't have them anymore? I mean, I don't know anything.
You know what? I might
happened.
try.
I can only rely on information from Western outlets.
I
So when
want.
I say, they're no longer in operation.
Yeah, fuck the
I'm
pet
operating off
commands.
of what the Associated
We'll
Press
get
has written.
the
Associated Press has no
slowdown.
interest in like sanitizing what China does. As,
Ring of
the
timely
Associated
focus.
Press is a
Time slows
Western
down
institution, it's a Western
before an
media,
evadable enemy attack.
Western media outlet, an American media outlet, so it has every interest in.
No
further
effect when
vilifying our
equipped
foreign
with the ring of
adversaries.
timely evasion.
So
Oh,
they
okay,
tell me
okay. That makes
that
sense.
These re-education camps are no longer in operation. I have no choice but to agree. Yeah, I mean that's still not great. You know what I mean?
I think I'll just
Like,
do
it's
that.
still-
Ring of
it's
timely
still
healing.
awful. It's re-education.
Ah,
it
timely
is-
assistance. Fuck it.
Is more akin to a cultural genocide where they've basically turned in. They took Uyghur separatists that some of which were radicalized in Afghanistan, and utilized that as a cudgel, or utilized that as a reason to basically pacify or Hanify the entirety of this fucking region.
Can't believe
with
that fucking
incredibly
boss. I
draconian,
couldn't do the
incredibly brutal methods,
achievement.
including re-education
What a
camps, which
piece of
are
shit.
completely, wholeheartedly unacceptable. Okay, I'm not.
Get the
minimizing
fuck over
that.
here, assholes. I don't have time for this
but
shit.
I also am aware of the reality of the U.S. carceral state. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous to make these. It's ridiculous to think that America looks better in comparison. Is what I mean. You know what I mean?
It's like when we were in Mongolia, there was the thing where I realised I was like, this used to be Mongolia, and China came in, and a lot of the Mongolians we spoke to didn't like China.
You know, we're living with it.
Yeah, with a bunch of Mongolians, and they had like Khan stuff, but it was all just like tourist attractions. But then I was like, well, at least there's still Mongolians here, like in Australia.
Huh?
That happened. You just killed every single
Yeah, they're
indigenous
not
person
there
and kicked him out. I was like, it's still fucked up, obviously, but it's not, it's still not as bad.
It's a light.
Now you use this. Oh, it's charging.
Anyway,
Damn, these raptors are kind of strong. What the fuck? You guys have a lot of health. Come on, buddy. Your life is over. Shut up. 102 gil. Nice, nice. What up, guys?
I mean, I think it's more. It closely resembles Native American, like indigenous populations, and what America did and what Canada did.
Jesus Christ, no
after
chance.
We're done genociding. And it's a weird conversation to have where you're like, oh, well, this genocide is worse than this one or whatever. It's like
You
such
stupid
a
fucking bird. Fuck
conversation
you.
to have because I think we all agree that it is still not good. It's unacceptable. It's bad. It's inhumane. I have never. That's part of the reason why I do worry that I wouldn't be able to get a visa to go to China because of what I have said about the situation, right? So I find it to be a rather stupid conversation. But I won't sit here and you know, act like this is identical to the Holocaust or that it's worse than the Holocaust or whatever the fuck people say on
What up,
Reddit.
bitch? What you doing back here? Give me that dick.
Okay?
Entire half of all the gas
Give me that
Pakistan
raptor dick.
exports abroad now flows through this single pipeline towards China. But these
McMahon's
energy
setting
projects in
fires
Central
into
Asia
China.
have become
Oh, I think this guy's a boss.
Russia.
They're lighting
nation
China
has
on
long
fire.
considered Central Asia to
I'm
be
gonna go
their
grab my
sphere of
bag and
influence.
stuff and start getting
More
ready.
and more of
You guys
Central
man
Asia's
shit.
abundant reserves of energy are flowing
Downstream
through
now.
Chinese majority-owned pipelines.
What if violent radicals in that region pose a similar threat to white supremacist gangs in the U.S.? What would you soften your criticism then? I would never be on board with mass surveillance and re-education for all white Americans, just because there are white supremacist gang activity that is like truly threatening secession from the rest of the.
Fuck is this guy doing? Some lightning shit?
So no, I don't think that there is an apt comparison there. It's just.
There you go, bitch. Shut the get the fuck down. Shut the fuck up.
Do you understand it now? I hope that that helps you understand it a little bit better. Because violent radicals in the United States of America do threaten, right, the integrity of the nation state. When is your flight leave? Let me give you the exact coordinates.
You had other people asking, oh, where are we going?
Yeah. It's just
So
very
instead of
well
meteorite, I'm
coordinated.
getting flawless media. I'm getting flawless resources now.
Well, they are technically. 'Cause I
Instead
work
of just
with
regular
there, but
shit.
it'll be IRL
Clumps of shit from the ground.
You gotta turn the rights on you.
Yeah.
And then you
move
just
on
blame it
to
on blame it on chat. You're like, they told me to do it.
Oh, the Midnight Raven. I can get the achievement with this guy.
Towards China. And
Get over here.
less is flowing through
He's actually kinda
Russian
easy.
pipelines towards Moscow's traditional market. in
Come on, get
Europe.
over here.
But Russia is having to accept the increasing Chinese influence in Central
Come on,
Asia,
team.
because China is also rapidly becoming the new largest market for
This
Russia's
asshole is about to
own
come and hit
massive
me.
supplies of
Fuck you,
energy
bitch.
as well.
Come on, team.
With
What's going on?
by
You
far
kill these
the largest
assholes?
Reserves of natural gas in the world, and the second largest producer of oil in the world, is one of the world's energy superpowers, and is located directly next door to China, the world's largest consumer of basically all forms of energy. A relationship between Moscow selling energy and Beijing buying it was almost
God damn it, he
always
hit me.
inevitably
You
based
fucking pussy.
on both nations' geography and geology.
Autosave?
And sure enough, it's been really starting
Yep.
to kick
That's
off.
true.
Just 3 years ago in 2019,
Alright,
the
fuck
Russians
this Midnight
completed
Raven.
the first natural gas pipeline
Yeah, what
into
do you feel like?
China. The power of
You watch a new
Siberia.
video.
Watch we watch. Chat.
tell us what to watch.
Leave. I'm sick of these
We
lines.
could do current affairs. You guys
That's
want to watch
pretty
current affairs? It's
fun.
pretty fucking
Is it right
funny.
there?
What do we got?
That's
Yep.
cat videos. Day
That
sets.
video.
Day
Oh
sets.
shit, I didn't save it. God damn it.
That video.
Chinese movie. I think Hassan wants to watch the.
Yeah, I don't want to
China
steal.
thing.
We couldn't do that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna save it. Fuck it. God damn it. Yeah, kill those fucking assholes in back. What the fuck are you doing just standing there? Asshole. Let's go. No, God. Dang, so my powers are charged up. Okay, so I haven't taken any damage. I can't save. If I do take damage, I think I can load. It probably auto-saved halfway through the fight. Let me see. 18. 15. Okay, I think that was... No. I'll have to start all over. Be careful. God damn. Shit. Where's this bitch going? Hey, pussy. What the fuck, man? Bitch! Fucking running, god damn it. What is this? Little sparkles? Come on, bro. Coming with the same old combo. I know that shit. Dumbass. Let's go. Get him, team. Damn, he's flabbergasted. He's bigger, he's taller. Damn. Oh, get down, half stagger. Come on, buddy. Get him, dog. One more stagger and you're done. You're done. You're fucking done. Give me that achievement, bitch. Suck my dick. Suck my nuts. Motherfucker. Oh, come on. Oh god, please. Get him, dog. He's almost dead. Please. Please. Oh. Oh, you bitch. God, you have so much health. Come here, baby boy. Why can't I see the button? Do I have to press it? Let me not press anything. No, press. It's not gonna do anything. Bitch. Suck my dick. Give me that achievement. Midnight Raven. No damage. Oh, fuck. What is this? What's going on? Oh, yeah. Fuck you, pussy. Medal of Valor, Midnight Raven. A decoration? Is that a curiosity? Let me see. Oh god, the cutscene doesn't keep playing. Oh. 19 out of 22. I don't think it was. Whatever. Might eat some clam chowder. Sid, shut the fuck up. All right. What's up? Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't watching that last video at all, so I'm gonna run it back. Since nobody else is here.
This guy literally just said, what? Infrastructure development? Good to his citizens? What's next? What's next? Are you gonna say healthcare equals good to his citizens? What's
because
next?
they're American.
Are you gonna say education initiatives good to his citizens? That's not what the government's there to do. Real life lore on the Taiwan Strait trade.
This video is made possible by Curiosity Stream and Nebula. Watch another brand new full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that explains the entire course of the ongoing conflict inside of China's Xinjiang province and the genocide of the Uyghur people who live there, along
going on
with
there?
14 other
What's going on in the Xinjiang province? I'm confused.
full-length episodes with more than 5 hours of combined content covering other
have gone
major
there.
21st
Fun area
century
to go.
conflicts, all
said
of which
fun.
you can access by signing up for the Curiosity Stream Nebula.
Well, it's now like a tourist destination as far as I understand. It's like
Yeah, it's set
they
up.
they already dealt with whoever they consider to be like a separatist. I'm sure there's still mass surveillance going on, but
Yeah.
even the Associated Press was like, all right, genocide over, guys. Pack it up. They packed it up. The re-education camps are done.
Dangerous body of water anywhere in the world for the 21st century, and the most likely place where the Third World War could be triggered from. 7 different powers exist around this sea's perimeter: China, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei. And they all bitterly disagree
Brunei.
over their competing
Brunei mentioned Pog.
Regional power.
You got a shout out there.
Let's go.
maritime claims here. Vietnam claims this much, the Philippines claims this much, Malaysia claims this much, while
about
Brunei
Brunei?
claims this much.
Oh,
All 4
right
of these
line,
nations'
Brunei.
maritime claims
so
in the South
ambitious.
China Sea overlap the other 3 in
Kinda
at
fucked.
least one other location, and so they all have, to an extent, disagreements with all the others. But
why
all
they need the
4 of
American
them
army
are
there.
significantly more united against
third
the
party with no
much
interest
more
in treaty.
dramatic and sweeping maritime claims of the 5th power to enter into the equation here. The People's
Late.
Republic of China, who claims for
They entered the equation later.
Yeah.
Yeah, they came into the fold out of nowhere. It's crazy.
itself nearly the entirety of the whole
Wait, real life lore claims Scottish independence threatened NATO not that long ago? Oh my god, that's awesome.
sea
I wish.
at the tremendous expense of everybody else's claims around it in what they call the 9-dash line. Through this claim, China asserts that around 90%
someone said I'm actually
of the
from Brunei
entire
with
South
all the
China
China's
Sea
doing.
are the exclusive territorial
Probably
waters of
lying.
Yeah,
China,
well, that is.
which not only brings it
If one more motherfucker says there's an echo coming through the microphone, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Yes, dude. Yes.
But if you turn the noise gate on and we just scream like
Shut
Austin
up.
does.
Shut up. Shut up. Take a week off. Shut the fuck up. Audio pedophiles. Shut the fuck up. You're a freak, dude. Oh, I have an open back $700,000 studio headphone, and I'm hearing your ass cheeks clenching here, and it's actually really fucked up.
Surely you only buy those
Shut
headphones 'cause
up.
you want to hear someone's ass.
Yeah.
I hear a little penis
Oh my
dripping.
god,
You didn't wipe.
dude.
You didn't wipe the
in
tip.
direct conflict with the overlapping claims of Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei, but with the United States as well. Beijing's claim to most of the sea as territorial waters means that they also believe they have the authority to approve or deny any foreign navy from operating within it whenever they feel like it. To which the United States, owner of the world's most powerful navy, fiercely disagrees. Washington considers the boundaries here to instead line up roughly with the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the international law benchmark generally accepted by most other countries in the world that would ordinarily establish the maritime boundaries in the South China Sea to look more like this, with 12-mile territorial water stretching out from everybody's coastlines, and 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zones stretching beyond that through the open ocean that anyone's navy can sail through without any permission at any time.
Vietnam
These different
easy.
maps over the same area, one believed by Beijing, others believed by Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei, and another believed by Washington, are all directly at odds with each other and are shoving both of the superpowers into an increasingly dangerous conflict. In order to further enforce their claims, the Chinese have begun rapidly constructing entirely new islands within the sea, covered by naval and air bases bristling
Yeah, and
with
America
the
just
latest
takes over other
firepower,
people's
while
islands.
the United States has continued their own naval and air patrols despite all of the Chinese warnings. And while on the surface,
Yeah,
it
which
may
is good
appear that
and
China's
normal.
territorial claims here in this
What's that-
sea are overly
what's that stupid little one
ambitious,
they control?
ridiculous, or
Big
even
Guam?
reckless.
Guam, yeah.
Their claim is in fact rooted in
That
Beijing's own
stupid little
fear
one.
of the single greatest geopolitical weakness that plagues all of the strategic thinking of the modern Chinese state. A
Guy
weakness
sucks.
that
He's
is
so
so
much
enormous
further
it could
right than
potentially
Johnny.
end up destroying the entire country if it ever becomes properly exploited. And yet so small that it only stretches 1.5 miles wide. It is essentially China's equivalent to the Death Star's exhaust port, and it is located right here. The Strait of Malacca, the strategic gate
Malacca.
between the Pacific and Indian
Where my Greeks
Oceans,
at?
between the Malay Peninsula in the north and the Indonesian island of Sumatra in the south. This natural choke point is geographically the shortest possible path for container and cargo vessels traveling by sea to take while traveling between Europe, the Middle East, and Africa on one side, and East Asia over on
You're
the
just
other.
laughing at the
As a
name a lot.
result, around $3.5 trillion worth of global trade passes through these gates and across the sea lanes
the
of the
furthest
South
east
China Sea
Alexander
every
the Great ever
single
made,
year,
you know, the
including an
Strait of Malacca.
overwhelming
Like, fuck this, going home,
two-thirds
Malacca.
of China's entire maritime trade volume. 40% of nearby Japan.
Which is why it should belong to America. Okay. Asked and answered. Like, shut the fuck up, everybody. What do you mean? I don't get it. I see no problem here. And by America, I mean like not directly America, but indirectly through like a client state.
Japan's entire maritime trade, and nearly 1/3 of the total volume of all worldwide trade. But perhaps most critically for you to understand is that these
Also, you know, it goes back to the same like Aussie joke that we watched earlier, which is like, we need to preserve these. We need to preserve these trade routes from Chinese influence, so that the Chinese that are utilizing this trade route won't.
To bring us all that stuff.
Yeah, they won't somehow, I don't know, ruin the trade route that they have with us.
flows of trade usually also
funny to say
include
that while
around
actively
15
trying to destroy
million
that trade
barrels of oil a
As
day, and
Americans,
around
as
1/3
Australians.
of all the world's traded liquefied natural gas, or LNG. China and Japan, the world's second and third largest global economies respectively, each rely on this single strait for a whopping 80% of all their imports of oil, primarily
hate
coming in
about
from
these
Iran and the Arab
science
states
history
around the
channels.
oil-rich Persian Gulf.
Yeah,
Imports
everything's
that
a
are
fact, but
especially
obviously nothing's a
critical
fact.
for
You
China,
change
as
it, you pick
imported
what you
oil
want.
from abroad makes up.
What you saying?
I said that everything's presented as a fact, but obviously you still pick the fact. You say what you want, and then it's presented in this way that's like neutral, you know? It's like, no, everything, it's all political. Stop pretending it's not. Like,
No, this is neutral. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
China wants to. It's really weird that China wants to encroach on any kind of trade routes that they have, that they maintain, and make sure that it's not controlled by America.
Up 75% of China's entire oil consumption, which ultimately means that roughly 60% of China's entire supply of oil passes through just these 1.5 miles. But China is heavily reliant on this choke point, not only because of the energy resources they import through it, but because of the massive volumes of manufactured goods that they also export through it as well to Europe. Exports that largely prop up the very foundation of the modern Chinese economy. These realities lead to a rather obvious problem. If the Strait of Malacca, at only 1.5 miles wide at the narrowest point, were to somehow become obstructed or blocked for a significant amount of time, China's entire economy and society would essentially collapse if given a long enough time. This is because there simply aren't really any
Okay, but like, why is the Why is he talking like China is just doing trade with aliens or something?
Yeah.
Like those goods are going somewhere. Who are those goods going to, man? Like, who's buying them? Like, you think it would just be the Chinese economy that collapses? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's so strange.
I don't really understand that.
Good enough geographic alternatives for China's energy imports and manufactured exports to travel through. Any other possible maritime trade routes getting to and from the Chinese East Coast would have to reroute
About that
around
gap. I saw another
Sumatra
gap there.
and either pass through any of the number of other easily blockadable choke points through the thousands of islands in the Indonesian archipelago, or pass along the long open ocean route around the southern side of Australia.
What is he describing now? He's
Back
describing
in 2003,
holes in mountains
just
like
months
it's a
after
unique
the United
thing as
States
well.
invaded the very oil-rich nation of Iraq, the Chinese president of the time, Hu Jintao, warned of what he called China's Malacca dilemma, the risk of what he referred to as certain hostile foreign powers, like the United States, India, Australia, or others, could blockade Malacca and easily sever China.
Y'all trying to block Malacca or what?
We are.
Well, now you got nuclear submarines, dude.
Let's do it. You could stack 10 of them and block the fucking Strait of Malacca like that. Just
Yeah.
move it up and down. Like, what was that boat? Green,
Ever
whatever.
Given?
Ever Green, Ever Given. Let's do that. Maybe the Ever Given was a
Oh,
practice.
yeah,
the
in the
Strait of
Suez
Malacca.
Canal.
Yeah. Now they're building a really big boat to block it.
Yeah.
Famously, when that happened, it only hurt the Egyptian economy.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone was like, "Oh, it sucks to be Egyptian right about now."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, where's my vibrator?
China's critical lifelines of energy and strangle Beijing, and thus China's domination over the South China Sea, pushing China's influence directly to the Strait of Malacca itself, became of imperative importance to Beijing's own national security. But fascinatingly, it didn't always used to be like this, because China's current crippling dependence on importing energy from abroad and relying so heavily on the Strait of Malacca is a fairly recent development historically. After all, China is actually, in fact, one of the world's largest producers of oil domestically. They are the 6th largest oil producer in the world today and roughly equivalent to Iraq, with many very large reserves scattered across their northwest, northeast, and immediately offshore. Back in the 1970s and 80s, China used these big reserves to not only be completely oil self-sufficient, but to actually even become an oil exporting nation, primarily to the Japanese, who have basically zero domestic oil reserves of their own and have always been a massive oil importer for their entire...
So funny.
He said it like the Japanese.
Yeah, sucks to be you.
Also, the Japanese are part of the people who are supposedly meant to like hold up this blockade against their main oil.
What up, pussies?
Yeah. What a bunch of lamos. Sorry, did your island not have any oil reserves? Lamau. Oh, man.
modern history as a result. But back at this time, the Chinese economy was absurdly tiny compared to what it is today, accounting for only 1.6% of the entire global economy as recently as just 1987. But beginning in the mid-1980s, China's economy began to experience the era of incredibly explosive and rapid growth. And with that growth came an ever-increasingly hungry economy for more and more energy to continue sustaining and growing it. And by 1993, China crossed a historic turning point that it would never cross back from right up until the present day.
Guy uses
Their
logos from
domestic oil
Civilization
production,
6.
while
that
large,
what it was? Yeah.
not large
No.
enough to keep up with their economy's growing demand. And they had to start
Start maxing
importing
out
oil
this
from
tree.
abroad
I got
for
all
the
the skills
first
I
time
need.
in modern history, as China's economy continued to keep seeing meteoric growth year after year, and the hunger for energy continued
I'm gonna need to
increasing
roll
alongside
blood
of
too.
it.
God damn
China
it.
suddenly became the world's largest consumer of energy by 2009. the second largest importer of petroleum behind the United States in 2011, and then even surpassed the US to become the new #1 largest importer of
China.
petroleum
Hell
by
yeah, brother.
2016, and
Goes
then
with that
overtook
vegetable.
Japan to become the world's largest importer of LNG just last year in 2021. Now, these days, despite having the world's 6th largest amount of oil reserves, domestic oil production only meets the demand for 20% of China's 1.4 billion person economy. And that means that China imports around 80% of all of its oil, the vast majority of its natural gas, and consumes about 25%
Yeah, I'm needing another joint.
of
It's gonna be a
all
lot of
the
walking.
energy used by humanity. But unlike the countries who make
do
up
another
the
fight.
West, China's mixture
God
of
damn it.
energy use is rather different because the vast majority of China's energy consumption continues to be overwhelmingly based on coal. And for very logical reasons from China's own national security
Good clean
perspective,
coal.
because comparatively to oil or gas, China actually
Alright. Bad news. I gotta take a shit. I gotta take a mean shit. I gotta take a really big mean shit.
I think it's indicative of great personal strength, which is why I still kind of respect him. Anna is a coward.
I'll probably be able to walk for a few seconds, for a quick minute. Then I gotta get up and blast my ass. Yep, it's starting. All right, let's go. We got... Damn, that was a long break.
Of great personal strength, which is why I still kind of respect him. Anna is a coward. She tweets retarded shit, deletes it, then retweets like Destiny and Adam and Sitch agreeing with her. Jank will tweet retarded shit and then did plant it there, plant his feet in the dirt like a sumo wrestler, you know, like a Shinto god, and stare you down even as everyone disagrees. I respect it. Of course, his main way of tweeting is by just asking rhetorical questions nonstop, right? So you think talk show hosts should say, well, you don't like what we said, so you don't think we should speak at all? You don't think that political commentators should talk about politics? Yeah, it's that kind of stuff. He specifically spoke ill of the chick we're looking at right now. She quit, so she is too pure for us. She's an unhinged person who's called me evil, racist, transphobe, and other insults, lied about a private conversation. People took serious issue with this, but to be honest, I don't actually have an issue with insulting former employees if they actually are pieces of shit. Now, obviously, leading into this, we have every reason to believe that Cenk is in the wrong, so I'm not going to take his side presumptuously. But a lot of people seemed offended at the idea of insulting former employees in general. But, like, he's insulted Dave Rubin, so, you know.
Existing, which honestly was just really, really frustrating to have in that conversation. Because the people that are in my circle of friends are people who, like, literally have been homeless in their lives and people who literally are making, like, ridiculous amounts of money. I have a pretty broad circle, you know. Something that kind of happens sometimes when you're like a polyamorous trans woman that's like a little bit popular on the internet. It turns out that you can build a pretty wide circle of people from like different perspectives and backgrounds and stuff. I know, what a shocker. But then there's the other part that was like even more disturbing, which was I pointed out something that Anna had said on the air, where I was like, hey,
there are so many jokes that I want to make about polyamorous trans women who are popular on the internet right now, and I'm going to withhold all of them.
Anna said this bit about doctors giving hormone therapy to children because they were afraid of being called transphobic. And I was very clear. I was like, you
You're
know
so
that's not
strong,
happening,
thank you.
right? Like, you know that isn't happening. And Cenk's response was, you know, I don't know. See, I could see it happening, though. And I'm like, no, but you couldn't. Because you know if that actually did happen, that would be medical malpractice, and it would be like a federal case to just give kids hormone replacement therapy because you didn't want to seem transphobic. That's ridiculous. On its face is ridiculous. Anybody who knows anything about politics would know that not only would that be a federal case, but it would be like national headlines. Every single newspaper would turn that into the biggest story for months. I mean, literally, the biggest story transphobes have had for the past 2 months is Dylan Mulvaney being on a can of Budweiser. So do you think that they really wouldn't make it national headlines even if it just happened once? But no, Cenk still doubled down. It's like, I don't know.
She is completely correct in the idea that doctors are absolutely not doing procedures because they're afraid of being called not woke or whatever. Like, doctors will turn down a hysterectomy because you don't have 5 kids and your husband hasn't come in and personally given his blessing for it. I don't think that doctors are out here performing bottom surgery on 4-year-olds because a mom with pink hair told them they'd cancel them on Twitter otherwise.
Could see that happening, and it's like, great, we have somebody who is like the head of a news network who is like basing political opinions off of things that he could see happening. Like, what a wonderful position to be in at this point. Like the real brilliant 5-head political take right there. You know,
Well, I thought
can
I
imagine
died.
the scenario,
Shit.
and that really says something
See ya,
about
Sharada.
society, doesn't it? And that had to be one of the most unhinged parts of that phone call. But
It's
whatever.
like a guinea
I
pig
sent him
laugh.
some research papers about trans people in sports that went into detail pretty clearly about like, hey, there's no evidence that there's any reason to discriminate against trans people in sports. And that was like the conclusion that it came to pretty firmly, right? Hey, there's no evidence that we should discriminate against trans people. What a wild concept. It's amazing. I know. But Cenk apparently has learned the wrong lesson from that, especially when you look at some of the clips from his most recent rant about trans people that he just did the other day concerning trans people in sports and the extreme activism that support trans people in sports.
Right.
Now, let's listen really quick to some of the clips from this rant to see
Let's listen.
where exactly Cenk is on these issues.
No, the hormone blockers do lower the testosterone. They do even things out a lot, right? But men still have other physical advantages. Like we maintain mass much better. And to give you a sense of how unfair this is, that where she won in Canada with 275-pound bench press, I bench press 275. Okay, and that's not a big deal.
Do you? Jank, you're getting up there in years, man. Do you? I believe you used to. Do you still? I want to see that. I'm calling cap. I want to see that. I want to see a video. Just saying.
Deal for a guy.
This is so ridiculous. This is literally so ridiculous. Okay, think about this. He's like, oh, this trans woman won a competition where she broke a record bench pressing 275 pounds. And clearly, that's unfair. Because I, a cisgender man, can easily bench press 275 pounds. Therefore, there must be an advantage. And it's like, my guy, she literally broke a record. Like, what are you talking about? She clearly wasn't having, like, an incredibly easy time. You're stumbling so close to the point. Like, Cenk is literally incapable in this moment of separating trans women from cisgender men in his own brain right here. Like, he is fundamentally...
I do think that Cenk is anti, like, trans participation in sports. I'm pretty sure that's a position he holds. Oh, speaking of, did you guys know? Is it MMA? A trans man is kicking ass right now. Wait, trans man MMA win. Aren't they on like a? Isn't he on like a three win streak or something? Is it boxing? Is it box? Okay, it's a boxing. Yeah, here it is. World's first trans male boxer wins third fight over cis man. Obviously, trans men and trans women have different, there are different concerns with regards to their viability in sports with hormone use and stuff. But still pretty impressive, huh? Ranked 99th in America. Wow. Okay, so technically, Manuel is in the top 100 boxers in America. As a trans guy, it's pretty good. Huh? I think that's pretty good. Yeah, look, the trans chick doing sports thing is complicated. From the research and opinions that I've seen, I still feel like, and this is just synthesizing a large amount of information that I've read, people disagree, it's an ongoing discussion. If you're a trans chick and you've been on hormones for 2 years, you're probably fine to compete with cis women. That's probably fine. It's complicated. I've gotten so many emails about it with like very, very specific info and this and that.
I'm going the wrong way,
I really
goddammit.
do think that seems to be the case.
Get on my way.
That's not necessarily fair for like trans chicks who have just transitioned because they'd have to wait 2 years, but like, that's one of those unfairness of life things. I don't think you should be able to just day one of transition, I'm a woman now, watch me kick this ass, like kick everyone's ass. That's silly, but that's not really happening. Look around. How many trans athletes are there? Not many. Trans people generally don't want to do athletics.
There should be a ring of auto movement and pathfinding. The ring of pathfinding. So I can walk to every objective.
Maybe a few hundred people across the United States. That's not. It's not a substantial enough.
Walk to every objective automatically.
I just don't care. You know?
Mentally refusing to connect the dots that hormones maybe actually have an impact on, I know this is wild, your ability to maintain mass. That maybe perhaps, like, your biological traits are not dictated by some ethereal assignment of gender that you were given at birth, and maybe perhaps are actually dictated by the hormones that are, like, flowing through your body, telling your body what to do. Like, could he have used a sillier example? He's trying to say that trans women have an advantage in sports because he personally, as a cisgender man that has never taken estrogen, would be able to beat them all at a bench press competition. This is just on its face ridiculous. But just wait, because it's gonna get worse.
I mean, it's okay, but it's not that big a deal. You're gonna put that in the women's division. I don't care how many hormone blockers you had. It's gonna make a difference, okay? And in the limited cases...
Well, no. If a trans woman took hormone blockers and then took estrogen, they wouldn't have benefited from male puberty. They would not have an advantage. the whole thing before puberty, boys and girls aren't like athletically different, at least not to a substantial degree. Before puberty, boys and girls are just stupid blobs. They're little babies. Puberty is when guys suddenly get much larger and stronger. If you don't have that puberty, the advantage doesn't exist. There might be some like very edge case stuff that goes beyond hormone expression, but man, if you've taken the hormone blockers and you've been on E for 2 years, nah, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
They're not like
Hello,
instantly breaking every
officers.
record like Trump is saying, right? But they're doing better than the average bear.
That's not true. Like, literally show me any statistic that shows that trans women are performing better than average in sports. In fact, that's part of the research that I showed Jank, that it actually isn't happening. It literally is not happening. There is yet to be a trans woman win at the Olympics, despite the fact that trans women have been allowed at the Olympics for a long time now. Once again, it is almost like Jank is refusing to take in the information that people are presenting to him and is just making up things in his head and taking that as reality.
And here, I'll add one thing. It's really important. And we shot a show. I don't know if you guys are ever going to see it. We shot a pilot just this weekend with a mixed Republican and Democratic family. Okay, I asked them about trans rights. Should they have the same rights, same exact rights in housing, employment, etc. Every one of them, including hardcore Trump people, were like, yes, they should have the same exact rights.
Exactly.
When I asked about this topic, every one of them, except one of 6 out of 7, were like, no, not competing in sports.
Okay, that's absolute bullshit. Okay, so the trick that conservatives will play is they'll be like, oh yeah, I want everyone to be treated equally. But I don't think it, I also think that like
I didn't
being
use the
trans
dog
in
before. I
public
don't
is
need
the
him now.
form of
Fuck it.
freedom. Like that's, you can't.
I'm gonna
you
get
can't
extra
they do the same thing with the
experience.
civil rights movement. They'll be like, yeah, I think that everyone, like there are conservatives
Can
who
I
will
sort?
literally say, I think everyone should be treated equally, but I think the civil rights movement is an illegitimate imposition of federal force on state law, and it should be up to the state to decide whether or not businesses can put out signs saying no blacks, no Jews, no Irish. Like I have heard this from conservatives. You can't take them at face value on that. The idea that like conservatives would be okay with trans people if you gave up the sports.
Oh, this
issue
is sorted. Okay.
Because the only reason they're pretending to care about the sports issue is as a proxy attack on trans people broadly. Like they don't care about the sports, or certainly not women's sports.
Doesn't make sense. Men and women are different, okay? And so whether that's, we can get into the, continue that scientific debate, but as far as the American people go and politics go, you're going to lose them. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. You're going to lose them.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We should adjust all of our political opinions based off of what's popular and what's unpopular, right? Because here's the thing, Jank. You personally...
Yeah, I know this woman is a tanky. Polyamorous, trans woman, popular online. It's a coin flip on tanky or Nazi, aka Nazi. I know, it's fine. But that's not relevant to what we're going over.
As somebody that works in the news, have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to actually inform people with the facts and not worry about like, oh, how are they going to worry about like what I'm saying? No, you just have to like give people the facts. And that as somebody who is working in media, you do actually have an influence over people's opinions. But it's playing this game of, oh, I want to sound and seem really smart, regardless as to whether or not something is actually true. And so I'm going to say something that's not true, just because it's a big smart brain thing to say. I think discriminating against trans people is okay as a smart galaxy brain strategic move, because we got to win over all of these people who just don't understand yet. Like, can we stop doing this? Can we stop playing this game of like, I really want to look smart, so I'm afraid of saying something that is literally true? Or like stand.
Well, I think this analysis, it lacks something, which is primarily that it's not just that the logic is bad, it's that the underlying facts that supply the logic are bad as well. For instance, this is an extremely hot take, but I'll defend it. If I could magically know that giving up on the trans sports issue would then lead conservatives in America to just uncritically accept the rights of trans people and leave them alone, if I knew that, I would take that deal in a heartbeat. A few hundred trans athletes in exchange for the complete political safety of a class of millions? Yeah, that's not fair. Those trans athletes should be able to compete and play fairly. But if that actually was the deal, then yeah, I'd take that in a heartbeat. That's not the deal. It's a fake deal. So it goes beyond just cruel utilitarian politics. It's just, you can't reason with the right in this way. You have to take other approaches. There are ways to get conservatives more permissive of trans people. It's possible. It's just, Jenks, Chinks, I say it different every time. I don't go with that method.
Up for what is just morally correct. I mean, quite literally, if you don't have enough evidence, why do you think the default should be discrimination? Explain this. Why is the default discrimination? And heaven forbid we stand up for people and say, no, trans people should just be allowed to play in sports. That's good, actually. That's fine. There's no evidence to suggest that we should discriminate against trans people because of some sort of biological advantage, because of course, that's like a silly, nonsensical idea. And also, wild concept, women with PCOS have a ton of advantages in sports. Are we going to discriminate against them too? Right? Once again, this is a failure to understand that trans people are just a type of person, right? This is thinking that transness is something extra, which is another vibe that I got with Jank over the phone, was just this feeling that it seemed like he thought that transitioning and being trans was like this extra special thing that people did for fun or to make a...
Excuse me, I agree with this. This is an interesting thought experiment, okay? So, would there be as much kerfuffle over the advantages that trans women have, the alleged advantages that trans women have in sports, if them being trans and them transitioning and all the advantages presumed thereof were genetically coded and innate, as opposed to something you choose to do. Transitioning is something you choose to do. Or to put it another way, if you took all of the imagined advantages of being a trans woman in women's sports, I say imagined for reason, and those were just a condition that cis women could have, the same way that cis women can have gigantism, or PCOS, or hormonal imbalances, or thyroid disorders. If they could have those advantages, and it was just genetically locked, you guys know what I'm getting at, right? They would be allowed to compete. They would be allowed to. There's not really a precedent for, oh, this person has a genetic condition that makes them athletically better, therefore they shouldn't be able to compete. What? No, that's why they should be allowed to compete. Michael Phelps is half fish. The only reason people are concerned about the alleged advantages with transgender women in women's sports is because they think of transitioning as a choice that you can make in order to get an advantage over cisgender women. Of course, in reality, that's not happening. But it's interesting to think about that. Like, if you think of all the advantages, like, oh, well, some cis women have this condition where they have taller, lankier bodies, more muscle mass, Adam's apple, blah, blah, blah. It's from a hormone thing. Oh, wow, they must be really good at sports. If there were cis women that were born with that condition, you know what people would say? Wow, born athlete. But because it's being trans, as opposed to it just being a condition, it's subject to political discrimination. Just more evidence to the fact that this is all achingly arbitrary, unless they are black. Yes, there have been instances of discrimination based on higher levels of testosterone that have disproportionately affected women of color. I think that that's like broadly a race thing. Certainly it doesn't invite the same culture war discourse, but you know, whatever.
Political statement, and not just literally part of like who trans people are. Once again, this is just a failure to understand transness as just a type of person that exists. And the idea of, oh, you're just losing the average person, you're losing, I could win over Republicans on like the housing and all these other things, is just absurd on its face. Because really, Jank, are people just gonna vote for a Republican because they're very angry that there's a trans person playing sports ball? Come on, like, be real, be real. Especially because, and this is another thing that I pointed out to Jank, if you look at the states where Republicans made their entire campaign just attacking trans people in sports, you know what happened when Democrats actually stood in defense of trans people? Oh yeah, that's right, the Republicans lost miserably. Nobody is thinking about this. People are not like just like struggling to fall asleep at night. Oh my god, oh I can't even believe it. Trans people are playing sports. What am I gonna do? Nobody's doing that. Like, there's like a tiny group of people who are obsessed with trans people that are like going on a tirade, but that's not the majority. If you look at Michigan, in Michigan, the Republicans made their entire campaign just like, we hate trans people, and what happened now? Oh, the Democrats have a trifecta in Michigan now, and every state where Republicans have tried to focus on just attacking trans people, it has literally undermined their own support. So what is happening right here seems to be very clearly, Jank, hiding behind hypothetical people's opinions in order to mask his own opinion. He doesn't think that trans people should be allowed to play professional sports. And instead of just saying that, which I guess on some level he does, he hides behind, oh, you know, the American people aren't ready for trans people to play sports, you know? But it gets even worse because he basically follows this up by blaming trans athletes and anybody who dares to just support trans people existing for all of the transphobic legislation that is passing across the country and for Republicans winning.
That is incredibly selfish of activists who are betraying their own community. Because when you say I don't care about elections, who cares about the Democrats? That isn't the point. The Republicans introduced over 600 bills against the LGBTQ community. That's because of elections, and over 70 of them have already passed. When you say I don't care about winning and I don't care about elections, what you're saying is I'm super selfish leftist activist, and I'd like to build my cloud. But meanwhile, I'm willing to throw trans people and the entire LGBTQ community under the bus, knowing that these bills are gonna pass.
Sorry, I have to take the enlightened centrist in this for a second. I disagree with the logic he's bringing to this. However, the broader statement he's making, which is a problem online, with lefties, let's be real, a lot of trans people doing this, well, both sides hate me, so why even bother shit? Or like the people who are like, well, it's under a Biden administration, all these anti-trans bills are happening, and then you look and they're all happening in red states. And then in Michigan, the Democrats take slight, like by a hair margin, they take power and instantly like bring down 1,000 years of progressivism on the state. Yeah. But so I honest to God, I do hate the anti-electoralists who deliberately misrepresent American politics and American proceduralism in an effort to build up this like doomer cult of like hanky bullshit. So I'm going to say that I actually would much rather have a world full of people like Cenk than a world full of people like them. I do think they do more harm, like per voice, than what Cenk's messaging is doing here. But they're both bad. So yeah, that's my enlightened centrist perspective.
Because we're laser focused on a losing issue.
Oh, if Republicans win because the trans people want to play sports, it'll be all your fault. And like, how disgusting is that actually?
And I do think that's what she's pointing out here. That is bullshit. That Cenk is saying that, because that isn't what's costing the Dems their victory. That's not the problem. So they're both. Yeah. Okay. Just to be clear, electoralism is a necessary tool in the system we operate in. It's not everything, but it's something. But we're not failing in electoral efforts because we're defending trans people in sports. Because the trans people in sports thing is a psyop. Anyway, it's not the real issue. It's about trans people.
Come back, pussies.
You are genuinely gonna blame people whose existence is like actively being criminalized by Republicans for their own oppression? Like, give me a break. This is actually your fault more than it is any trans person's fault. Cenk, personally, you. It is more his fault. Because what Cenk is doing is Cenk is going to an audience of people who are presumably on the left and telling them, no, it's okay to be transphobic. It's okay to compromise with the rights of trans people. It's okay to say that we should just discriminate against trans people in some ways if it makes these Republicans happy. And like, that is unbelievably disgusting. It's such a shameless thing to do. Like, how on God's green earth do you think that you get to call yourself some sort of like principled leftist who's out to do the right thing? How can you call yourself the home of progressives when you are actively cutting deals with fascists about the rights of trans people and then spreading transphobic nonsense to an audience of like millions of people? It is deeply irresponsible, and fundamentally, it's pathetic. This is genuinely embarrassing. The degree to which this is irresponsible just knows no bounds, because there are so many people that are literally looking to people like Cenk for opinions, and he's literally just giving them an open invitation to be as transphobic as they want to be, because it's politically strategic.
They'll say that, but okay, you don't care about the politics? Let's just, for once in your life, think strategically about what that means. That means that you're going to continue pushing the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything that the trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate. That means they're not getting reelected. That means they're going to lose to Republicans. Republican lawmakers who...
And now we're doing this like the trans mafia is forcing you to defend Zer pronoun. Look, it's not... Anna, you're not being canceled by like a cabal of hyper online. You freaked out about the term birthing persons. You're the online one.
Are passing draconian...
I can't see a goddamn
in various
thing.
states right now as we speak against the transgender community.
Look at this. You're gonna push the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything the trans activists want. Like, shut up. Literally, shut the fuck up. This is so embarrassing. Like, Anna Kasparian, like, look, I'm gonna be real. This is my personal opinion, but whatever. I think Anna Kasparian is genuinely personally transphobic. I'm just gonna say it right now. She's like saying and doing all of the things. She's referring to every trans person as a trans rights activist. Referencing every trans person as a trans rights activist is just on its face, literally transphobic. And it's one of the things that transphobes have been pushing for a long time. Is just
She does have a history of doing the progressive until it affects her kind of like white woman soccer mom shit. Like the anti-homeless stuff and the like crime stuff. Like I think she was justifying some of her takes on homeless people literally from like her personal experiences with homeless people, which it's always kind of like a red flag when a person has what seems like a well-held political belief, but then they have a personal experience and they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sometimes that can be fine, like if you learn something new, but sometimes it's like, you know, I have principles until I'm inconvenienced, and then, you know, you kind of have to find out where people stand on that. So I guess in this case, the term birthing persons was et cetera.
calling every trans person a trans rights activist. I mean, and the media more broadly does this as well. And this whole idea of like, you're gonna lose the Republicans if you cater to these trans people, once again, is entirely debunked. Most people are fine with trans people, and when Republicans make their entire platform about attacking trans people, it actually does undermine their political success.
She said on Adam and Sitch that she was sexually assaulted over clothes by a homeless dude. That started the crime wave obsession, here we are. Obviously it's awful that happened to her, but that's such a shitty way of forming your political opinion. You should form your political opinions on homelessness,
whatever,
criminology, sociology, based on data and analysis. If you're doing it based on anecdotes, like what, like that's the same shit. Like then it's nothing. Then like there's no opinions. Like none of it matters at all. Like why have political opinions if you're just like throwing yourself to the winds of personal fate and inconvenience? Should a person feel they have a moral right to be racist because they've had personal negative experiences with black people? Like, you know, oh, I was fine with this, that, the other group until this, that, the other. What opinions change? Like the broader housing first policies that homeless people need, like what does that logic shift because you become one of the thousands of statistics every year, you know? Like, it doesn't make what happened to you any less horrible. My hot take is that, like, I actually don't care that much if people are personally distasteful towards the homeless, because homeless people are, by basically every metric of civil society, often quite distasteful, often purposeful. What I care about is the political opinions you have. If a person has the willpower to have distaste towards the homeless, but then go home, take a deep breath, and go, yeah, we really got to get them out of that situation. Homeless or housing first policies, let's go. I think that takes a lot of will, but like I think that's a fine thing. I grew up in LA, which has a serious homeless problem. I'm in Seattle, which has a serious homeless problem. It's difficult in either city to go out and do something in a downtown area without seeing homeless people. A lot of homeless people are minding their own business, and a lot of them aren't. A lot of homeless people are kind of scary, dangerous, off-putting, smell bad. And is that their fault? Well, sometimes they make choices directly that they didn't have to make. Sometimes it's a broader social thing. You can't untangle that just at face value, but you can always support the broader political positions, right? Like you can go downtown in LA and think like, oh, I fucking hope I don't interact with a homeless person today. I just don't want to deal with it. And then go home and think like, wow, well, you know, the reason there were so many homeless people is because of all these horrible policies and blah, blah. So if your positions are being changed, that's a huge red flag.
Can you please get out of this corner, lady? This is not working out. The camera angles.
It's one of those things that I am sympathetic towards, that distaste, because, well, I think Anna is in LA, right? And again, I grew up in LA, and like I knew a lot of homeless people. I was friends with one. There was a homeless busker on Beverly Drive outside of the place that I worked when I had a job when I was in high school, and I would give a portion of my pay to her. And she was I think, recently divorced woman who had actually lost the house and didn't have any other option. My money was just like spending money, right? I had a home, so I gave a portion of my pay to her. And then like I saw her get harangued by the cops a couple of times, and one day I never saw her again. She was nothing but sweet to me. She was nothing but pleasant to talk to. But for every one person like that, I've met like a bunch of greasy, like drug addicted guys jerking off through a hole in their pants, you know? I think it's okay to feel distasteful with that, but it shouldn't change the underlying politics.
live in a country that is very much not a democracy. It has all this gerrymandering and all these other things. And so Republicans still have like seats in a lot of places. I know, wild concept. But genuinely, if you look at their poll numbers in response to them focusing on just trans people existing, it's not working. It is genuinely not working for them. It is undermining their electoral success. But of course, you can't not take the opportunity to blame trans people for their own oppression. Am I right? It's really great that Anna Kasparian is doing this.
And by the way, you schmucks, you're falling exactly into the right-wing trap. The Republicans, they tried...
Was this the same homeless person that said this $20 isn't really going to change my life? Yes, it was.
Everything. They tried anti-gay stuff, it didn't work. They tried transgenderism, you remember that? That didn't work. Keeping the transgender community out of the military, that didn't work. They drilled in until they finally found a little tiny nugget of like, hey, trans folks in like competitive sports seems a little bit much. And you don't engage them in that fight. They lose on everything else. But idiot activists, yes, I just called you an idiot. Activists go in there and go, no, I'm going to fall right into that trap, and I'm going to fight on the only losing ground we have so we can elect more Republicans so they can pass more anti-LGBT laws.
This is just very naive political analysis from Cenk. Leaving aside the fact that, like, if they're attacking you on every trans-related issue, why would you believe that the trans athlete thing is like a sincere point that if they're allowed to have, they would stop at? Like, this is like saying, this is like having 5 towns the enemy is attacking, and you beat them back away from 4 of them, and then you're going to try and defend the 5th town, which is a bit harder to defend, and there's like good people living there, and then your advisor is like, no, leave that be, because after they get the 5th town, they'll leave the other 4 alone. Like, they'll be done. What? No. No? What? Again, if leaving a tiny town alone, leaving it to burn, could end a war with like millions of people involved, then sure, okay, but it won't.
Great, well played. I'm sure your clout and your brand is doing great.
These clips are just so infuriating, genuinely. Like, that talk about betrayal is just so, like, pathetic and embarrassing and shameless, coming from Cenk and Anna right here. Like, oh, you're betraying the trans community by fighting for trans rights. How dare you just say that trans people should be treated equally in society? Don't you know that you're supposed to live as second-class citizens so that I can feel better about myself when I give you rights?
I don't think she's accurately identifying the specific type of brainworms that Cenk is, that Cenk is operating under here. Yeah, weak analysis, but you know, not everyone can.
Damn, that fire! That shit always got me. It can't. The ring of timely evasion can't even get away from that.
But I think the real icing on the cake here is this tweet where Anna Kasparian has decided to unilaterally declare Jesse Singal to not be a transphobe, despite, and this is what's really wild.
My camera's mirrored, so I try to point the way I think will point upward to the screen, but it's this way.
Jesse Singal literally talking to whistleblowers at a medical facility that appear to have made some significant HIPAA violations about their patients in sharing the information that they did with Jesse Singal. And of course, you have him running around spewing all of the same transphobic nonsense that basically your average transphobe is going to be spreading. You know, the types of things about like, oh, we don't know about hormones, and oh, HRT for kids, and oh my god, it's so terrifying. Oh my goodness, they're turning all of our kids transgender. Oh my god.
Jesse Singal is a good faith, I think, critical thinker. I'm subscribed to Blocked and Reported. I have listened to endless podcast episodes from Blocked and Reported. I haven't seen anything from Jesse Singal that communicates to me that he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person. He did straight news reporting on basically what, you know, some of the risks could be when it comes to transitioning little
Great
kids,
camera angles for this
and
combat.
hormones.
Beautiful.
And reporting, which I'm very sad to say I didn't really come across until this year. I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things.
Like, Jesse Singal literally is one of the, like, more notable transphobic people that is out there putting out misinformation about trans people and actively stoking the flames of this big wave of anti-trans legislation. And it's just deeply shameless to come in and say, no, I definitely think, as a cisgender woman, think that Jesse...
I think what says it best is that on Jesse Singal's Wikipedia page, from Wikipedia, Singal has been described as one of the most prominent journalists whose work involves the critiquing of trans issues. His work has been negatively received by prominent members of the trans community due to the obsessive nature of his reporting on detransition and transition regret, and the omission of other trans issues, such as interpersonal and legislative discrimination. So yeah, the language thing. Yeah, basically, like Jesse Singal, for longer than I've had a channel, has it's all been like your child saw a TikTok about how cool it is to be trans, and now they're 14 and they think they're trans, and if you don't do something, doctors will cut their tits off, and you need to stop it. Because if they do that, they'll be miserable within 6 months. And that's like the whole line. It's like detransition fear for trans youth targeted at parents to exacerbate their fears. Controversial aspect of Bloody Blanc. Singal was listed in Class Accountability Project. The org described as serving to document anti-LGBT words and actions. Supported by sex columnist Dan Savage? I guess I can kind of see that. Dan Savage is exactly the kind of gay who I could see doing this. Well, let me have a no-nonsense transphobic attitude. Yeah, that tracks. I used to read his column back in, like, high school. Yeah,
Singal is not transphobic at all. So yeah, it's good. It's fine. Trust me. And then of course he starts talking about like, oh, puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children. I think the important thing to understand here, and this is a line that I've like continuously told people and like said on TYT myself, that like really what it boils down to is hormone replacement therapy is literally just puberty. Like at the end of the day, it's just puberty. And yeah, whether it's puberty with estrogen or testosterone, it's gonna carry some risks just like it does with cisgender children. That's just part of puberty. And it's actually not all that different if it's a trans puberty or a cis puberty, believe it or not. And so anybody fear-mongering about the effects are permanent, yeah, that's kind of the whole point, isn't it? You know? Isn't that like the whole point? But if the effects were really entirely permanent, then transitioning as an adult wouldn't really work, would it? And yet, of course, it does. And you know, it's funny because their biggest fear...
Is that true, Bosch? It's complicated. Basically, okay. All the cells in your body, all right, have a big switch. It's like a big comedy power breaker switch that you see in cartoons, all right? And it's the boy-girl switch. And depending on what hormones flood your body and at what time, the cell will flip the switch and behave differently. A lot of the stuff in our body, a lot of the growth that we experience during puberty is pre-coded biological changes that are determined by the activation code provided by the hormones that flood our bodies. I have giant, virile, overfull, rotund balls, which produce testosterone. I'm simplifying it heavily. But that means that when I hit puberty, all of the little switches in my body got smacked right over into the masked bear bara category. But if you take hormone blockers, which would prevent that from happening, and then take estrogen, which would do the other switch, then yeah, you're basically just doing female puberty. There are some things that were predetermined before you were even born, like your genitals. But for other stuff, like breast growth, the way your bones develop, like the way your bone structure. You've probably seen young shits online. So a young shit is a bitter trans woman term for a trans girl who got to transition early in book school. But you can see trans women who benefited from hormone blockers. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. They look like girls, guys. Y'all seen that, right? We literally went over that that big Reuters article. If you've taken puberty blockers and then you take estrogen, Like, there's a huge difference, even in bone structure. A lot of stuff gets affected by hormones, you know? Yes, the Giga Stacy passive. How to get over being jelly of that? Listen, you can be a beautiful woman even while being tall and having large hands too, okay? Don't freak out about it.
For what happens to children who are on hormone therapy is that a cisgender child might accidentally get gender dysphoria. You know, the thing that trans children just deal with if they're not allowed
Oh,
to get. And so literally,
she's
this
angry.
is just a nonsense argument of throwing all trans people under a bus out of the hypothetical fear that
Oh,
a cisgender
please don't get
person
naked.
might take hormones and just realize that it's not for them. Which at that point, by the way, they could just stop taking hormones. And so, really, when you take all this together, it seems like Anna Kasparian is fully engulfed into, like, the conspiracy theories against trans people. And I genuinely think that she believes a lot more than what she's saying, because I've just seen hints of, like, just some, like, extremely rabid transphobic nonsense. And with Jenk seems to be following Anna Kasparian along, and kind of seems to be of the vibe of, like, oh, no, I'm this big, smart news guy, and I've been doing this for a long time, I couldn't possibly be wrong, and very much relying on his lack of any type of understanding of biology, and just making ridiculous assumptions about the difference between men and women, and thinking that that's some sort of, like, universally applicable thing, not thinking about how hormones play a role in that, and of course is bouncing off of Anna's deeply transphobic energy. And of course, he can't help himself but frame himself as, like, the brilliant galaxy brain reasonable person. And of course, all these trans people are just ridiculous and out there and just radical, and couldn't possibly be, you know, referencing, like, very basic science that is easy to go through. And any attempts to educate either Anna Kasparian or Jenk has kind of just been met with a lot of stubbornness, digging in their heels, rejecting the new information, and replacing it with their own imaginations about how they think things should be. And it just continues to escalate over the past several months. And that fundamentally is why I just can't be a part of TYT anymore. It's just too much. It's ridiculous. Because at a certain point it becomes embarrassing for me. Because how can I, as a trans person, who actually knows the science behind this, who actually is, like, actively trying to support trans people, as somebody that people look up to me, right? People literally, like, send me messages and be like, I'm so inspired, you know, you being a TYT, like, it's...
Wouldn't getting HRT before puberty cause the reproductive system to well, yeah.
Damn, she's going crazy.
Yeah, of course.
I'll take my time with you.
Like, barely at all. Normally they're okay with it. Did I show you? Oh, the announcement of her leaving.
So, unfortunately, Benny has decided to leave TYT. I am definitely heartbroken over her decision to do that.
That is like a me level misspeak right there. You know after that internally she was like, you know, she's like fuming. That was intent. No, I think that was nice. It's just very funny given the I've misgendered people a few times, ectoplasm, but I generally default to they, even with people whose pronouns I know, even with cis people. I just say they a lot.
Shit. God damn, come with the combos.
I've always done that, even before, like, getting woke or whatever. Usually just because it's a lot simpler unless you're referring to two different people. Is TYT live? Yeah, it's live. Right? Don't they do live on their Facebook show and clips of it go on YouTube? Yeah, they can't, like, redo it or whatever. It's just an accident. It's just fun. I don't think it's indicative. I mean, it could be indicative of, like, internal reactionary thought, but we don't.
It made me want to come out, or like my kids watch your show, and you know, it just like, it gives them so much hope, and they're so excited to see a trans person in the news. Now I have to deal with messages from them now asking about, hey, what's going on with TIT? Hey, what the hell is happening here? Like, why is Anna saying this? Why is Jenk saying this? And that is just like the amount of like psychic damage that I have to take every single day dealing with not only the transphobic nonsense of the Republican, but also whatever Jenk and Anna are on right now. It's just too much. And I just, because at a certain point it becomes embarrassing, because then people think that I'm like endorsing their views, and I cannot. I will not. I refuse to lend any support to those views whatsoever, because fundamentally they're dangerous and they're ridiculous and like they're straight up evil. It is just the shameless, selfish ignorance that is fueling this, and just this self-importance coming from both Jenk and Anna, this idea that they don't actually have to listen. So no, yeah, I'm done with TYT, because I can't let anybody think that I have any type of support for their opinions here, because they're just ridiculous, and it's just gotten to be too much for me to deal with all of this nonsense. And the last thing I want is for them to be able to say, oh no, it's fine, we have like a transgender host, so it's all good actually. Because no, it's not all good actually. It is in fact quite bad.
I think that it takes some backbone to quit over this. I think that's a respectable decision. Her desire to rape Krulux to death notwithstanding. I think that's admirable.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
I got
besides-
caught. Supposed to get out.
Azan thumbnail? Ew. And the daily dose of Hasanatu. Yeah, because everyone
God
got
damn.
to all the news stories before me. Because I've been gone for 2 weeks. And hey, I think I'm doing pretty good. I've been streaming for 2 hours.
Oh shit, another
and,
wave coming.
I've coughed a little bit. I'm talking slower than I normally do. And it's been a struggle. Like, I'm exerting a lot of effort to not cough while talking. But I'm able to, which is good. Yeah, I think I'll be able to stream tomorrow, too. I don't think I can go for much longer now, though, because it's harder. It's getting harder to not cough. It's incredibly dorky, but there's a, like, an inhaler.
Yes!
Okay. It is a muscle relaxant that keeps me from coughing. But I have to limit how much I take it, because it's also a stimulant. So I wake up in the morning, I take my Adderall, I take my caffeine pill because I can't drink coffee because of the acidity, and then I take my stimulant inhaler, and holy shit, guys, I'm waking up, I'm on my shit.
Did you get me again?
God damn. I'm fucking zooted, man.
Can I use my potion?
I'm new, are you serious? About everything I just said? Yes, everything I just said, I'm serious.
Doggy! Get her!
Heart attack art?
Bite her tits off! He actually tried. Don't do that, Torgal. Just go for the face.
It's fine.
Neck.
I've actually got a very healthy heart. Last time I went to the doctors, it was
Hey, you
literally
bitch!
120/80.
I was gonna throw my nuts in her face. That'd have been cool.
Yeah, my heart is so healthy that it doesn't
Get him,
beat
little
at all.
doggy.
That's how slow it can be.
Oh, right on the. Oh, shit! Just did the loop-de-loop around her neck with his teeth.
Ad. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. It turns out it's actually financially devastating to not stream for 2 weeks. I'm going to hit the ad button. We're not done with stream. I've got a few more things I want to talk about. There's a lot more to talk about. But I'm going to stream tomorrow as well, so, you know, money button. Boop. Oh, you know what I saw last night? I saw that. I saw that gay Netflix movie. Mamita? Nimona. That's it. Nimona, yeah. Is it good? Yeah, it's cute. It's definitely like a kid's movie, and it's very like girl punk, you know what I mean? Like, it's the kind of movie that's going to lead a lot of antisocial 14-year-old girls in high school to like doodle in the margins of their notebook for a while. And I'm not a 14-year-old girl in high school. I'm a nearly 30-year-old man. So there was a lot in there that just wasn't for me. But for what it was, I think it was really cute and really good. Yeah. Like, there was stuff in there that made me kind of cringe. But, yeah, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like I think you can watch, like,
Get away!
Blue's
Get out!
Clues
Get here!
or Sesame
I mean,
Street and go like, okay, well, this obviously isn't for me, but it's good, you know? Like, it's good for what it is. And I thought it was pretty good. What's your star rating? I guess I would give it, like, 4 stars out of 5 to its audience.
oh,
But if you're an adult
headshot.
just looking at stuff
You're done,
to
son.
watch, I mean, it's still good and entertaining.
Bye,
It's, you
girl.
know, it's juvenile.
Let's go.
One day, Dr. Strange.
Right.
I know you've been in the
Damn, that was a lot of XP. Hmm.
Yes, I like the animation a lot. I haven't seen Bluey. I don't know what Lemmy is, Max. What
Exploring this without a chocobo? No thanks.
I mean, maybe, no spoilers, intelligent.
I'm just
What do you
going
think
straight
of
to the
Blade Runner?
objective.
The original?
I'll kill these guys. I'm sure I'll get a lot of XP from the bounties.
I think that the new Blade Runner movie is better than the old Blade Runner movie. And I think the point of the new Blade Runner movie is to have, like, a 96-inch OLED TV screen and a big, like, armchair that you can sit in. So you can just, like, with the surround sound. And so you just get vaporized by the art movie that you're watching. Very good.
You get a decent amount of XP. Holy shit. Okay. I might fight these guys.
The old one is superior? Nah,
Okay.
nah, sorry. Look, the original Blade Runner was great and highly
Over the rock,
influential,
Clive.
but it's kind of been
Need the ring of
lapped
timely
by
jumping,
everything
too.
it started.
Timely
That's
pathfinding.
the problem with being a trendsetter. The trendsetter is very rarely the apex of the trend. Everyone else already iterated, you know? You can go back and rewatch it. It's still good. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but it's a lot of. I mean, what a lot of people
Damn, on that
remember when
one
they think of the
worm?
original
Shit.
Blade Runner, it's just the set design. They think of the set design and the back.
You deserve that.
paintings, and they think, "Wow, yeah, that was really good." It was really good, but then you remember like the movie, and I was like, "Well, okay, you know, there was room for improvement in terms of
This guy's running away.
well, a lot of."
Hey, buddy. Get over here.
The new one really commits to being like a visual feast, and I think it's better for that. God, can you imagine if the new one had like a romance arc or something, or like a subplot?
Hey, pussies.
Yeah, I haven't seen the original theatrical cut of the original Blade Runner. I'd rather kill myself and watch that. I saw the one without. For those of you who don't know, the original Blade Runner is a great movie, but the execs were like, people aren't going to get this, so let's get Harrison Ford to narrate over everything that's happening so that people don't miss a beat. And Harrison Ford didn't want to do this, so he sounds like completely out of it while he's doing it, and it like ruined the theatrical cut. And then later they cobbled together yeah, but he sounded bored and drunk. That's not really romance, RJ McDowell. You always sound bored and drunk? Yeah. Well, Harrison Ford just
He's this
kind of
poor
plays
dragon
Harrison
getting
Ford, right?
skewered by
Like,
all
can
of
we be
us.
real?
Dick
Right.
and ass out
He's
the
like
mouth.
Nick Cage. He's like the thinking man's Nick Cage, okay? Harrison Ford does every
Getting that
character
spinal fluid
pretty
deep in his
similar,
spine.
Okay? He doesn't have
Come
a
on,
great
buddy.
acting range. It's
Break
just
that
who
back.
he is so great that we like seeing him play him, you know? The only meaningful difference between his characters is how engaged he is with the story that he's doing and how like alive he is, you know? Yeah, it's like Will Smith. Will Smith only plays Will Smith. Will Smith doesn't play not Will Smith. Even when Will Smith is trying to play not Will Smith, like in After Earth or whatever, he's still playing Will Smith. He's always just Will Smith. There are a lot of actors like that, where it's always like the same. It was pretty bad in After Earth.
There we go.
How many Harrison Ford movies have you seen? Fuck. I don't have a good movie memory. Well, obviously Blade Runner, Star Wars, the movies, the Indiana Jones. I know I've seen more. I don't remember.
Big hammer guy. Who do we have? Nope.
I
Nope.
haven't seen The Fugitive. No. Mark Wahlberg is one of those actors. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, Schwarzenegger also does this. Like, can we be real? Okay, the number of actors who basically just play them in every movie is probably greater than the number of actors who know how to actually act, right?
And we get a lot of harpies.
Like, when I think of an actor who knows how to actually act, like, oh, great case for this. Willem Dafoe and or Robert
I don't know if I got a
Pattinson
lot of
and, like,
experience for beating these
right?
things up.
Like, you had to have actors there. Actors had to act there. You could not have actors there. Robert Norton, I always think of whenever I'm always excited when he's in a movie. Oh, Gary Oldman, yeah. Christian Bale, yeah, Christian Bale, for sure. Bryan Cranston, yeah. Now every time I see Bryan Cranston, I feel like people want him to be Walter because it's so, because Breaking Bad was so popular. But like generally, he's capable. Did anyone see, because Vermin showed this to me, the recent episode of Sunny in Philadelphia, where the bit is that the gang meets Jesse and Walt? Well, but was not the characters, the actors. But the joke is that they talk about them like Malcolm in the Middle. Like,
Oh,
that's
gotcha,
Malcolm's
both.
dad and Malcolm. Like, pointing at Jesse like that's Malcolm. But they're just playing Jesse and Walter. Like, they're not even trying to play how they act in real life. They're just acting like, yeah. Malcolm looks weird, yeah. No, I really want to see Asteroid City. I've not seen 23 now. Bob Odenkirk's really good. What was that? What was that weirdly animated show with Bob Odenkirk we saw? You said Robert Norton, it's Edward Norton. Did I say Robert Norton? I must have been thinking of Robert Pattinson because I just said Robert Pattinson. Yeah, Edward Norton. Birdman. Oh my god. Dude, I can't get over how much I fucking love Birdman. Or, what's the... Oh my god. The movie with the drums. Come on. It's got the... Whiplash. And I always forget his name. He's like the best actor and the best voice actor. Come on, the old guy in Whiplash. J.K. Simmons, thank you. I'll never remember these things, but I don't remember the names. Yeah, he can act.
Bro, she had
Birdman
like
is so
2 HP left. Come on. You don't have to do that to her.
Just a brief break, still spelling.
Bitch.
Brad Pitt acting chops thoughts? Brad Pitt's a fine actor. I mean, he's mostly known for being a pretty boy. He's fine. I don't think he's exceptional. I think he's great. I mean, I think he's really good though. I think when people get a rep for being a pretty boy actor, people kind of like write them off a little bit. It was the same with Leonardo DiCaprio, right? Because he was like a heartthrob in the 90s and early aughts. But he's a good actor. Oh, wait. How have we not said Ryan Gosling? We literally talked about Blade Runner earlier. We're talking about good actors. I can't believe
All right, too much fighting.
the same
Let's go.
guy in that Barbie clip, and literally me, and in Blade Runner, the sequel. Yeah. So good.
No, thank you.
Ryan Gosling. Ryan Gosling is phenomenal. Yeah, no, he's a phenomenal. Barbie or Oppenheimer first. I think the best plan that people laid out that I saw, and I think I agree with this, is you wake up early, you have a coffee, a cigarette, and nothing else. Doesn't matter if you don't smoke. You go and watch Oppenheimer in IMAX. You get out the theater, you have lunch, then you meet up with the girls. Okay? You pre-game at the house, and then you go see Barbie with the girls, and then you stay out drinking for the entire night. Yeah, like a double feature with a food break. If I see them both, then hopefully my cough is better by now. This sounds like an amazing time. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I don't know enough about Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh, I know he catches a lot of shit, but I do like Taika Waititi a lot. I know people are still mad about Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh, baby. Bring back the tall demon queen. Who was that?
Oh god.
She was thick.
Sorry, it's getting really hard to not cough. I think I have one brief segment in me. Bit of a
Hey, lady.
movie interlude. Jojo Rabbit cancels out the Love and Thunder situation. Jojo Rabbit, as far as I'm concerned, is a must watch for my channel. You watch my content, you haven't seen Jojo Rabbit, you should see it. Oscar Isaac.
There they are. I see him.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Birdman is crazy.
I'm coming.
Whoa!
I'm farting your face.
Birdman is
Bitch.
overrated? Yeah, I feel like I don't see... I feel like Birdman should be considered easily in one of the best movies of the past decade. Just like
You
years
whore,
ago,
I caught you.
Not the best, but like it deserves
Who is this?
consideration. I feel like I bring up Birdman
I already
more
forgot.
than I see everyone else combined bring up Birdman. You know?
I don't have time to play. Let's fight. No, no. No. Yes.
Fake Man.
Who is it? Hey, mommy.
I'm glad Logic Pretzels.
Oh, you like that?
No,
No,
it's
she
not
didn't.
this.
A little too rough.
No, it's not actually one shot.
Alright. We're just getting to know each other.
Especially funny that it's just the Michael Keaton.
I can adjust.
It's still the Michael Keaton story because
I
then
do love a
Michael
tall
Keaton,
woman.
Isn't Michael Keaton doing Batman again? It's the Michael Keaton, dude. Michael Keaton made the story of how they would never
Take
cast
my
him as anything other
fire.
than Batman, and then they brought him back as Batman for their shitty
And my
fucking
heart.
DC Cinematic Universe movies. It never ended. Birdman is still happening right now. What? It's happening somewhere. At least one person watching this stream, unknown to you, has a
great view.
jazz instrumental band playing right outside of your house, and there's somebody walking around with a camera. Michael Keaton is outside one of your houses. You are about to be part of a set piece. Good luck. Keaton is flying somewhere. He's somewhere.
Oh, got her. Yes. Get her with the
Look up in the
Zangutin.
sky. You know who else I always really liked? Let me make sure I have
Or Garuda.
his name
That
right.
works.
Jesse Eisenberg. I always liked watching Jesse Eisenberg, even though was Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor in Smallville? No, that's got to be another person, right? No, that's another person. He was Lex. Wait, but it wasn't in Smallville. It was in something else, wasn't it? It was in the DC. It was in Batman vs Superman. Okay, I didn't see Batman vs Superman. Okay, I just remembered the Smallville. I like Eisenberg. Do we like Eisenberg? I like Eisenberg.
Yes.
The main thing that I really want to see, because he to me is the current like heartthrob, right? That what I want to see right now is what am I gonna say? Henry Cavill? That's the name, right? Henry, yeah. God, I wish I could remember any names. Yeah, Henry Cavill. Yeah, that's the name.
Oh,
I wanna see
demon
him
tits.
Do some like weird
Spirit
esoteric
bomb, no! She's
acting,
Goku!
right? Because that's what actors
Aerial
do.
blast?
They'll
Oh,
do,
this
like,
is the
big
worst fucking ability in this
jobs.
game.
They'll
Fuck
do
this
big
shit.
pieces with a lot of expectations on them. And then they'll get asked by like an art
Oh,
student if they
God.
want an art film. They'll go like,
Did some damage. Jesus, lady.
Yeah.
Calm down. I got my own
why not?
fire tornado. Here you go.
Yeah, Henry Cavill is really hot, but is he a great actor? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not hard to play gravelly voiced Growly Man. Like, maybe he is a great actor. I wouldn't know that Robert Pattinson was a great actor if I hadn't watched The Lighthouse. So, you know, he needs to be brought out in some way. He was in Mission Impossible. I didn't see whichever Mission Impossible. What about Keanu? Yeah, Keanu does Keanu things. Oh, I didn't know they did the same voice. Watch
Gotcha.
other movies with Robert. He's
Right in the
also such an
face.
amazing actor.
Give me that. Get her. Get her. Get over here. Gotcha.
Are we done with politics? No. No. Hold on. We have one more segment of this, okay? Probably not Dono. Man, we're gonna have a lot of Donos to read when we finally get to that.
Oh, it's right in her ass.
I will read super chats because those are not preserved the way the site donors are. Okay. Sorry.
I don't even have to use my limit break. It just slows me. It has a really good rhythm with the abilities, where it's constantly using them. Get her with the flame.
You've probably already seen some information on that. It's too funny to not. So,
Gotcha. Get over here.
As
Give me that nose.
the newest piece of evidence
And those nostrils.
towards my ongoing advocacy
Bitch!
for
Y'all.
begrudging participation in the electoral process, we have maybe the most extreme example of procedural radicalism I've ever seen.
Garuda's so sexy. I wish I didn't have to kill her. Maybe we can get a statue.
In the American executive system, both presidential and gubernatorial, we have something called a veto. The veto gives the executive
got the
power
toe.
to
Other
get rid
toe.
of a law. The
Big toe.
legislature
No,
is
you need that for primary motor
so it gets sent
functions.
back for a
Oh, yeah, you
supermajority.
can't
It's
see.
complicated, but the point is, they have some power. They can slap it down. You know, by a
Perfect.
51 to 49
God damn.
majority, bill gets passed, the governor doesn't like it, he smacks it down. That's how it is.
Sharp Fang.
But
Good materials.
Wisconsin has an interesting kind of veto. They have something called an inline veto. So, and this is going to sound like a cartoon thing, but I swear to you this is real. In Wisconsin, the governor has the ability to veto not just the bill,
Oh shit.
but individual
Fight time,
words,
baby.
sentences, or characters in the bill.
This is gonna be fun with all the rings.
So if there's something in the bill that says, for example, oh, this bill provides, 1,000 of such and such, and you cut out 2 zeros, now it provides 10
Oh
of such
shit, I
and
didn't see you there. Hold on.
That's not a joke. It's actually that stupid. It's much more powerful than a regular veto because creative use of the inline veto can functionally completely change the law that's getting passed. You can, with creative edits. Now, there are
Bitch.
limitations.
Go
I think
where?
you're not allowed to splice sentences. There are specifics to how exactly it can be used, but it is incredibly. It's basically clip chimping as a veto power. It basically you look
God
at
damn
it with
it.
your X-Acto knife and your glue and your tweezers, and you're like, okay, we're gonna pass a completely different bill. Now, Wisconsin, which is controlled by
Gotcha.
Rust Belt Dems,
None of that
aka
tornado shit around
Lenin,
here.
aka the Red Army. As we all know, it's New York Democrats are all Clintonites, and Rust Belt
God damn it.
Democrats are all
Get over here.
Red Army commissars. Something funny happened. In using this inline veto,
Stop running.
our man over here, this guy, Lenin, I don't know, this. Oh, do you have the meme image? It keeps coming up, man. Yep. New York Dems with the supermajority versus Midwest Dems with the one
Damn.
margin. Literally, it keeps happening. This keeps happening over and over again. It's not controlled by Dems. The state legislature is gerrymandered to hell. I might be thinking of
No, Walter
I
White.
might be thinking of Michigan again. It's got a blue.
Walter White for
governor,
president.
but he did a little. sneak-
Gotcha. Get over here.
Minnesota as well. Yeah. Wisconsin's governor attempted to lock in a school funding increase
Bro, you didn't dodge this?
the
What the
next-
fuck?
400 years by issuing a partial veto that angered his Republican critics and marks the latest creative use of the unique gubernatorial powers in the state. Wisconsin allows governors to alter certain legislation by replacing words and letters wherever they see fit. And Governor Tony Evers struck a hyphen
God damn
and
it.
20 to change the end date for a $325 per student spending increase from 2025 to 2425. Yes, this is some Saul Goodman shit. This is insane. With those seemingly simple changes, Evers enacted 4 centuries of funding increases that cannot be undone unless a court strikes it down or a future.
How the fuck did she get on top of me?
America
Pulled,
forever. It
Pulled
is
the
a
Uno
cheat.
reverse.
Here's what he had to say.
Had it hiding in her butthole.
Or not hitting, but another. Everyone will shout and scream, said former Democratic Governor Jim Doyle. But he's got him. That's the Midwest Dem energy. I love that. If this was like a New York Dem, they would have been
So
like,
many
first
balls,
of all,
no.
the New York Dem wouldn't have done this.
I hate
But if
balls.
they had accidentally done this, Governor, I don't know, Jeffrey Epstein or whatever from New York.
Don't kill her,
would have
Ifrit.
said,
She's so sexy and
"Yeah,
powerful,
well,
she
in
can be
line
on
with
our
the
team."
interests of our Republican colleagues, I hope we can look to resolve this situation in the future. Meanwhile,
Oh,
Jim
God.
Doyle over here, yeah, they're gonna shit
Oh,
themselves.
Ifrit's gonna do
they're
what
gonna
Ifrit's gonna
scream
do.
and
I'm sorry,
cry and
Garuda.
Come about it. Fuck them. Flawless Midwest accent. Thank you. I'm a perfect as a Californian. I'm a perfect repository of American regional accents.
God damn.
Republican Assembly Speaker Robin Voss called Aber's 400-year veto, quote, an unprecedentedly brand new way to screw the taxpayer that was never imagined by a previous governor, and certainly wouldn't by anyone who thinks there's a fair process in Wisconsin. Right. Meanwhile, former Republican
Gotcha.
Republican Governor Scott Walker in 2017 used his veto power to extend the deadline of a state program from
She's like a crab
2018
cutting off her leg when someone catches her.
3018. He also delayed the start date of another program by 60 years. So, this is a power that has been used before by Republicans in the state. It is an insane power. I don't
Get back
think it
here.
should exist,
Beat that ass.
but it is very.
Do the fucking dishes.
And as
I told
as
you.
long as Republicans are
Sick of
going
this
to
shit.
cheat,
Fold my
Democrats
clothes,
cheat.
pack the
If
kids'
they're gonna
lunch,
cheat,
and
God
bring them to school. I'm tired of telling you this shit.
on hand
Heard?
for the
God
governor
damn
to
it.
use.
Listen to me, woman.
I
Listen to
don't think
me.
Democrats should refrain from
Don't make me have to do this again.
Certainly not if
Fucking
Republicans
bitch.
try to use it.
Take care of the goddamn kids. I don't want to see them.
Them have
Fuck
it.
them. Fuck you.
Why drop it 1,000? Go for 10,000, baby. America's not gonna.
No, I'm not gonna divorce you. You're gonna get all the money and the kids. Fuck you.
so
Fuck them
funny.
kids. If I'm not happy, nobody's gonna be happy. Fuck. I'm not gonna listen to the psychiatrist. Not taking my medication.
Apparently, the inline veto power has been weakened over the years. Can you imagine how strong?
Oh,
it
the
must have
power of midlife depression. How does that feel? It killed her. Bye, Garuda. Fucking suck. I get the kids. I'm getting all your family
been?
inheritance
Everything was
since you're
massive.
dead now.
It's something everyone should expect
Bye,
them to
Garuda.
do. I'm sure they're kicking
Thanks for the
themselves
loot.
over why they didn't see this little number thing. The
Got more than
consequence
shark
of this
fangs this
is
time.
that when
Oh, let's get
drafting
it.
legislation under an opposition
I'm skipping this shit.
governor, you have to be careful
Fuck a boy.
word your law, your bill, in a way that it can't be clip-checked. They have to do for their bills what I have to
Oh,
do for
Big
the
Daddy.
streams. Like, you have
Help them out
to-
on the battlefield.
you have to
They
be
need
like,
some
okay,
direction.
even with all
need
the
someone-
powers
they need a firm
have,
hand.
can they twist this into something we don't like?
And job.
The U.S. president used to have inline veto power until Rudy Giuliani won a Supreme Court case in the 90s. Really? I'll have to look into that. Gotta be honest with you, I don't think the inline veto power is good. I think it's a bit much. Personally, I think it's a bit much. That's a little too wacky for me. I'd like to think that I'm okay with some wacky shenanigans, some chicanery, some Saul Goodman shit on the governmental level, but that's a lot. That's a lot. That's very wacky. I think only them should have it. Well, that would be fun.
Shut the
Boss,
fuck
you
up,
are a gay
Blackthorn.
rib. Communism
Forge me
is
some shit.
unrestricted inline.
Oh, the
veto.
storm
We
cry.
will achieve,
What is that?
Luxury commodity
I'll take that.
socialism.
Fuck yeah.
Entirely through inline vetoes. We'll have the, inline veto to U.S. Constitution. Just rearrange all the letters until it spells
Dark
out
Sash?
the necessary text from the Communist
98?
Manifesto.
But no extra health.
It is nice to see
103,
Dems
but no
outmaneuver
extra
Republicans
health.
once, yeah. It's so rare. It's just,
Yeah, I'll wait for some better upgrades.
it just doesn't.
I'm probably gonna need this for the upgrades though. Fuck. I have a lot of materials. I'll take it. Nah, I don't
Just
want to
clone
equip.
all the
Fuck.
Midwest Dems. Yeah. Sorry, Ectoplasmic. I'm on very little sleep, and a lot of my brain power right now is going to knock off. See this use of it? Yes, Frankenstein veto. Occurs when a governor selectively deletes words from a bill, stitching together the remainder to form a new bill different from what was passed by the legislature. Oh, hello, Constitution of Wisconsin. For instance, Governor Jim Doyle. Wait, isn't Jim Doyle the Democrat who I just read out loud the voice of? Oh my god, he even looks like the voice. Yeah, this is the Democrat. Yeah, them Republicans shitting themselves. Yeah, this guy. Okay, so this guy, who looks like a Midwest Dem union boss corrupt.
I'm gonna need
if
a
I've ever
lot
seen
of
one.
points.
Let's see, what did he do when he was governor?
God damn.
Use selective deletion to transform a 272-word section of the legislature's budget into a 20-word sentence that took $427 million from the transportation
Oh, here you are.
budget and gave it to public schools.
Almost miss you,
Oh
old coot.
my god! Literally just crunching. It's clip chimping, dude. Literally. 272 words to 20. Yeah, actual Everett Clare. Yeah, just no. We don't need this word. It's like when you try to clip chimp somebody by like splicing clips and hoping people don't notice. Give $500 million to school. Got it. Yeah, I'll pass this. Yeah. Defecated through a sunroof.
Shut up, Sid.
Jesus Christ. The Department of Transportation shall transfer to the general fund from the Transportation Fund in the 2005 to 2007 fiscal biennium 427,000,000 dollars. Say it with Everett's voice. I don't know if I can. This truly defies comprehension. It's too funny. The chicanery. If every Democrat was this powerful, then we would be a bastion of communism right now. Yeah, this is what was passed recently with the funding for the school district. For the limit for 2023 to 24-25, add $325 to the result under paragraph B. This is the single most exploitative legislative loophole I've ever heard of in my entire life, and I'm including the law books of ancient civilization. Yeah, this sounds so cartoonish that it actually extends beyond. Like, this sounds like something that like a mad king of the Holy Roman Empire would have. Like they try to put constraints on a divine emperor's power, and he's like, but this book, or it's some like the law said any word befell in the king's ear, so like he had his ears chopped off, so now he's
Come here, dog.
Like,
I need some pets.
It's like it is the kind of legal loopholes that you would normally have to abide by when trying to trick some kind of demonic entity that you've made an unwitting deal with, okay? This is like Superman fighting Mitsitspiklik, or whatever the fuck his name is, okay? This is, I accidentally made a dark bargain, and I'm going to need to chicane like I've never chicaned before to get through it.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, this is legal proceduralism, okay? The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a line item veto.
Jesus, can't see a fucking thing.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like if this was framed artfully and had nice font, I kind of want this like framed and hung on my wall. Like with the strike through on 90% of the words. It's really good. It is kind of heartening to see Democrats doing something for once. Okay. We've made it nearly 3 hours, which I'm very impressed by. I didn't know I'd be able to last this long. So, I'm going to hit the add button, and I'm going to read super chats. I might also read a couple of donations, but I'm definitely not going to be able to read all of them.
What up, pussy? Got some mean nipples.
Naomi Chance, thank you for the 5. Crow's
Let me
Break,
suck
thank
on
you for
those.
$10.
I'll show you what daddy can do.
Josh Marsh and David Henry, thank you for the 2 both. Got the movie stuff. Josh Marsh, the $5. Asking a bait question about neo-Nazis in the black community. Black community is overwhelmingly Democrat voting. I think that there are problems with anti-Semitism in the black Hebrew Israelite community, but I don't think they're that legislatively substantial. Knuckles, thank you for that basis. Thank you too. Bubby, thanks for $5. God willing.
Poor guy cannot get a fucking break. Jesus Christ.
Anarchist Antichrist, thank you for $5. Stay cool. Nathaniel Stevens, thank you for 1. Libera Sinks, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Peter Online, thank you for the 4. Sean Luderina, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Congrats on finishing your capstone. Queen Slut, thank you for the 10. Glad I was able to make it this far too. God. So unattractive. Yeah, my body knew when we were done with the segment. I'm gonna try to read a few things. Lumpy Jumps, thanks to tier 2 sub. I'm very excited for Super Mario Wonder. Is that what it's called? I love the art style. Uber Goober, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. I'll be better soon.
Ooh, right in the dick.
Thank you for the $5.
Dick slam. Ball bash. Sack.
Bad Canary, thank you.
Sack sealer.
I hope. Maybe I should save this for next time.
Thank you. I know my way around.
Yeah, I think I will. It'll all be here tomorrow. Thank you, Peaceful Warrior. Okay. Love you guys very much. Please take care of yourselves. I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna chill all day. That's all I gotta do. Right? Don't talk. Don't cough. Tomorrow, I'll cough less than I did today. It's even better. Really missed streaming, guys. Really did. Let me see who I'm gonna host. Lumi! We haven't hosted Lumi in a while. Hey, we're hosting Lumi. Be good to them. Be cool. Nice. Really did miss you guys. There it is. Nice. I'll see you guys soon. Oh, is that Keffels?
Damn, these little creatures are strong. Shit. Or at least they have a lot of health. Oh, come here, big kitty. Come here, kitty.
can't even start this without laughing. You saw the Island Boys, they're back. All right, guys. They were gone for a while, but the Island Boys, they have returned. Desperation is clear. If you've been on the internet for the last couple years, you have no doubt seen the Island Boys. The Island Boys, unlike boys of yonder past who would storm the beaches of Normandy and become legends of old, they have become, they're fake, they're very fake and weird, and they're twins, and it's very strange, and it's gotten a lot more bizarre than I ever thought I'd ever see it become. You see, I have a past with the Island Boys. I made a video about a year ago, and they didn't like that I made that video, and they got mad at me. It did very well. I think they're the peak of cringe. So who exactly are the Island Boys? They're twins from Florida that are known for their witty banter.
God forbid it happens. I love to say, God forbid it just happens.
Their impeccable taste in clothing. Their singing vocals.
I'm an island boy, and I've been trying to make. Oh, I'm an island boy.
I've been trying to mate.
Reminiscent of Bob Marley.
My island boy, I don't wanna play with toys. I don't wanna fuck big boys. I don't wanna dildo toy. It's my own remix. I haven't written a full one yet.
Alex Venega are the Island Boys. They're a pair of tatted up brothers just trying to stay relevant in this big revolving planetarily intergalactically sphere we call the internet, guys. I'm an island boy.
Yo.
Just trying to
Make it.
shut the go.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And you know how was your July 4th? Did you celebrate anything? You was just in the house? Oh, okay. So she wants to do a party. Where'd you say you go? Oh, you was hanging out with your friend. Okay. A lot of people there? For the whole summer or July 4th? Oh. All right.
Nobody gives a maybe in that picture to someone.
All right. One second, I'm gonna start back up. All right.
I shouldn't have done that. That's a dirt in the background of the video. Anyways, that little ditty I was singing, that is what the Island Boys are best known for. That is their magnum opus, their swan song. The pinnacle of their artistic creation is that. Super viral on Facebook, as you probably can imagine, and they rose to popularity along with it. And if you remember, I made the video about that mission, their whimsical behavior. So at the time I questioned whether or not they were going to have a bright future.
I think they have a bright future, guys. What do you think? Do you think they have the Island Boys? Do you think that they will fizzle out within the next 3 months, 6 months, year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? Do you think we'll remember them forever? Unfortunately, I think they're going to be around for.
Of course.
Interestingly enough,
You and your
they
bitch ass
haven't
dragon.
fizzled out. All right, they're still going strong. They even had that awkward moment on Logan Paul's podcast in which they got mad at Logan and they walked off for him giving them financial advice.
Boys, what if it doesn't work out? And now you just got this hair and these face tats.
What? People been saying this before I was a bum.
How old are you? 20?
20 years old.
Before what?
When I was a
High
bum.
school? What are you talking about?
And by the way, they didn't learn from Logan or me or anybody out there. They're just as dumb as they were before, guys. Just as dumb as they were before. Normally, a human being, the average IQ for a human being in the country that I live in is 100, and I think that they combined have an IQ of 100. Personally, that's my bet. They are very dumb. They seem very dumb. They don't seem. They've never completed. I've never seen them complete a sentence. I've never seen them even do that, dude. They became popular with their little hit ditty on TikTok and just for being really weird, and they absorbed the standard micro-celebrity cliche to start a rap career. Even though they kind of did that, it's very bad, and it's difficult to even understand. I would recommend sunscreen, to be honest. A lot of peeling on the skin, not good. It's probably not good. So now, why exactly would I give a shit about these two dupers, and why would I make another video about them? Well, they've doubled down on exactly what they'll do to stay in the public eye. That attempt at music is nothing. It's nothing compared to what they have, what the Island Boys have done. They love flexing that cash, even if it's not theirs, and I think the facade has gotten to a point of desperation. You'll see what I mean. The rumor is the Island Boys are now broke. I don't really care about rumors. I care about what I can see with my own two eyes. And I've seen them for a long time showing off their money, living luxurious lifestyles, all things that are completely dependent upon relevance on the internet. You gotta make money. They even had a cameo at one point. I think they still do, but now it costs $200. So their desperation is
I think I'm gonna switch these Angutu with the Thunderclass for more straight up damage.
By that, I don't mean they have individually each started their own venture. It's called gay baiting, but it's also test baiting, if you know what I mean. I'm not really sure I can even say that and get ads in this video. They do the Alabama thing. They started an OF in Alabama, is what they did. So
Someone who is allegedly their manager came out on the No Jumper podcast and said that they owed him 150 grand and that the cameo money ran out. This is the guy, Poker the Jew.
They did Poker dirty.
They did you dirty how?
Yeah, they owe me about like $150,000.
From what? Your percentage of the cameo money?
Yeah.
Is that the only money they're bringing in?
Mostly, maybe a little bit on TikTok, but I mean, it's pretty much that drive.
Right.
Really interesting internet identity. Pretty cool name. Interesting clip. I'm not a huge fan of No Jumper podcast. Those guys seem pretty chill though. What a weird name. Poker's the Jew. Vladislav the Poker. Apparently part of the reason that they're broke is because they had a manager who allegedly tried to touch them when they were living in a motel, and in order to not call the cops on him, they made him give him money and sign a contract. And this contract will be important for the story on how we got to the Alabama. When they blew up,
the Alabama boys
because of the contract, and they started working with Pokey the Jew. Then the old manager tried to find out more information about Pokey the Jew with a private investigator. It's really, 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 really stupid. And Pokey and the Island Boys were being sued.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, but we're getting sued. Like, they try to put my name on that shit.
Right.
So I got them an attorney. They started paying like, a lot of money in attorney's fees, and they started getting upset. Like, bro, like, we're tired of paying this shit. I was like, well, you guys up. You guys did some stupid shit, and they start getting mad at me.
Pokey got him an attorney, and they had to pay a bunch of money in attorney fees. Legal stuff costs a lot of money. So I feel for the Island Boys there. I feel for them. But not in the way they feel each other. Basically, though, these idiots breached a contract, and now they don't have any money because of it, which makes sense.
Oopsie.
And Pokey has had it with the Island Boys that he quit paying
Another
the
level.
attorneys and
Goddamn boy.
for fucking up, he said.
Island
Which
boy.
I agree, they look like absolute idiots. They had a fall off. Big L. They're not millionaires, all right? And everything that they have currently is in thanks to Pokey. Pokey knows the owner of the house that they're in, which has $20,000.
I wish it would skip all
$20,000
cutscenes.
a month in rent. How dumb can you be? Pay 20 grand. 5 grand is like peak stupidity.
And teleport
So in
me
order
to the hideaway.
continue
What's the
this
point of bringing me to the
lifestyle
map?
they live and contribute to society in the way that they see fit, they have to pretend at least like they're beloved. So they got to find a way into the spotlight, and that is by creating an Alabama fans, my friends. They have been kissing. The Island Boys have been kissing and like doing like this is a very strange photo when you realize it's two brothers. Not even two brothers, two twins, dude. Two twins. They're identical twins, and they found love. In today's episode of TLC's Alabama, it was right in front of them the whole time. They didn't need money. They didn't need fame. They just needed each other. People on Twitter are very mad at their queer baiting. That is apparently disrespectful. I wouldn't know. I'm not a gay person or a queer person. It seems extremely cringe, to be honest. Mainly because of them.
I might get
being
this.
brothers.
This is really good
That's the
stagger.
bizarre part for me.
I don't have to use
Queer is
the ball.
essentially
This thing
designed
fucking
now
sucks.
to,
I have to charge for
push
that.
people's OnlyFans, which I have nothing against, by the way. I think if you have the opportunity to do something like that, and you're
This could be
fine with
nice.
the
do
potential
it.
repercussions that are existing that are existent in any business venture, then you should definitely do it. I will be doing it very soon. Just kidding. Their stuff started off as solo, and really weird stuff, but then it got really weird. It was like this, individual, and then it kind of went like this, if that makes sense, or more like this, right? And like this kind of. If that makes sense, does that make sense to you guys? The Island Boys right here, like this. It's very bizarre, very, 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 very bizarre. I do not like it at all. And it's really fucking creepy and weird. By the way, trying to include
Boing.
in
Was that a
the
boner?
as much as I possibly can. Without getting a strike, I guess. I don't even know, dude. But the Island Boys are at it again, and there is some really bizarre content that they're making on their Twitters. I wouldn't recommend going and seeing it. I think it's illegal. I think it's actually illegal. And if they weren't in America, there's some countries in which they'd just be publicly executed. And I'm sure throngs of people would be quite excited to see that. Somehow it gets even worse though. Remember Pokey, the guy?
I'm not ready for that tornado. I might replace Garuda with the
have
Thunder.
walked in on them really.
I don't know.
going at it aggressively.
'Cause it
I
doesn't
guess you
use
could
the-
say. That's a good phrase to use.
This is
to
okay
make
for now.
Family friendly. Going at it quite aggressively.
No, like I literally like,
Koopa, what's
I was in the
poppin'?
house living with them like, full time. I was like their daddy.
Yeah.
And I was like
Fuck you,
knocking
bitch.
on the door, and I'm like, "Yo, open up the door!" Like, nah, bro, like can't open the door. So I opened the door with a credit card. I got in the room, and they was in the bathroom, bro. And the door was like, I opened the door, bro. Like both their pants are down.
And that statement on top of all the actual video and like evidence, that's bizarre. I really don't know. Why are they doing this though? That's what I want to know. Is it because of them? Are they extremely, irrevocably vain? Is that the problem? Do they just need money? Are they desperate? What, like, because they're not going to have careers beyond this. This is the end. This is the end of their careers. This is the end of the line. It's like the ethical dilemma. The one person on the train tracks or the 5 people on the train tracks is going to hit 5 people. You have to flip the lever and it'll go kill 1 person, but you're still, responsible for the death of 1 person. It's either fail into obscurity or start this kind of OnlyFans. And then also very shortly after fail into obscurity. And no matter how gross and unimaginable this seems to a normal person like me or you, this is very normal for them.
Fuck you, Sharon.
It seems like really, really, really fucking weird. So did it work? Kind of. They're sort of, they're sort of coming. I mean, I made a video on them, so it worked a little bit, I guess. I would stick to the cameo though, personally. Also, I saw a TikTok live the other day, and it looked like they were
Gaia
both
Blade
off
for
the perk,
400.
to be honest. It was pretty sad. So I'm not really. They have an atrocious reputation at this point. It's the downfall is inevitable, and you can judge that by all the comments on all their stuff. It is inspiring to see children with this condition still being able to enjoy life. That's rough, dude. We staying in the hood with this one. Damn, this shit straight gas without the G. Come on, man. Osama bin Laden, what are you talking about? Rude, but true. Pretty much the entire internet has been praying for the downfall of the Island Boys from the very beginning, and now they're...
Yeah, see, Ouroboros still at the top, just had to sort.
Every side, even one of the
Gaia
most
Blade is all the
accepting
way.
sides, the LGBTQ side, the June side.
I don't know how to
we call it.
sort.
Like, you get
Goddardum
hate
is in the middle.
from those folk on
Goddardung.
Twitter. Come on, man. Whenever the
Goddardung.
spotlight goes on someone, more
And I'm gonna
stuff
sell
always
it.
comes out. Apparently, they treat their staff poorly. They flex the money they don't have. They rent pretty much everything that they show off in their videos.
Get the side
makes perfect
missions.
sense, and also treating their staff horribly.
Kubo should have bounty soon.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I don't think I've ever seen 2
Hey, guys.
more surface level, disrespectful looking people in my fucking life. They're just total fakes, man. And they have a
Gav,
lot of
give me the
really,
quest.
really, really
You dumb
shitty
bitch.
tattoos.
Shut
if
up.
we dig deeper past just the surface level OF Alabama stuff, Kodiak Red was also accused by his... Sorry, I almost threw up a little bit. Accused by his girlfriend in early 2022 of domestic abuse, saying that he regularly beat her. I don't know if that's true. That is an allegation. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully she's doing fine. A few months later, he was also accused of battery by hitting the girlfriend of his brother Alex. So more women beating, which is bad. Don't do that. That's horrible. Makes sense to be honest. But wait, it's actually not just allegations. A month ago, he got arrested and put in jail for slapping his new girlfriend and then throwing her on the ground and slamming her jaw into the concrete, throwing her into a pool and slamming her jaw into the concrete. Pretty bad. Went to jail. And the only reason that happened is because she brought up his abuse of the past, which is
What the fuck was he practicing his MMA
and little
moves?
Frankie just got out of jail recently, which is so funny. He's still posting on OF though. Still posting on OF. And no remorse, by the way.
You
Just
gotta
in case you're
maintain the
wondering, did he
OnlyFans.
apologize? No remorse whatsoever. He's a hard ass. He's a hard ass who just got out of jail. And he refers to himself in the third person, which I love. Stop playing with red. Okay. I wonder why he's walking. Just got out of jail. In conclusion,
What the fuck?
I'm nervous for the future.
Who needs this meal? Oh.
I feel like I can already spot some terrorist infrastructure though. I don't think this is. Let's picture those lights. Probably
Yeah.
Super high voltage.
Well, the
How
lights
the
are there
fuck?
so that the terrorists can spot
Oh, I gotta
the,
go up
the
around here.
big,
God
beautiful,
damn it.
brave IDF vegan
Fucking
soldiers
assholes.
from afar, and then take pot shots with a sniper rifle.
Will Israel retaliate?
This is Israel,
Take your soup.
Palestine drama.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I love using neutral language, like they're cops. You know, when like police shootings happen, when like police murder someone, and they're like, lethal strike was facilitated, and you know, projectile bullets were flying and made contact with a person, and it's like, well, what happened there? You know, and they're basically talking about it in the same terms whenever they. Yeah. Israel launches lethal strike on Jenin.
Palestinians call it a new war crime against.
That's why they just got their new drones. Yeah.
For defenseless people. The Palestinian Health Ministry says at least 8 people have been killed, with that number likely to rise, and at least 50 others now injured. Israel says it hit terrorist infrastructure in the densely populated.
Yeah, Israel always says that, bro. That really doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Terrorist infrastructure is.
Yeah, I mean, they said that when they hit the Associated Press building. Okay, like the notion that like Israel is hitting.
Oh, is that my
terrorist
chocobo
structure
with the lost eye?
Anywhere where there are brown people, Israel considers terrorist structure. Full Netanyahu. Wait, no shot.
No, he's
they
got his
bring
eyeball.
Netanyahu up. I can't
It's not my
do this.
chocobo.
I'm not gonna watch this.
It's not my America.
Oh my god, I'm not watching this. There's no.
What up,
way.
Gav?
No.
Need a blowjob?
So
You look
gross.
bored.
They use any and every opportunity to rehabilitate a psychotic war criminal like Netanyahu.
Can't
They're like,
I
"Oh,
just
man,
exit out
if
the
there
menu?
wasn't
Why do I
another
have to fast
Jewish
travel?
person you could have had on, it had to be
Why?
Netanyahu? Really?
Kanye West has said, I'm
Good.
a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Will Israel retaliate?
You know, anti-Semitism is the longest hatred in history. It goes back thousands of years. We've dealt with bigger problems than these stupidities. But you know, the communists blame the Jews for being capitalists. The capitalists blame the Jews for being communists. You have a problem, blame the Jews. It's old stuff. It shouldn't have any place in civilized discourse, and that's the reason we established.
The communists blame the Jews for being capitalists. What? Wait, what? Why did you just say that? Why did he start off with that? No, it's usually just the opposite. What? The most famous example of anti-Semitic hatred is quite literally the Nazis, which, by the way, this man very famously minimized the genuine anti-Semitism of. Like, if you're thinking about like a guy who is probably the worst person to speak on anti-Semitism, like Bibi Netanyahu is one of those people. Okay.
I'm here to help you, ma'am.
Bibi Netanyahu,
Drop your
unironically
pants,
stated
spiders.
Such profoundly awful things that he got widespread condemnation from a big chunk of the Jewish community, where he famously said Hitler wasn't individually anti-Semitic. He was convinced by the Palestinian Arabs to be anti-Semitic, like, which is just a revision, which is a Holocaust revision. Okay?
Use that
Straight up.
mid-air? Why?
He didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Hajj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said,
Come on,
"If you
pussies.
expel them,
Get over
they'll
here.
all come here. So what should I do with them?" He asked. He said, "Burn them."
He said that. This man's on some other shit.
The Jewish state, so the Jewish people would have defense against these absurdities, and sometimes they're coupled with violence. We don't let that happen again.
Oh my God. Liberals clapping for Bibi Netanyahu, who is not even popular in Israel, bro.
For multiple nights a week this month, thousands of Israelis have marched to the Prime Minister's official residence.
I want you to hear me, our Prime Minister. You disappoint me very, very much. And I was your #1 fan.
That's crazy.
I just want to read a few quotes from American congressmen, just to Congress people,
Fetch
rather,
dirt.
just to show that
Nice.
Kanye West's comment is not really out of order with some things that are said by people in more official positions. Here's one.
Forgot what
Israel
quest is
touch
next.
the world.
Like,
May Allah
smell
awaken
dog
the
shit or
people and help
something.
them see the evil doings of Israel. 10 years ago, if
Craft
you read
dog
that,
food
we had
for the hideaway.
would be from Hezbollah. That's an American congressperson. Another American congressperson says the reality of Israel's
Said a Hezbollah is an American congressperson.
Occupation and ethnic cleansing.
Isn't it
Palestinians live with
the
every day.
little Russian
Another one
guy?
says Israel targets media sources so the world can't see Palestinians being massacred. I have 3 questions.
Wait, what? What is he, like, doing 2 truths and a lie or something? Like, I don't get it. Ilhan Omar's original statement about, like, the hypnotization, saucy. Not good. Straight up. I'll say it. But the rest are just genocide denial. That's crazy. The rest are just Bill Maher being like, I don't agree with what they're saying about Israel, which is up. Like, they literally blew up the Associated Press building inside of Gaza, man. What?
It's for you. Are you massacring Palestinians? Are you ethnic cleansing, and are you an apartheid state?
Why is Bill Maher doing this? Like, I mean, I get why. He's such a piece of shit. But it is uniquely surprising that Mr. Religulous is over here defending, like, this religious theocratic apartheid state.
No, no, and no. I mean, these are all ridiculous.
Dude, what they're clapping for this shit too. That's crazy, man. That's actually wild.
Charges against the one democracy in the Middle East, the
yeah.
one democracy that upholds human rights, that defends freedom, and is America's best ally. So I think these people should wake up to reality, but I think that's a far too great a hope. It's not going to happen. We just have to defend ourselves against these people because they purvey lies. You ever hear the word fake news? This is fake old news. It goes back thousands of years. We're not impressed by it.
Okay. But could you...
What the bro, this is a bananas take, man. That's insane. That's crazy. Like, anti-Semitism impacts all Jews, okay? That's wild. There are plenty
Clive, why did
of
you
other
stop
Jews that
sprinting?
you could have pulled from to talk
You're
about
slowing down
anti-Semitism,
progress.
okay?
This is a
Not
speed
Netanyahu,
run. I
Yahoo,
got all the rings
okay?
equipped.
Oh my
Well,
lord.
2 out of 3.
How can you praise Hitler? Hitler was the greatest
Shut up, bitch. Give me the
of
quest.
all time, so anybody who
I'm gonna
praises
finger your
him is
chocobos.
wrong. Anybody who meets
Do
with
a
him
anal
gives him
gland
a
expression.
Yeah,
They're having problems shitting. They keep wiping their ass on your carpet.
Remember when you did
I'm your anal
Holocaust
gland
revisions
expression
and
expert.
said Hitler actually didn't
Give me their
hate the
buttholes.
Jews all that much until the Palestinian
Okay.
Mufti taught him to hate
I'll
the
get to
Jews
it
and
right
he
away.
wasn't even planning on killing all the Jews. People always, whenever I bring this up, people are like, "There's no shot he said that." Yeah, he did. Okay, he did. Netanyahu is a very bad guy. Okay, very, very, very bad guy. I'm waiting for Israel to finally come out and be like,
Oh
"Listen,
god,
unfortunately,
fucking
we keep hitting
fireflies.
like,
Get away, get away.
age demographic is
Get
just
away,
fucking
ew,
low."
beast.
You know what I mean?
He's doing Sigma face.
saying that they're going into the West Bank to try to prevent militants from being able to later carry out attacks, but it just seems to be perpetuating the cycle of violence. And we have been reporting it seemingly time and time again about how everything we're seeing is once again reminiscent of the days of the Second Intifada when Israeli tanks were seen in the actual cities themselves in the West Bank.
Ran right through 'em.
Today is something new because it's been confirmed now from Israeli military.
Please complete the quest. I don't want to run back. Thank you.
In the West Bank since 2000.
Oh.
You look at just the full number of soldiers, hundreds of Israeli soldiers.
Let me see that the ring. Does it give me extra experience
It's wild saying like
everywhere?
Michael Violence and shit because like in every sense of the word, it's like going to a kindergarten and
Oh, no,
slaughtering
just
them
EXP,
with an
overall.
AR-15, and you're like
That's good.
fully kitted out, okay? And then the
Hey,
kindergarten
Chocobo.
rocks at you and retaliation in the cycle of violence. Now, some of you might say,
What up,
"Oh,
bitch?"
well, Hassan, Palestinians are fully grown adults and human beings. Like, how dare you rid them of autonomy and treat them like they're kindergartners?" No, literally, some of the fucking kids, a lot of them are kindergartners that are getting fucking blown to bits because in Gaza and even in the West Bank now, anywhere where there are Palestinians that remain, their average age is insanely low. You guys want to know why that is the case? And most importantly, this used to be Gaza, okay? The world's largest open air prison where I forget what the average age is, but they've already massacred the able-bodied men. So of course what remains are fucking children.
The Gaza Strip is only 25 miles long and about
Oh, that's all you got?
40 miles wide.
Alright.
2 million Palestinians live packed into this tiny space, one of the most densely populated places in the world. Half are children. Many live in refugee camps speckled throughout the besieged territory. A stunning 80% of the population
Yes, nice
relies
tits.
on foreign aid. Aptly called an open-air prison, there are only two ways to leave the enclosed area. The Rez crossing into Israeli territory, and the Rafah crossing, which goes to Egypt. Both are completely controlled by hostile militaries. What Israel calls a border is actually a heavily militarized perimeter fence comprised of barbed wire, surveillance networks, and lethal no-go zones. If you roam too close to the so-called no-go zone, which extends 300 meters out from the fence, Israeli forces have authorized themselves to shoot to kill. Thousands of unarmed Palestinians have been shot for violating this rule in 2018 alone.
Now they're doing it in occupied West Bank. I'm old enough to remember that occupied West Bank and the encroachment in the form of settler colonial terrorism was actually seen as an objectively evil thing that Israel was not even openly advocating for, but even in some instances openly saying that it was wrong. They would be like, oh, these bulldozers, I mean, I don't know how they got there, but like, of course we would never supply infrastructural and military support to them, to very quickly being like, oh no, we're making the entirety of West Bank into a parking lot where we are purposefully, strategically blowing through Palestinian neighborhoods in an effort to set up additional checkpoints in between them and make lives completely uninhabitable for Palestinians living on Palestinian soil that Israel has no fucking business being there. I mean, they don't have any business being in the entirety of fucking Palestine, but let's be real, especially so even from like the most liberal, progressive perspective, right? And yet, here we are. The median age in Gaza is 18 and the West Bank median age is 21.9. Yeah. You got something to say? Good?
Carried out in Jenin. When you look at the bulldozers that are tearing up streets on the streets of Jenin. Now,
Why did I walk all this way?
To try it.
Any kind of coverage on this matter that doesn't reflect the reality that I just described to you, which is an apartheid regime set up by an apartheid regime with the express
What up, Marth?
a religious ethno-state, okay, a theocratic ethno-state. Anyone that does not explain it on such terms is lying to you. They're whitewashing genocide. Western media is absolutely doing this, okay, 100%.
These are not scenes that
Thank you
we
for the
are
meteorite.
seeing here, at least not since the days of the
Yes, very pretty hair.
This is ongoing.
They called it a military
Nice
operation.
makeup.
This is how Russia
Yes.
talks about Ukraine. Yeah.
How did Jill get makeup?
It's just a military operation. Except Israel is like significantly more successful than Russia is. Let's be real, because Ukraine is backed by the Western powers. Israel also backed by the Western powers. In a conflict like this, the party that is backed by Western powers is always going to have some level of upper hand. I mean, in the Ukraine situation, at least it's like even the playing field. I think in a serious way. But in the Israel-Palestine situation, it's just like incredible. You're using the most advanced weapons on people who literally don't have.
Damn, Torgal got a rollie.
97% of the
Nice
fresh
watch,
water in
Torgal.
Gaza is
Where'd you get that?
The vast majority of Gaza's water desalination plants, which produce fresh water, were destroyed or damaged by Israeli bombs and cannot operate. Fixing them.
God damn it, Clive. Why can't you sprint and talk?
Over 25% of all diseases in Gaza are directly caused by contaminated water. This alone makes conditions dire, but the near total absence of electricity makes quality of life border on impossible.
Alright. Let's get it. Come on. Great combo.
الكهرباء بتجينا 4 ساعات وباقي النهار بتبقى قاطعة 20 ساعة 16 ساعة بتبقى قاطعة ويعني لا احنا عارفين نتلج مي ولا عارفين نجيب اكل زي الناس يعني اكثرية الاكل تبعنا بيخرب بزمن قطع الكهرباء اصلا النفس اللي بنتنفسه هي الكهرباء وبنخاف برضه خطورته كبيره يعني لو اي ولد بلا ما خلي مسك شمعه وحرق الدار حطها في الاواعي بتنحرق. انا بالنسبه طموحاتي بهالحياه كثير. طموحاتي انه يكون عندي
It really didn't teleport me back. I thought I was gonna walk all the way back. No, thank you.
اعيشهم احلى عيشه. نفسي بلا اخذ يكون يجي يوم اني افرح فيه. بل بيجي كل يوم بيجي يوم عن يوم اسوأ من اليوم اللي بيجيه. للاسف. ايش نسوي؟ هذا الحصار دمر غزه، دمرنا. والله دمرنا.
Their water supply is completely controlled by the people using the advanced military war machine, you know?
Thank you, Martha. I appreciate the kind words, hospitality, everything. Thank you.
Has claimed them yet
Thank you. Thank you.
We know of at least 50 who have been injured. One Israeli soldier has been injured as well. But of course, for the civilians there, I was actually just in Jenin yesterday on the ground talking.
I wonder what happened. Did one of the IDF guys stub their toe?
Yeah, they gotta be pretty incompetent to get injured in this situation.
It's like we talked about the American war machine in Iraq.
Side
and
quests,
Afghanistan.
do
If
these.
There's one group of
What up, bitch?
occupying
Give me the
forces
quest.
that are directly doing even worse kinds of warfare, like disproportionate use of force against enemy combatants that are literally civilians with nothing. It's the Israeli occupying force against random Palestinian 14-year-olds.
Jesus Christ, everything in this game is so slow.
You are one of the most geared occupying force on the planet. It would literally be like, it'd be like if the American militarized police force was like literally going into a kindergarten and just like slaughtering everyone. Okay, they would like drive the fucking APC.
I feel like I can already spot some terrorist infrastructure though. I don't think this is. Let's picture those lights.
Yeah.
Super high voltage.
Well, the lights are there so that the terrorists can spot the big, beautiful, brave IDF vegan soldiers from afar, and then take pot shots with a sniper rifle.
Invasion of the refugee camp, say the atmosphere is very reminiscent of that bloody episode when Israel killed over 60
These bitches.
Palestinians and basically pummeled the refugee camp, destroyed it, leveled many of its neighborhoods to the ground, also under the very similar pretenses.
You know, it's hard for us to even get a read of what's going on the ground. We have live pictures right now as Jimmy, and as you can see, it's on the setting.
Yeah, refugee camp. Not sure how that works when they are.
I noticed that the ring doesn't use the snow dash. That's because the snow dash is slow as fuck.
That's what is happening. But yeah, it is. That is precisely what it is.
You can't use it to connect any attacks. It's just you can only use that. It does do like a cool counter,
water problem to being a net
but
water exporter to neighboring countries. Meanwhile, the population grew from 1 million to well over
other than that,
9
it's
million.
fucking useless.
97% of Gaza's water is undrinkable. Like everything else about Israel, the displacement and murder of Palestinians is the reality that this greenwashing attempts to obscure. Yeah. They have so much water, they're giving it to neighbors, dude. Except, you know, not the people that used to live there that you displaced and kill all the time. Insane. But again, they're based. They don't want the gay turning water. Palestinians, they want Palestinians to not turn gay with the water.
Oh,
That's what it is. That's why they deny them the vaccines. That's why they deny them modern medicine. That's why they deny them water. They deny Palestinians electricity so that they
What up,
don't
bitch?
have
I got
their
your
minds
shit.
melted, like brainwashed by TikToks. You know.
For Palestinians, these horrible scenes and these SOS calls from paramedics
Thank you. Come again.
and from residents of the refugee camp are part of a bigger and very violent picture of daily life under Israeli occupation. The Palestinians are ruled against their will by the Israelis, and in order to maintain that rule, which is violent in its nature, Israel conducts these campaigns against Palestinian resistance, which exists because the occupation.
Out here looking for Norris. Where's he at?
Your reporter was reporting out of Ukraine a few
Of course.
months ago and was
Down
talking
there.
about efforts to combat occupation there. It's pretty much the same when it comes to Palestinians. Unfortunately, the international reaction is very different.
Our reporting says that the
That was
United
pretty
States
good.
Biden administration is watching the situation closely, but it continues
Maybe
to
that's why
hold the
she's
line,
former
saying that
Palestinian
look,
Authority.
Israel is entitled to safeguard its security. I also want to get to
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. You cannot say that. It's like, dude, the situation is equivalent equivalent to, like I said, a bunch of fucking military, like hopped up psychopathic reactionary cops walking into a fucking kindergarten or just driving an armored personnel carrier to the wall of a kindergarten and then slaughtering all the fucking children in there, okay? You don't turn around and go, well, what about the cops' right to defend themselves? Okay? They have a right to safeguard themselves. It's like, you can't do that. That's an insane fucking take.
Needs to hold the line, saying
What up, Norris?
Israel is entitled to safeguard
Hey, your friends miss you. They thought you died.
from Hamas and Islamic Jihad.
Come back, please.
Yeah. What about Hamas and Islamic Jihad? Okay, what about them, dude? What do you want? What do they have? What does the Palestinian person have? What do they have for any kind of like even crumb of emancipation? Everyone always like Islamic Jihad and Hamas. First of all, Hamas also an Israeli/American counterbalance to the more
All you had to do was
Marxist,
walk through the swamp, asshole.
Revolutionaries still
Jesus
are,
Christ.
revolutionary groups that
No wonder you
originally
people
were
are failing.
popular, but you butchered them. So now there's only the fundamentalists left, okay? And you know, they're the only ones who are rising up
Thank
in
you,
arms
bitch.
to defend themselves. What are you supposed to do? Every American loves fantasizing about how if some motherfucker came to my house, some perverts came to my house and like try to fuck my wife, like I'd have my AR-15 and I'd shoot that fucker dead. You know what I mean? I have a right to defend myself. But like when it comes down to it, no Palestinian has a right to defend themselves against a brutal occupying force. Okay, you can't do that. They're always like, nope, not like that. Don't do that. What about Hamas? What about Hamas? It's like, what do they have? They have nothing. They have nothing. Like half the time when we talk about fucking rocket fire from
You just started
from
sprinting,
Gaza
Clive.
into Israel, right? The
You don't need to
worthy people,
stop
the
to
people that are
talk.
actually being, blown
Continue
away
the
that
adventure.
People should care about, right? Every single time they talk about Hamas, where do they
At
get
the
rockets
same
from?
pace.
Where?
Continue the
How
adventure
are
at the
they
same
making
pace.
the rockets? They're making it with projectiles that Israel threw into Gaza, okay? It's not like they got fucking rocket scientists out there. It's not like they got, you know, a litany of natural resources to build from. It's not like they have a steady flow of shit coming into fucking Gaza. They're literally making handmade rockets off of the fucking rockets that you shot down into Gaza. And all of those rockets are ultimately intercepted. Almost all of them are intercepted. You know how? 'Cause I'm a
Bro, what is
taxpayer
this?
US
Come on,
citizen,
Clive.
and I pay for the Iron Dome. So
Just
like,
keep
I
dashing
literally
until
have
you
already-
reach them.
I'm already defending Israel every goddamn day with my taxes, okay? I have, time and time again, said we should sell to both sides. Like, if Israel gets an Iron Dome, Palestine, across the board, okay? Palestinians deserve Stingray missiles, or Stinger missiles. They deserve like a howitzer launching system. They deserve an Iron Dome of themselves. You double up on the money. Just give them the Iron Dome, too. Give them HIMARS. Treat it like Ukraine, you know what I mean? Fucking bullshit. Are Palestinians
What up,
supposed
pussy?
to
I'll
sit
find
there
your friend.
forever until they're granted rights by an
Or his
occupying
son,
force?
wife,
Yeah.
whatever.
That's exactly right. Like, what are they supposed to do? They're like, what about Hamas? What about Hamas? Like, yeah, I'm sorry that, like, you know, the only people that have, like, an armed form, like the only people that are basically the functional government of an open-air prison that Israel manages happen to be fundamentalists and are not, like, woke for you, okay? And by that same logic, like, Ukraine doesn't meet that metric either, but you don't give a fuck when you see the black sun on every fucking military patch on Ukrainian soldiers, because it doesn't matter, because it's like more manageable because they're white. That is an armed emancipation cause that you are on board with. You don't care.
What about Russia's right to self-defense?
Nazis equals Islamists? No, that's not what I'm saying, man. Shut the fuck up. Like, you're leaping here, okay?
Might
First of
switch
all,
Garuda
if
with the
Nazis
Thunder
equals
class.
Islamists, I'm sure the U.S. media wouldn't have that much
Come
of a
on,
problem
what
with
the
fucking
fuck is this?
fundamentalists, okay? They would be like, no, these guys are awesome. You can't look at this as like, oh, what are their politics in this regard? Oh, what are their personal perspectives here? It's the government, dog. What are you supposed to do? Think about it this way. America shot down the fucking Chinese balloon like a couple months back, okay? Some dumbass balloon drifted over U.S. airspace, okay, on accident. Think about that. That's what the government is supposed to do. The government's supposed to protect you, right? So what the fuck is Hamas supposed to do if they're the government? They're supposed to protect you from Israeli missile attacks, okay? They're supposed to retaliate. That's what they're doing. That's the government, dog. Of course they're gonna do that.
Strike Israel by all available means to stop the massacre.
Yeah, and their available means are just fucking kites. That
Let me
they
try
put,
Thunder.
that they put like incendiary, like the little bit of incendiary fuel
Instead
that they can
of
find on those
Garuda?
kites, so they can like try to fucking fling the kite over the border wall so it can like drop on crops, dude. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, how devastating, how terrifying.
I mean, how much of a tipping point are we at here in terms of an escalation, especially, you know, all
I don't even have enough.
basically
Can I take away from something else?
for more violence, is it not?
Like, if you want to stop Hamas's power, or if you want to stop
fuck this.
Palestinian attacks, stop fucking making more radicalized babies who are gonna understandably want to take up arms against this unlawful, unjust, and cruel apartheid state that's occupying their land. Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to fucking grab a gun and defend yourself? It is the most honest, most just, most understandable reaction to watching your fucking baby cousin get blown to bits in her crib, okay? You see that shit, you're not gonna be the same ever again. You look at a situation where every single child, every single Palestinian child has PTSD. Every single one. What are they supposed to do? How is this supposed to stop? How is the hurt supposed to stop in any other way? It's not like they can ask kindly, and if they do ask kindly, Israel will go, fuck, man. I didn't realize how bad things were. I didn't realize we were sitting in Sidarot Cinema, propping fucking couches on hilltops to watch with binoculars as Israeli snipers sniped down 14-year-olds. I didn't realize that was morally unhinged, okay?
If you look at mass media, the story you find is that they fire hundreds of rockets into Israeli cities right across the border. Everything before that point is left out. Most commonly, we hear of rockets hitting the border city of Sderot. It is home to the notorious Sderot Cinema.
Alright, let's try Thunder. That shit looks pretty crazy.
Bombs fall onto Gaza.
Didn't realize that. My bad. I didn't realize that it was fucked up
all
to
fully
watch
upgraded.
Palestinian babies get blown to fucking bits by U.S.-backed
Mastered.
artillery.
Good. Let's go.
Air support and artillery and all this technology that we are also helping Israel utilize and deploy on unsuspecting Palestinian babies. I didn't realize watching
What up,
that
bitch?
shit
I'm here
like
for you,
those
boy.
fireworks was actually kind of unhinged, genocidal, bloodthirsty. I didn't realize it was like that. I thought it was kind of
Thank
tight
you.
that we were doing
I don't have
that.
to walk
You
all
were
the way back to that
traumatizing your guys?
dipshit.
Bro acting like Palestinians don't do the same thing. Yeah.
Thanks, bro, for the meteorite and warite.
Yeah,
Have
dude,
a nice
it's
day.
so crazy. Yeah, 14-year-old Palestinians
Ramir.
deploying missile strikes into different parts of Israel. It's, you know, they're always just like, they're flying the Palestinian Air Force. Gaza Air Brigade Commander Mahmoud is fucking flying a plane over Tel Aviv and just deploying artillery and bombs on the beaches. Also famously backed by the U.S. military, of course. Palestinians have those extremely sophisticated NATO weapons. If a Palestinian ever acquires a NATO weapon, it's because some dumbass Israeli soldier dropped it, okay? That's the only way they're getting that shit. Let's be fucking real.
Ryan, Colleen Ballinger just put out an apology video, and YouTubers put out apologies all the
shit.
time. I know, but she's apologizing for exploiting children. Well, that's not good, but unfortunately that's pretty common with YouTubers too. You don't get it. Listen, in the apology video, she's playing too. You don't get it. Listen, in the apology video, she's playing the ukulele the entire time. What?
Impossible.
You're lying. I wish I was. She can't do this. Apologizing while playing
She
the
did it.
ukulele. Cringe levels this high have never been seen before on YouTube. I know. I don't know why. Why would she do this? It doesn't even benefit her. I guess this is just what millennial theater kids do. I don't know if they can help it. You don't understand. Cringe levels this high could rip a hole in the fabric of YouTube. This must be stopped. These millennials must be stopped! I know what must be done. Give me my ukulele.
I warned you all that an apology video is not the time to perform a self-righteous song where you refuse to take accountability for your actions. And I warned you that if you're a millennial white person, you should stay far away from the ukulele. But did Colleen Ballinger listen to me? No, of course she didn't. No one ever listens to Ryan, and now look where we are. Colleen Ballinger's ukulele apology video is like a millennial supernova. All of the worst parts of millennial culture converged, causing a massive explosion and leaving behind
Oh,
a
God,
black
my
hole
back.
of pain and misery.
Too much Final
Every
Fantasy.
single negative stereotype associated with millennials is present in this video. That they're self-obsessed and they lack self-awareness and they refuse to grow up and they're fake and they treat everything like they're living in a fucking Disney movie. Obviously, these are just stereotypes that don't apply to most millennials, but if there were a spokesperson for the most millennial, I think Colleen Ballinger would be that person. Now, I think it's pretty fucking obvious that choosing to play the ukulele in this video was a horrible choice. Pretty much every commentary YouTuber under the sun has agreed that this is the worst apology video of all time. So I'm more interested in the question of why? Why would she choose to do this? Like, there's no way that she thought this was the best move for her career. I can't imagine her thinking that all of the
This
sponsors
is
that decided to
so
stop working with
boring.
her would be like, well, she was accused of grooming kids, but she did play the ukulele, so I guess we have to reconsider. And there's no way that she thought this would gain her some sort of, like, widespread sympathy, because I feel like she's smart enough to know that responding to child abuse allegations by playing the ukulele would turn her into a laughingstock.
I'm gonna
So
teleport.
in my opinion, she didn't do this for the money. She didn't
I'll
do
save
this
that
to
50-yard
gain people's
walk.
favor. She did this because she has
30 yards.
legitimately deluded herself into thinking that she's some sort of martyr, that she's the latest victim of cancel culture, and that she needs to take a stand against the oppressive
Cancel culture,
teenagers
no!
on Twitter that are being mean to her. Sometimes celebrities are just willing to throw away their entire career if it means standing up to the people that they think have wronged them. Does cancel culture go too far
Hop the
sometimes?
fence.
Yes, obviously, but when you're being accused of child abuse, that is not the time to pull out the cancel culture card. But hey, when a white woman decides that she wants to go on a self-righteous crusade about how she's the real victim after she hurt children, I say we pop a bag of popcorn, sit back, and enjoy the show.
Or hop on the toxic gossip train.
Let me take a second to thank today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. As I'm sure we are all well aware, it can be an absolute
Let's go,
pain to
daddies.
find stuff to watch online. Especially now because there's a million
Oh, they're
different
dead.
streaming services and they all lock availability
More?
on what you can watch.
Get over here.
It is just the worst. Well, Surfshark VPN
Hello,
allows
kitty.
you to travel the world with just one click.
Yes, I'm gonna get you
by
more catnip.
connecting you to servers around the world. Recently, I've been really loving the TV show The Bear, but the second season was just not available in Australia whatsoever. But with Surfshark, all I had to do was connect to the US server, log into Hulu, and then start watching. It was that simple. Also, a lot of shopping
Thank you,
websites
Torval,
like
for
Amazon
fucking up my
have
finisher.
exclusive deals
I still
that are
got him.
locked to certain
Kicked him right in his
countries
jaw.
that you can only
Hey,
access
kitty.
by being in those countries. Well, with Surfshark, you can
Bored?
access those deals. Also, if you happen to be traveling and you want to
coming through later, no.
back home, all you have to do is
Here.
connect to Surfshark,
Hey.
and it's like you never even left.
Why'd
Whenever
you
I'm
sit on the
feeling a
chair?
bit
I got the
homesick
chair
for
here.
America while I'm living in Australia, all
Get
I have
up
to
on
do
the
is
chair.
connect to Surfshark,
Come
and
on.
I can access all those websites that I love from back home. Surfshark offers over 3,200 different servers across 100 different countries. And if you happen to have any issues, Surfshark offers 24/7 support via live chat, email, or social media. They also offer great additional packages like Surfshark
Come on.
Alert, which will help monitor your personal data, check for any potential data
Alright.
breaches,
Do
and
you?
help you protect your identity. And they even offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if it turns out that Surfshark wasn't exactly what you're looking for, no worries. So, click the link in the description below or go to surfshark.deals/beard and enter the promo code BEARD for 83% off and an extra 3 months absolutely free.
Thank you,
and
sir.
Start surfing the world today using Surfshark VPN. Thanks again to Surfshark. Really quickly, let's go through the most serious allegations against Colleen so we're all on the same page. I made a video on my other channel doing a more thorough breakdown
love
of the
walking.
situation if you want to go check that out, but let's just do a quick rundown here. It is alleged that she got minors to do unpaid labor for her, she sent a minor her underwear in a fan giveaway, she asked a minor to send her a pic of his ass, she discussed sexual topics with minors, she had children reach...
Wait. Okay, I haven't seen anybody run through the allegations this quick.
Quick rundown here. It is alleged that she got minors to do unpaid labor for her. She sent a minor her underwear in a fan giveaway. She asked a minor to send her...
My ass looks so good today, y'all. How are your teeth still straight? Did you have those metal ones? Pix Adam. Oh, that was Adam with the Miranda Cosgrove profile picture.
A pic of his ass. She discussed sexual topics with
Very
minors.
naughty, Colleen.
She had children reach into her pants on stage, and she spread children's legs open on stage, and she allegedly showed Trisha Paytas's nudes to a minor.
Oh,
now, the next
no.
question is, did
Wait.
Colleen allegedly commit any crimes? Well, it's illegal to solicit unpaid labor from minors, it's illegal to ask minors to send you obscene images, and it's illegal to send minors obscene images of adults. Now, Colleen might say that she didn't actually
She said Pix Adam. They could have been any pics.
This minor Adam to send a picture of his ass, and that this was just a joke. But the just a joke defense usually doesn't hold up very well in court when it comes to asking minors for obscene images. But in my opinion, the most damning allegation against Colleen is that she showed Trisha Paytas's nudes to a minor.
Damn.
If this is true, this is a federal crime that could and should land her in prison. This should go without saying, but there is no excuse for adults to be showing pornography to minors. And the fact that she responded to these types of very serious allegations by playing the ukulele is one of the craziest things anyone has ever done on the internet.
It's Colleen, baby.
That's
YOLO.
enough explaining the situation.
We're on the toxic gossip train now. Anything goes. Oh, this is a banger.
It's been a while since you saw my face.
I've never seen you before. I've never watched her.
A lot of people are saying some things about
Actually, I think I've seen her before, but I'd never watched her. She looked really cringe. Lipstick all over her face.
So you're mad that people on the internet are believing things that aren't true. But the thing is, almost everything that I mentioned has... You should provide up. So if you want to say almost everything that I mentioned has evidence to back it up. So if you want to say that these allegations aren't true, then you should provide some sort of evidence that proves that my evidence is somehow fabricated. But for some reason, you've decided not to do that. You've just decided to sing a little ukulele tune. I wonder if that means that maybe the allegations are accurate. I guess we'll never know.
all aboard
The toxic gossip train.
chugging down the tracks of
Misinformation. She should add some ad libs. Get Lil Yachty on the track. Station.
So here we've got the chorus of our little song, The Toxic Gossip Train.
The Mr. Krabs AI is my favorite cover of the Toxic
If you're gonna
Gossip Train.
respond to child grooming allegations
He makes
through
it funny.
song, it better be fucking catchy. So, I agree that the internet is toxic, and one of the toxic things about the internet is that there aren't proper protections in place to keep children safe.
Oh.
And you took advantage of that toxicity.
She's singing
by
about
getting
herself.
minors into a group chat with you and having inappropriate conversations with them. And you also weaponized these children to go harass people who spoke out against you. So you actually loved the toxicity of the internet until that toxicity came around and bit you in the ass. Are there some toxic people on the internet that take things too far? Obviously, but sitting here and complaining about how toxic the internet is after being accused of abusing children would be like, I don't know, being in court for example, sending nudes to minors and getting up on the stand and being like, oh, Your Honor, the legal system is just so toxic. Because, yeah, the legal system in America is toxic, and there are a ton of problems with the legal system. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We are talking about how you committed crimes and hurt children.
Hi everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few
I love when YouTubers do this thing where they're like, everyone told me not to talk about this. My lawyer, my publicist, my manager. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna talk about it anyway because I'm raw and unfiltered. Sometimes it
And then
actually
directly
is good
addresses
to filter
nothing.
yourself. Sometimes filtering is necessary, like with coffee, for example. If you don't filter coffee, then all you're gonna get is a cup of hot water with beans floating in it. And that's what watching this apology is like. It's like drinking hot bean water. So, Colleen, the next time someone says that you should filter yourself, you should listen to them so we don't all have to choke on your bean water.
No, my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say. I recently realized they never said that I could sing.
Truly
This is a really good
insane.
combination of
Saying,
classes.
well, they didn't tell me I couldn't sing is the most theater kid response I have ever heard in my entire life, and you are making me embarrassed that I was ever a theater kid. So now we've had Colleen singing her response, we've had Sienna May dancing her response. What's next? Juggling while responding to allegations, hula hooping while responding to allegations, or doing magic tricks while responding to allegations.
Ooh,
Like
that'll be
she
good.
Pulls a pair of her underwear out of a hat and says, "It's not weird that I gave this to children." She locks her phone in a box and then says, "When I open this box, all of the nudes that I sent to children will be magically deleted."
She pulls a kid's nude out the back of her ear.
I used to message my
Gotcha.
friends, but
It's Adam's ass.
like a lot of you are trying to suggest. It was more of a
Jesus.
kind of way. I was just trying to be
The Ring of Timely Destruction does not do well with this monster.
when you go to like a family gathering, and there's a weird aunt there who's coming up to you and going like, "Hey girl, what's the tea?" And you're like, that was me.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, she's just like a loser aunt. We all have that one loser aunt who you're sitting at Thanksgiving dinner with, and she leans over and says, "Hey kiddo, put your hand in my pants. I put some cranberry sauce in my coochie. You're gonna scoop it out and show it to everybody, and everybody will laugh."
Scoop it is
It's
a golden
hilarious."
ticket in there.
No, it's not weird. This is a family tradition. Last year, Uncle Jimmy put a baked potato up his taint, and it took the kids 2 hours to find it. Come on, it's funny. Don't
It's
be
juicy.
such a potty pooper.
There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which was really weird of me. I haven't done that for years, you see.
I haven't subscribed to this guy. It's a good It's a good video.
That's not very interesting, is it?
Colleen, so far all that you've taken accountability for is being a loser who overshares about her life. No one was asking you to take accountability for that. That is a given. We all can see that you are a loser. We're asking you to take accountability for hurting children.
Come here,
But
pussies.
You refuse to do that
I don't have time for this
because
shit.
It's harder to come to terms with the fact that your actions might have hurt people, and it's easier to choose to live in ukulele la la land.
In all seriousness, I do think it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes.
Stop right where you are.
That everyone can learn from their
I'm not gonna
mistakes,
tolerate this shit anymore.
change their behavior, and be a better person. This is something that I've always tried to do when I make mistakes. It's something that I will continue to try to do with life.
Ooh, very snarky, very sassy. saying
Yeah.
that we don't actually care if you take accountability. We just want to destroy you. I actually would appreciate if you took accountability for your actions, but
Can you
that's
please get out of
not
the
what
way?
you're doing in this song. You are just being incredibly defensive and dismissive, and I think you are well aware of this. I think you know that no one is asking you to take accountability for being a loser. They're asking you to take accountability for hurting children, which you refuse to do.
Thought you want me to take accountability. That's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No. Your goal
What
is
the
to ruin
fuck
life of
happened?
the person you despise while
Did I
you
dodge and do
advertise
the
your lies
freeze?
and
Oh
monetize
shit, I did.
their demise.
It never does that.
I'm sure as a commentary YouTuber, I'm one of the people that she thinks dramatizes and monetizes people's demise. And, you know, she's not wrong.
Oh, your friend is
But
dead.
I
Your
think
life
the
is over.
benefit that comes
Give up
from
now.
commentary
Suck my dick.
YouTube is
Let the other knee
ability
down. Come
to
on.
broadcast
Just
to a
put it in your
large
mouth.
audience that something isn't okay. Obviously, us commentary YouTubers aren't like saviors or anything, but hopefully by all of us laughing at how stupid Colleen is, that will cause
Some
a
good
few people
XP.
watching these videos
Looking
to
good.
be more careful in the future about the ways they interact with children so they don't end up like Colleen. That is the benefit of publicly shaming people, that hopefully over time people learn that if you hurt kids, there are consequences.
I just spent 36 gil at the town in at the something pub. I don't even know what that is.
So you actually don't have to be a perfect
In my
person
little
to
pony back.
criticize other people. I'm definitely not a perfect person.
What up,
If we had
pussies?
this impossible
Fucking
standard
bombs. I
that
hate these
only
guys.
perfect people
Pieces
can
of shit.
criticize other people, then no one would ever be criticized, and people would just be allowed to hurt people with no repercussions. And you just said a minute ago that it is good to hold people accountable for their actions. So which one is it? Is it good to hold people accountable, or can only perfect people hold other people accountable?
Bring out the daggers.
That pile drive is nice.
Stab me repeatedly.
In my little pony back.
I love her bony little back. Everything she's doing is trying to make herself appear as small and non-threatening as possible. The cutesy ukulele, talking about how skinny she is, putting on a face filter so that her skin looks smooth, filming herself from a slightly high angle looking down so that she looks small. But
I see it
ironically,
now.
sometimes when you try
Innocent.
really hard to
Forgiven.
make yourself seem non-threatening, that can actually make yourself seem more threatening. So, sorry,
Yeah.
Colleen, we can all see through your "I'm just a small little bean who could never hurt a fly" act.
Man, this guy's hitting it right on the nose.
Disappointed in my shitty little song. I know you wanted me
We're gonna
to
play some
say
more
that
Colleen
I
Ballinger
was
remixes after this,
in the wrong
and
boat.
AI covers.
Sorry, I'm not gonna take that route.
I actually don't need you to be 100% in the wrong. I just need you to take accountability for the things you did do and the ways you did hurt children. Either that or show me some evidence that you actually didn't hurt children, but that's not going to be very easy to do because there's a mountain of evidence that you did hurt them.
I also wanted to take a minute to talk about that girl Miranda sings. You know,
That
you
bitch.
met her? She's PG-13. It says that on my website, and it's always been that way.
I do not care
That
if
way.
Miranda is supposed to be rated PG-13,
Oh,
rated
big boy.
R, or
Hey,
rated
Grandma.
XXX. None
Where you
of
got that big stick,
justifies
Grandma?
having children
Grandma?
reach into your pants or
Grandma, what are you
sending
doing?
children nudes. There is
What?
a
Why are you trying to hit me, Grandma?
between
Fuck you,
just
Grandma.
making raunchy jokes and
Calling Grandpa
traumatizing
back.
actual children by doing violating things.
Shouldn't have stopped him from beating you. Ungrateful bitch. Fuck you. And fuck Mom too.
Dumb mistakes, yes. Am I sad that there's romantic habituality?
No.
Was my intention to manipulate?
Man, these classes are pretty nasty that I got. This combination is great. I love it.
There are a lot of things that
Ice,
qualify
fire,
as
well,
mistakes.
fire, thunder, and
For
ice.
example, dropping a bowl of soup is a mistake. And also, hitting a child with your car and committing vehicular manslaughter is also a mistake.
Yeah.
There is a wide range of harm that can come from
Hey, bro,
mistakes.
you gonna use the,
And it's
yeah,
also
thank you,
possible
pile
to
drive.
be manipulating people without being consciously aware that that's what you're doing. In the past, did Colleen sit down and
Oh my!
consciously think to
What
herself,
the fuck was that,
manipulate
bro?
some
God
kids to
damn! Chill
Maybe
out.
not, but I don't really care that much if she was consciously aware that her actions were hurting kids. It's kind of like debating between whether someone
Chill,
committed
bro.
first-degree murder,
There we go.
second-degree
Calm
murder,
down.
or manslaughter. Because, well, it is important to have this debate when it comes to sentencing people for their crimes. The most important thing is that they killed someone. And in the same way, whether or not you intentionally manipulated these children,
Oh, bitch, you're
the
done.
most important thing is that you traumatized these children and that you committed crimes.
Let me tell you, it's not very fun to have millions of people all over the world call you the most vile,
3? What the fuck was
horrendous,
that?
disgusting, life-ruining words a person could be called, in my opinion. It doesn't matter that these things aren't true. Everyone just believes that you are the type of person who
Damn,
manipulates
Torgal.
and abuses children. I just wanted to say that the only thing
That guy did a lot of fucking damage. He could have killed me twice.
just to
with that one attack.
This is so crazy. She has this like serious moment where she looks like she's about to cry, but then she follows that up with this quippy, "The only thing I've ever groomed is my 2 Persian cats," which is like the type of joke a Disney villain would make if a Disney villain was a child abuser.
No, I know this video won't change anyone's mind about me. Still felt it was important to come on here.
Come on, pussies. Daddy's back. New game plus Final Fantasy mode, but with all my rings equipped. So now you're all fucked. Completely fucked. You have no chance. Give me your mom's number, your hot older sister's number.
Yes, we get it. You don't think that you had bad
Your brother's
intentions.
number that's in college.
Very
Fuck it.
rarely do people
I don't
who
fuck
do bad
guys,
things
but
think
I know someone
they
that
have
does.
bad intentions. Most people have some sort of mental gymnastics that they do to justify the ways they hurt people. And you have done mental gymnastics to justify making this entire song about you. Not once did you actually take accountability for the ways your actions could have hurt people. And you know what? I think you are.
Why do
well
the
aware of
firebombs
this.
have so
I
much
think
goddamn
you made this
health?
little song to
I remember the
troll
game, these things used to be weak if you hit them with some
no one would be
ice.
playing the
But they're
ukulele if they were actually taking
just waving off
elevations
everything.
seriously.
Hit them with a
You
little
think
water
that you're
ice.
being so smart
I don't think
and
ice
so
worked.
subversive, and that you're above
Did
all of
ice?
this
Did they have
toxic
water and
internet
ice, or was
shit,
it just
and that
ice?
The people criticizing you don't
In the-
even deserve for you to take accountability.
Whatever.
But deep down, I think you made this song because you're scared and because you can see that your career is quickly heading down the toilet, so you made this song to stick it to anyone who dares criticize you. And hey, maybe you got to have what you wanted. You got to have a little bit of fun and have a last little theater kid moment as you sent a middle finger to everyone who came out against you as your career went up in flames. So with this horrible song that everyone agrees is one of the worst things to be ever put on YouTube, I hope you at least got what you were looking for, I guess. And you know what? Maybe this is all toxic gossip, and maybe I am monetizing your demise, but hopefully through all of us collectively taking a shit on you, a few kids will
Get over
have
here.
just a
Got
little
my
bit more
potions.
safe in the future because a few more people realize that your type of behavior is unacceptable. Because keeping kids safe is what actually matters, not protecting your fragile little ego. Well, now that we've gone through that abomination together,
Jesus, look at
I
that
have made
stagger
my own
damage.
version of her song. Except my version is just a little bit more, I don't know, honest.
Recently, people been spreading rumors that I'm some kind of creepy groomer. I'm not creepy, I'm like your quirky aunt who sometimes makes you stick your hand down her pants. This is
Whoa,
just
Auntie.
a joke she
Please,
likes to
Auntie.
do, and sometimes she shows you her friends' nudes. It's not
Auntie, I don't want to see your friend's naked tits. Her butthole. Stop it. I don't want to see your friend's Jenna's gaping pussy.
joke she doesn't mean to offend. Can your auntie come over and spend some time with your friends? We can all laugh about
Oh, lucky
your
bitch.
husband's
Damn, this guy's got some fucking health on him.
underwear. Wait, why'd you tell me to stop? Don't get mad. These are all just jokes, but don't tell your parents. They don't need to know. You told your mom, how could you do this? We were having fun, why did you ruin it? Toxic gossip train. All aboard for station manipulation. But
Oh, I
I'm
like
the
this
one
mix.
who's manipulating you. Everyone else is. They don't get you like I do. They're just trying to tear me away. Has anyone ever told you you're really unsure? They think I'm a creep. They think I'm a weirdo. But it's not that weird to show kids
God
what
damn
Tracy's
it.
got down below. That they wanted to know. I'm like a sex ed class for all my fans to pass. The cancel culture's gone too far this time. I heard they made up something called federal crimes. I don't know what those words
That's not fair. Federal government shouldn't intervene.
destroy choline. The only thing that I've ever groomed is my cats. It's not that weird.
Oh.
See you pics of their ass, so stop with the witch hunt.
That's pretty bold.
It's not my fault that kids like looking at Trisha's cunt. Toxic gossip train. All aboard for station manipulation. Toxic
I like this
gossip
mix.
train.
Pretty good.
Spreading lies to ruin my reputation. You can't take my career away. I was on fucking Waitress on fucking Broadway. I had a Netflix show. I had the perfect life until you stupid children came and took your knives and stabbed me in the back. You were my fucking friends. Why would you do this to me? When will this nightmare end?
Damn, this guy is thick. Holy shit. Forgot how much health this guy had. Dumb bitch. Yes. He's got the lipstick on. What up, B? You good? Gonna watch Tommy Ballinger. Oh, just her back. Where am I going? Right here. Oh, well, this is the Creep, orchestra version. I just realized. No! No way, I staggered him already. This poor guy, Jesus. Man, that was a good video. That was funny. That was 30 minutes? That passed by so quick. Felt short.
Let's take a look at what's going on here, because I have no clue what's going on. This happened like this dropped an hour ago.
We are following breaking news out of Russia where Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, says that his forces have left Ukraine and are headed into Russia.
Now, I know Prigozhin and Shoigu have been having like a huge issue recently. Like Prigozhin was like, my guys aren't getting enough stuff, and Shoigu gets the Russians killed, and the only reason why we've taken Bakhmut is because my soldiers, and Shoigu's been trying to hamper that, and he needs to stop. And then recently,
there we go.
said that all PMC and all mercenaries
I didn't even let him finish getting staggered.
under the Russian Federation need to be, soaked into the broader Russian military with Shoigu as their only commanding leader, making Prigozhin be, basically be sidelined in his own paramilitary.
Again, that was level 1.
And he said no, right? And he also said that earlier that he wanted to leave Bakhmut, but the Russian, Ministry of Defense said that you can't leave. If you leave, then we'll call you a traitor and try to kill you.
Oh, this asshole of the Undertaker. Get over here, bitch.
Prigozhin, who's the head of the paramilitary group, mercenary group, Wagner PMC, literally, and Shoigu, who's the Ministry of Defense and commander of the armed forces in Russia, right? So just so you know what I'm talking about, okay? There's a lot of people around there, like Kadyrov, the Chechenian warlord, who's also has a paramilitary group that's working around Melitopol in Ukraine. So yeah, there's a lot of little mini groups in there, as well as the DNR and the LNR sort of paramilitary groups that are working with. There's a bunch of little mini paramilitary groups in warlords who are working with the Russian military, right? And the Russian military themselves. But basically, they said that all of those military groups need to be wrapped in under Shoigu, or else he'll get obliterated. And the big problem, and the big problem is that Shoigu basically throws his boys in the meat grinder and gets them killed. If you remember at the beginning of the war, where it was just have Russians walk in a single file line and get pierced through the heart with a tank round. That was basically Shoigu's doing. So the PMC groups don't want to be under Shoigu. The PMC group leaders don't want to be under Shoigu and have their power taken away. They hate Shoigu, honestly. And so it makes a lot of sense that they're fighting. But I didn't think. I knew it was gonna get pretty far. I didn't know when, but it seems like it's finally happening.
This is an act that senior members of the Russian military intelligence are calling a coup attempt. This comes hours after he accused the Russian military of targeting his Wagner troops in Ukraine with missiles. Prigozhin has become increasingly vocal in his criticism of Russia's military leadership. The White House says it's monitoring the situation very closely, but is...
Yeah, I think Yevgeny Prigozhin actually told Shoigu and other Russian officers, he said that they need to be executed for treason. He said that they need to be executed. He said that he said some other crazy stuff. He said some crazy stuff. It's wild stuff. It's genuinely curious, some of the stuff that they've been saying recently back and forth. But they hate each other. Just so you know, if you need to know anything, they really, really, really hate each other. And Shoigu gets people killed a lot. And it's not like Shoigu is close with Putin either. I think recently Shoigu and Putin recently met, and Putin constantly kept his back to here basically. So this is Shoigu here, and Putin. So this is Shoigu. Obviously, this is Putin. This is how Putin greets and respects Shoigu. Nice one. He constantly keeps his back turned towards him. He doesn't even look at him. He doesn't speak to him. Because he delegated basically if they win in Ukraine to Shoigu, and if they lose in Ukraine to Shoigu, and he'll be executed. Or, my bad, I'm sorry. Russia doesn't do that. He'll maybe accidentally slip out of a windowsill at some point in time and fall 3 stories. Who knows, possibly. Or, you know, he could die of a poisoning at some point in time, possibly. If things don't go well, so, you know. Shoigu's definitely pretty, Shoigu's definitely on edge and trying to, make himself look good with the Russian populace and Putin. So I can see him taking pretty drastic measures against the PMC groups that have basically been calling for his head ever since the invasion started.
Is alarmed at potential tension in this nuclear armed country. I'm joined now by NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. He's in Kyiv. It's in the middle of the night there. But Raf, this is a serious development.
Land on the bullet. Hate to see it.
This is a serious development, Ali, and in just the last couple of minutes, our colleagues at the White House have confirmed President Biden has been briefed on this confusing situation unfolding
President
in Russia
Biden has
in the middle
been
of the night.
sent
It is out 3
to
a.m.
kill
here in
Prigozhin
Ukraine.
himself.
It is 3 a.m. in Moscow. Here's what we know.
That's
the
my
Russian
president.
government, as you said, is accusing Evgeny Prigozhin, the volatile head of the Wagner mercenary group, of mounting a coup against the Russian government. The domestic intelligence agency, the FSB, has opened a criminal case. They are accusing Prigozhin of armed rebellion, and President Putin has been briefed on this criminal case, which is the Kremlin's way of signaling that this has approval from the very top.
Oh, it's so over for this guy. This guy is so dead. This guy's going to escape to Africa, or this guy's going to start to kill people or escape to Africa, or maybe both. There's only really two places where he can go now. Full on coup. I don't think it's a full on coup as far as I've seen. I think he's okay. So what I think happened is that he started to get too.
Oh my god.
And so they're going to kill him. That's what I think is happening. I don't even think that Prigozhin is trying to, coup the Russian government. I don't believe that he is. I haven't heard him ever say anything bad about Putin. What I think he's trying to do is try to take some of the clout that he's gotten and try to do a show of force against Shoigu to be able to, not lose his troops and not lose his place, since he's also betting that if things fall apart, he has a loyal group of, he has a loyal military under him who will follow his words, right? What I think is that he just started to get uppity, started to not know his place, and so they're going to kill him. That's what I think. He started to get too independent, so they're going to be murdering him. Because I highly doubt that he's trying to coup the Russian government that he knows is way bigger and way more funded. He gets
Damn, he's gonna have a lot of health.
Funding from
Shit.
that government. I don't think he's doing that. I think they're just going to kill him. Because here's the thing, you may be wondering why does Russia have this many paramilitary groups and warlords and stuff like that? Because they're useful. They're useful to delegate issues to, and then you can have them do things that that you wouldn't want the military of the Russian Federation to get their hands dirty with, and you can have a level of separation because they're technically not under Russian control. They're technically illegal, actually. Paramilitary groups and these types of groups are illegal in Russia. So, and the only reason why they're allowed to continue and allowed to even get funding and weapons and stuff like that is because the state allows them to. But if anything happens, they can easily cut the head off and bury them once they become an issue. And it seems like that's what they're trying to do here. Is they're like he's no longer useful, so he's going to be killed. So I think what's more likely is that he lost his sense of place, and he's now going to be killed.
In the last hour, Prigozhin, who has been releasing a series of audio messages all night, says he has moved his troops out of Ukraine towards the southern Russian city of Rostov. He says he has not met resistance from Russian forces, that both border guards and regular army troops have melted away in the path of his forces. Ali, we should be really clear. Prigozhin is a man with a history of exaggeration. Not everything he says can be taken at face value. At this moment, we have no independent verification that a column of Wagner troops is indeed advancing into southern Russia, but that is the claim that the Wagner chief is making right now, and it appears that the Kremlin is taking no chances. Russian state media says that the Kremlin has tightened security in Moscow and in other Russian cities, and this is a government right now that appears to be preparing to fend off a coup.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna kill him. Once again, that's just me. That's what I think from looking at the outside and following what's been going on with the interpersonal and inter-military group politics between these guys. I think they're just gonna be executing this fucking guy. I don't even think he's doing much. I think they're gonna execute him. That's just me though. Oh, they're gonna kill this guy. I think they're gonna try to make an example out of him. I think they're gonna hang his body from like the Kremlin. If I'm gonna keep it real with you, because like they're going.
Damn, he has so much fucking health.
Things have started to fall apart for Russia. If you've been seeing, there's a Ukraine-backed Russian insurgency inside of especially Belgorod that has taken over Belgorod and then let it go because they thought it would be funny, and then taken over again and then let it go like several times, killing a bunch of Russian troops who are supposed to be defending Belgorod and not losing a single troop. It's been looking really, 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 really bad for them. And so I would imagine that what they're going to be trying to do is like make an example out of one of these guys who aren't listening, to try to like have a show of force a little bit, because they've completely lost the plot in basically anything else. In fact, Putin is deliberately.
Holy shit!
So the military class won't get too ambitious.
What the fuck was that?
So he delegated.
Goddamn one shot.
So he delegated
What is this?
Extra spicy war crimes. Yeah, for those guys. And it's way easier to have them fighting and like trying to gain his approval than having them all like team up and then have the opportunity to take him down. I keep saying, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Have you been saying, damn, that's crazy as well? Oh, I'm starting to rub off on you, partner? Sorry guys, I changed the way I started speaking. This YouTuber started. this YouTuber that I watch says the same 3 lines every day. So true. Called the Ruski Volunteer Corps. I personally like to, like, you could say Ruski Volunteer Corps. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I like saying Private Conscriptovich. I think that's really funny. I started saying Private Conscriptovich, and it started to go really hard. It's so good. Poor little Private Conscriptovich. He's dead. He bro ain't making it. A racist Nazi paramilitary group and the arm of a genocidal fascist dictatorship are fighting. The heartwarming, the best people that you know are killing each other. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's gonna go crazy. Oh, this is gonna go crazy. Oh, is he like completely coming out against the? Is he completely coming out against the Ukraine war? Really? Wait, what's Prigozhin up to?
The head of Russia's Wagner Group mercenary organization is, for the first time, publicly rejecting Moscow's official justification for the war in Ukraine, saying the reason for the invasion was based on lies, running directly counter to President.
Wow, really? My boy has just found something out. He's like, that's great. This is great. Who could have seen this coming? You're telling me the Russian military haven't been doing this for the protection of the Russian state this entire time, and for their expansionist, fascist, imperial own ends? Really? That is crazy. Shakachu, you're true. You're right.
Putin's own statements, and marking a new milestone in the months-long feud between the Wagner founder, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and Russia's top military brass. This is part of Prigozhin's video, which was posted on Telegram.
Why was the war needed? The war was needed so that a handful of scumbags could have a blast and get PR attention showing how strong the army is.
Oh, this guy's kind of base.
The war was needed not in order to return Russian citizens to our bosom, and not in order to demilitarize.
Anybody up trying to return that boy to your bosom? It's okay. It's a safe space here. You can say it if you want. Scumbags. Scumbags. Thank you, Ken. Well, that's crazy. Yeah, this is wild. I mean, like, I think he's fine. I think the reason why he's doing this, honestly, is because so many of his boys have been killed, and he's not, and they've been treating him poorly, which is really funny. But yeah.
Denazify Ukraine. It was needed in order to demilitarize and the war was needed not in order to return Russian citizens to our bosom, and not in order to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. It was needed for one star with additional embroidery, so that one mentally sick man could look good on a coffin pillow. Shoigu lives by the principle that a lie must be horrific for people to believe it. That's when the lies come.
Prigozhin's referring to Russia's defense minister Sergei Shoigu, a constant target of his criticism. He's often accused Shoigu and other military leaders of...
Shoigu? I thought it was Shoigu. I thought it was Sergei Shoigu. Is it Shoigu? Shy Guy? Yeah, Sergei Shy Guy? Yevgeny Prigozhin and Sergei Shy Guy? You are correct? Okay. It is Shoigu. I thought it was Shoigu.
Oh, I already unlocked that.
You think we should start calling him Soigu? That is really funny.
Incompetence. But rejecting the core reasons for the war is new for Prigozhin.
Yeah, that
He says Shoigu's deceiving President Putin, and that the war was also used to enrich the ruling elite.
Whoa. So he wants to blame, so he wants to say that, oh, all of this is a problem, but Mr. Putin, it's not your fault. Mr. Putin, I'm trying to save you from the devil on your shoulder. Trying to destroy us, Mr. Putin. You gotta understand, you gotta stop this. You can't believe it. That's, oh no. Oh yeah, they're gonna kill this guy. Oh, he is so dead. Oh, he is so... I've never seen a guy more dead than this guy right now, bro. Oh, it's so good. Shoigu? Yeah, I mean, like... I don't know where he's from. I know he is Asian. I know he's, like, Central Asian. I don't know where he's from, though. Or, you know, he may... I mean, is he from, like, Eastern... Is he from, like, Eastern Russia? Like, all the way over there? Near Mongolia. Oh yeah, he is all the way over there. Because you only get those Asian communities. You only really start to get those Asian communities on the other side of Russia, as far as I know. Putin senpai, you gotta believe me.
Prigozhin also specifically uses the word war in the video, not the phrase special military operation used by the Kremlin. Prigozhin's enjoyed unusual freedom in publicly criticizing Moscow, though not Putin himself, whom he relies on for support.
Yeah, they're gonna kill this guy. He's so dead. Listen, all right. I've never seen somebody so dead in my entire life. Oh yeah, he real dead. Let me see. They said he's attempted of yeah, they said he's like accused of attempted armed rebellion.
Have been taken to the streets in Russia's...
We're not going to be listening to this AI generated content. Thank you YouTube. Very interesting. Yeah, you got like armored personnel carriers rolling through the street now. Oh yeah. Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Apparently there's tanks in Moscow. I would imagine. But at the same time, you have to be careful with some of the stuff you see from these people, because a lot of it is, you know, a bunch of trumped up lies to make it seem more dangerous than it actually is. If they make it seem more dangerous than it actually is, they can justify, you know, bombing civilian buildings. You'd be like, oh, we have to stop them. You know, they can justify doing a lot of stuff. Yeah. This is the other day. This was yesterday.
led to new efforts to Russia's war against Ukraine has led to new efforts to overthrow the rule of Vladimir Putin. A drone attack on the Kremlin last month was one of a growing number of attacks inside Russia. And one of the anti-Putin groups claiming to take part is the so-called Freedom of Russia Legion. That's the name, formed last year by Russians cooperating with Ukrainian forces to fight what they call Putin's armed gang. Holly Williams has a closer look.
16 months after Vladimir Putin launched his invasion of Ukraine, now it's Russia that's coming under attack. The Freedom of Russia Legion, made up of Russian defectors and based inside Ukraine, has launched incursions into southern Russia in recent weeks, sending local residents fleeing.
How does this work? Are your guys going to fight their way to Moscow and seize control of the Kremlin?
Yes.
All right, my guy. All right, Mom. Oh, he's tough. This guy's tough. Freaking Chad. Yes. What, you guys are really going to just go into Russia and fight your way into Moscow and, you know, take out Putin? Yes. Yes, I will. The way she look at her face, girl is flabbergasted. She's like, oh no. She's like, oh no, dude. She knows she's in danger right now. She's in the room with a guy who is dangerous. This is a dangerous man. You gonna go in there and just like take down Russia? Just do that? Yes. I love this guy's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Seize control of the Kremlin?
Yes.
In recent weeks,
Yes.
sending local
I feel
residents fleeing.
violent.
How does this work? Are your guys going to fight their way to Moscow and seize control of the Kremlin?
Oh no, poor people.
That's exactly the plan.
Fuck them.
Ilya Ponomaryov
You can eat their bodies. Barbecue.
Step one, win.
says he's the Freedom of Russia Legion's political representative. He's a former member of the Russian Duma, or parliament, who became an enemy of Vladimir Putin and now lives in exile.
Do you think that Vladimir Putin's regime is going to collapse anytime soon?
Yeah, I think it's coming this year.
This year?
This year.
This
Why do you
year,
think
really?
that?
So we see the events, how they are evolving in Russia. So I think that his regime would collapse.
Many others believe that's unlikely. Polls still show Putin has an approval rating of around 80%. But it's true that his military has suffered a string of humiliating failures in Ukraine, with more than 200,000
That was, my instincts are razor sharp. The like literally the next frame after I took this off screen is a dead body. But he's actually sleeping. He's sleeping. Or he may be sleeping. Oh, is that guy sleeping?
Russian casualties, according to the...
No, yeah, those guys. That guy's definitely dead. Yeah, there are flies on him. Yeah, he's dead. Jeez. It's ketchup. It's ketchup. This guy is. You're just gonna film that guy? That guy looks like he's been dead for like a week. What the hell? My goodness. This is brutal. They're filming a guy who's been dead for. He looks like his skin is blue. Bury him? Nah, he's just sitting there. Why is that on screen? Right? I thought they were gonna be like, you know, I thought they, you know, they may show some like dead bodies from far away. No, it's literally just one of the cameramen standing like 5 feet in front of a dead body as he's being eaten by flies. At least censor it. No, I mean you don't see their face, but like I see his like flesh melting from his bones. It's not that bad, but it's honestly it's kind of close.
These assholes join the fight?
It's fucking blue.
God damn it!
Hey, kids,
Hurry up!
literally
Get over
hey,
here!
Kids, you want to see a dead body?
US. And the Freedom of Russia Legion is so worrying, Moscow has declared it a terrorist organization.
Get the fuck over here, bro. What are you doing back here? Trying to hide and do your magic? Boost your friends? Cheater. Die.
Many people back in
Fire
Russia
up the
would
ass
say
for that.
You're traitors. What would you say to them?
It's our country that betrayed us, he told us, unleashing this war without asking anybody. Last month, the terror of war arrived in central Moscow. Drone attacks on residential streets in the Russian capital.
Now, the war has come back to Russia.
the drone attacks, the shellings of border regions, that definitely starts, making people think about something is going on.
Konstantin is a Russian political commentator who's critical of Putin and fled his country last year fearing he'd be arrested. He also believes Russia's leader has been critically weakened by a war that isn't going to plan.
He is in power for as long as he's confident and he shows that he is strong. So that's one of the reasons that I say this is the beginning of the end for him.
Ukraine has denied any involvement in those attacks within Russia. Now, we should tell you that the Freedom of Russia Legion has cooperated with another armed Russian group that reportedly has links to neo-Nazis. Ilya Ponomaryov justified that by saying they're his allies because they want to defeat Vladimir Putin. Now, the big question is whether these attacks really pose a threat to Putin. I don't have a clear-cut answer for that, but they do show that some Russians are willing to risk everything to try to get rid of him.
We're gonna risk it all. They're gonna risk it all, buddy. I mean, let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when they risk it all. Also, there is this. Man, it feels like we're back in the. It feels like we're back in the days of the first day of the war. Remember that? Remember when we were streaming? Remember when we were streaming when we saw the first picture of the war happen? Holy. I remember that, yeah, like over a year ago it happened while I was streaming. For the first shot of the Ukraine war, the war on Ukraine was fired. It's crazy. But here's this. This is a video that is claiming, once again, so since we're back in this, the videos and things that we see, and until proven otherwise, take them with a grain of salt. Until they're fully checked by journalists. We can't fully know everything that's exactly happening, but here's this. This is being said to be right outside the Ministry of Defense, on the Ministry of Defense block in Russia at the moment, in the early morning. Yeah, look at that. These are Russian troops, not these are Russian troops, not Prigozhin's Wagner forces, as far as I know. It's Rostan on Don. Oh no. Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Oh no, do you think they're gonna execute Order 66? Oh no, dude. Oh, there's tanks. Yeah, there's tanks rolling in. There's tanks rolling in Moscow. Let me check this really quick. Yeah, there's tanks rolling in Moscow. Look at that. It's back. They're back, boys. Just when you thought it was over, it's back. The time has come. Now, once again, I have a guess. I still have a guess. I have a guess that he's still. I have a guess that he's still. Oh, that's Rostov. Wait, let me see. So this is South Russia. This is not Moscow. This is South Russia. Is that correct? South Russia near Turkey? Yeah. South Russia near Turkey, to the east of Crimea. Around there. But yeah, there's tanks rolling in cities. Oh, here we go. Now, I still think it's possible that some of this shit could be trumped up to make it look more dangerous than it is, so they can justify using force. But I guess we're going to have to see. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Oh, was Jimmy Dore really angry? It's so crazy how lost Jimmy Dore is. It really is. It's genuinely wild. Like, Jimmy Dore just released a video to say that, like, climate change is fake. Genuinely, like, literally straight up fake. He lost the plot. Honestly, I don't think he ever had it. I just think he does whatever's going to be making him money in that moment. That seems anti-establishment. And since believing in climate change is establishment, not believing in climate change is anti-establishment. I had somebody who's an expert here on Slav politics in Eastern Europe politics. Take a look at this. Here we go. This is an expert, okay? There's an expert. He knows what he's talking about. Let's see. Lots of fake news about Prigozhin and Russian MOD stories. So let me explain it simply. If it's all real, Prigozhin will be arrested and then ended. Kill. If it's fake, it will somehow fade away into nothing. As of right now, it seems as though both sides are over dramatizing the story. Yes, the defensive. Russia is creating defensive preparations around Moscow despite the fact that Rostov is 13 hours away. Generals putting out videos from Wagner columns to stop despite the fact that none have been deployed. Kremlin has not called for the mass arrest of Prigozhin. Wacky stuff. Thank you, Finkel. Thank you, Finkel. He's really putting in the thinky, isn't he? Bro is really putting in the thinky there. Hey, remember when Dinkle said that this war was going to last 3 days? Remember when he said it's going to be 3 days? 3 days, okay, guys, 3 days. That's all. That's it. That's all it takes. His brain is at 10% usage. Honestly, maybe even less. Possibly even less. Incredible stuff. Rostov. Very normal day in Russia. Nothing to see here. Everything is fine. Normal day in Russia. Normal day. Don't even sweat it, guys. Literally nothing's happening. Literally nothing's happening. Oh yes, 3 days plus 365. We forgot to do the addition there. New audio from Prigozhin. He said Wagner has crossed state borders in all areas and is now entering Rostov, promising to destroy anything standing in their way. Now this is just a translation. This could be false, but that's what they're claiming at the moment. The orders were coming from the head general staff to destroy PMC Wagner after a meeting with the Ministry of Defense. Shoigu, who has made the decision to destroy the rebellious units who are ready to defend the motherland, but not their asses. As of now, we've crossed the state border in all areas. Border guards came towards us and hugged our fighters. Now we're entering Rostov. Units of the Ministry of Defense, in fact, the conscripts who were thrown to block our path, moved away. He split the Red Army. Oh my goodness. Prigozhin has you've heard of parting the Red Sea. Now it's time to part the Red Army. I stood there and they moved away. All right, Shoigu. We do not fight with children. We do not kill children. Shoigu is killing children by throwing untrained soldiers, Conscriptovich included into the war. He set up 18-year-old lads against us. They're like children and grandchildren to us. Therefore, these lads will live and return to their mothers. We only fight with professionals. But if somebody stands in our path, we will destroy everything in our way. We lend a hand to everyone. No need to split this land. We are moving forward. We are going to the end. Regarding claims regarding the arrest, this brotherhood, this justice, this honor, this concise, this be sure.
Conscience.
This conscience. Nice one. This conscience is what we have. But when you make these claims, you haven't got these feelings. These feelings are destroyed. Thus, you cannot understand anything but betrayal. Rostov. This could be a Russian PSYOP mission to draw Ukraine in for a surprise. Tread lightly, Ukraine. What would you be? Where would Ukraine go? Actually, I'm not sure if you all know this. You probably don't. But the counteroffensive is actually paused at the moment. The counteroffensive is actually paused at the moment. Ukrainians have dug in and they haven't been making any new gains anywhere. And then the day after that, and then a couple days after they've stopped, then boom, this happened. Prigozhin goes home. Has Putin come out to say anything? I don't think Putin has said anything yet, really. They literally kill children. It is Wagner. They've been known to kill children. They think it's funny. You should look up some of the stuff that they've done in Africa and in the Middle East. It's not cute. This just in, Russia has been hacked. This is somebody is claiming, the source says that they're in a panic at the Kremlin. No one can reach Putin. The source says right now the Kremlin is negotiating about something with a general governor, Duman. The source also says some people in the Kremlin from the presidential administration are finding out about the possibility of an emergency relocation. One of the few available destinations is Uruguay. I'm not sure how reliable that is. I'm going to say that's not super reliable at the moment, but Peskov can chime in here as well. Dmitry Peskov. He's a part of the Ministry of Defense, if I remember correctly. Relocated. You can't relocate it out the window. Oh no, my bad. Sorry, he's the press secretary. He's basically the mouth of Putin, right? Dmitry Peskov. Peskov says that Putin says that he knows what's going on and he called it an armed rebellion. That's what Peskov said over WeChat. Interesting. I'll do it. And Putin said join the dark side. This is something. Everything is falling apart, guys. Well, I wonder what's gonna happen. Interesting. It really do be. You got a point. It really do be. You're right there. You are right there, partner. Let's check up some of our peoples. So 2 days ago, TLDR Europe put out this video that said the Ukrainian counteroffensive was paused.
Brilliant. In the last week, Ukraine has made progress in two areas, to the north of Bakhmut and to the east of Zaporizhia, where, over the weekend, Ukrainian forces captured the town of Patikatki. While these are non-trivial advances, not least because Patikatki will provide the Ukrainians with their first attempt on Russia's defensive lines, the overall pace of the counteroffensive has apparently slowed, and Ukrainian sources told the Washington Post at the weekend that Ukraine's high command has decided to take a pause ahead of the counteroffensive, which, contrary to what some Russian military bloggers have claimed, is still yet to begin. So in this video, we're going to have a look at where Ukraine has made gains, why Ukraine has paused its counteroffensive, and what might happen next. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos.
Very interesting.
So let's start with the changes on the battlefield. As we see it, since we did our last Ukraine video, there are basically two places where Ukraine has made progress: Bakhmut and Zaporizhia. Let's start with Bakhmut. In the past few weeks, the Ukrainians have been making steady progress on the north and south flanks of Bakhmut. Last week, the Ukrainians made good progress in the south around Klishchivka. Since then, it looks like the Ukrainians have made further gains, this time to the west of Bakhmut, in the fields to the northwest of Yahidne. Now, it's important not to overstate these gains. They're only a few kilometers, and Ukraine hasn't retaken any significant urban settlements. Nonetheless, according to Deputy Defense Minister Hanna Maliar, Ukraine's advances around Bakhmut have forced Russia to transfer more troops to the area, which could allow the Ukrainians to make... Speaking of elsewhere, in Zaporizhia...
Huh? What happened?
Which could allow the Ukrainians to make... Speaking of elsewhere...
We don't talk about that. Make what? Be able to make what? You gotta tell me, man. They're gonna be making what? It just seemed like an editing mistake.
In Zaporizhia, the Ukrainians' main success here has been the village of Patikatki, a small village that lies on the Zaporizhia front line. The advance was claimed by certain Ukrainian military bloggers on Saturday, before being essentially confirmed by Vladimir Rogov, the Russian-installed leader of occupied parts of Zaporizhia, on Sunday. Anyway, the Ukrainians are probably hoping to use the town as a springboard towards Vasilivka, from where they can then advance either to Tokmak, an important supply point for the Russians in the south, or straight down to Melitopol. This will be particularly interesting because it's the first place where the Ukrainians have actually reached Russia's defensive line. As we detailed in our previous video, satellite imagery suggests that Russia has 2 defensive lines in the east of Zaporizhia and 3 in the west. These defensive lines are composed of various fortifications, including trenches, shelters, anti-tank obstacles, and minefields. Certain strategically significant towns, including Tokmak, are entirely surrounded by circular ditches that can house anti-tank teams. Across most of the front line, the Ukrainians are still a few kilometers away from Russia's first line of fortifications, and most of the fighting is occurring in towns and fields. Patikatki is just before Russia's first defensive line, and it'll be interesting to see just how effective these fortifications actually are. If Russia's defensive lines around Patikatsky are effective and the Ukrainians struggle to make further gains in the area, then this won't bode well for Ukraine's counteroffensive. If Russia re-examined its tactics. This could be because Ukraine decided to prioritize putting pressure on Russia's logistics. Since this pause was announced, there's been a significant uptick in Ukraine's strikes on Russian ammo depots behind the front lines, with 12 separate targets struck over the weekend.
Oh wait, were those? Oh yeah, no, this is Oh my bad. Those are Wagner units. Sorry. For what I showed you earlier, rolling around in that Russian city. So these are Wagner units. These are not, that's not Russian those aren't Russian troops. This is Wagner. Oh no, these are, oh, that's Wagner. I see. This is also Wagner. Those Russia headquarters in Rostov-on-Don. Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. It's happening. Is this as well? This is how I found out that they were really Wagner. Look at them. Look at the way they're dressed. Look at them. They got like World War II gear on right now. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this gear, bro. Look at that. Look at this guy. It looks like they just put a vest and helmet on this guy. Yeah, this is yeah, that's Wagner, all right. Oh yeah. it's literally just some guy. Oh yeah, that's Wagner. Okay. I really feel bad for Russian citizens. You should feel bad for all of Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe doesn't have happy endings, so I don't think this is gonna end very happily either. But you know, we'll see. Link? Just type in WAGNER on Twitter. You'll get it. I promise you. These are literally the top results I just got. What the hell are bros doing? Oh, they're posted up. What is it? I thought they were just going in. They're not going in. They're posted up. These guys need a move, bro. You see literal military guys doing this on the street and you're just standing there? Average Russian, they're like, what are you talking about? This is just a Tuesday. Oh no, dude. You guys need to get out of there as soon as possible. They do have Minecraft ground, that is true. You have to take cover, bro. You gotta get out of there. That's insanity. That's okay. There's some people on the ground, they're asking some of the soldiers, hey guys, where are you guys from? They're saying that they're from Wagner, so yeah, they're saying that these guys are Wagner. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh, they're rolling, bros. They're rolling. Oh no, dude. You know how much that grass costs? It's already bad enough to drive your car on someone's lawn. Now imagine driving your damn tank, just tearing up the shit. Come on, man. Well, while Russia is going through a literal coup, in other news, the H3 guys are having their live show and starting soon. Hey. Anyways. My grass! So I'm not sure why, but the reason why they're hopping the curb and taking the grass is because this line of buses are blocking the road. And I actually don't know why, but they are. So something's going on here. I'm not sure if like citizens have tried to stop Wagner from coming in. Like the bus union has decided to team together to block the road, or this is like some Russian unit, like Russian military units who decided to do this to like jack the buses and then park them in the front of the road, or what's going on here. But yeah, that's why they're doing that, and that's why other cars behind them are taking the same route, is because this line of buses is blocking the entire road. It's a barrier. Yeah, maybe one of those barriers that's like you wouldn't. Don't you do it? It's like one of those things where it's not. It wouldn't literally stop them, but it's more of like a crossing the Rubicon type thing. Don't do it. It seems like they're just following the cars, honestly. Bro, get out of the way! Bro, he parked in the middle of the... I'm not gonna lie to you, I thought we were about to watch someone die. I thought that they were about to roll over this, like, poor little Nissan. I'm not gonna lie to you. Or, like, Honda. I thought the tank bro was about to kill him. Average Russian. Average Russian, I guess. Average Russian, I guess. No fear. Even with a paramilitary tank behind you. Wouldn't there also be a rift within Wagner? There might be, but as far as I know, a lot of the people under Wagner have, like, under Prigozhin have been in Wagner for a long while. They are just warlords. They like going around. They like killing. They like taking land. This is what they do. They work a lot in Africa. I wouldn't doubt. I would imagine that that would be really fun, and they've enjoyed themselves for like the first part of the war. But when they realize that Shoigu is going to like send you to your death, because well, actually, I think that they're under Prigozhin at the moment, right? A lot of them are ex-prisoners. A lot of them don't want to go back. If they get under, you know, Russian MOD, it's you get used as Ukrainian, AR fodder, or you rot in Russian prison for the rest of your life. One of the two. But Wagner gave them like a home, and Shoigu said that you need to be under my watch, and they saw how your average Russian soldier gets treated like fodder. And so I would imagine if they were like, if Prigozhin was like, if Prigozhin was like, hey, you guys can like be with me and we can have a chance in getting out of here, or you can try and be with, you know, Shoigu, and you'll be dead in 3 weeks. I can imagine them being like, I'll follow you, boss. Whatever you say, boss. Yeah, there are a lot of ex-prisoners. They don't have the steady flow of ex-prisoners that they used to, because the Russian MOD stopped giving prisoners to them, and they started to take the prisoners for themselves to use as fodder. But yeah, they expended a lot of ex-prisoner lives in Bakhmut. They absolutely did that. Biden is being debriefed on happenings in the situation in Russia. Russia appears to be blocking Google News right now. Okay. Oh no, bro. Rostov regional governor says due to the current situation, please refrain from traveling into the city, and if possible, do not leave your homes. Well, I think that's a good place to leave it there. That is, well, I guess we're going to have to keep up with what's going on there, but that's as much as we've got. Seems like Rostov-on-Don is being occupied a little bit by Wagner. It seemed like there was also shots fired between Wagner and Kremlin forces in the Rostov area a couple hours ago. Prigozhin claimed that they got, you know, bombed by Kremlin forces. So
I describe the booty cheek real quick.
It looks like there's gonna be a real fight going on, and I feel bad for the civilians. You gotta run. Everyone.
You're welcome, bears.
You gotta get out of there.
They're bearing babies.
All right. Interesting. Oh, sorry.
Oh, thanks for the empty shard.
If you're enjoying the content,
I can sell it for like 20 gil.
If you don't, it'll make Boo very sad. I know a bunch of you who are watching are not subscribed. Join the frenzy. You won't regret it. Thank you, Boo.
Are you aware that Caleb has been scammed?
It's seeming likely.
This part is going to be answering all the questions.
Anything I can do to help, I mean, you gotta catch this guy.
The brutal exposing of what exactly happened and every single detail.
go, dude.
So what are you gonna do about Jake?
Jesus Christ, Clive, shut the fuck up. You don't have to talk for everything. Just sprint, bitch. We're in New Game Plus Final Fantasy Expert Mode, and you're still talking. So much tutorial, so much cutscenes. Everything is so slow.
He responded by just posting on Twitter. What? To everyone coming from Uberville's video, please stop trying to dox me. Stop doing that, seriously. I will be making a formal statement and attempting to get in touch with Caleb directly. 1. I did not know I was being labeled a scammer. 2. There was a lot of important information missing from the video. 3. I did not receive or pocket $1 million, and every penny we received was put into the project. 4. I was under the impression my help was no longer needed after the source of the equipment was leaked to Caleb. 5. I did not receive any further correspondence from anyone after it was leaked 5-ish months ago. 6. I did not intentionally scam Caleb. I'll respond to all this. Don't worry, guys. It's shaking in my red Instagram boots. I worked with Chinese manufacturers directly to customize equipment because the cost to manufacture ourselves was too high. I received it and worked 1 year plus reverse engineering, redesigning controls, swapping cheap components with USA ones, etc. Caleb was told this was designed and built by us, which was a lie, though not initially. We did not receive $1 million, but a lesser amount, and didn't pocket any of it. It was put into the equipment. Purchased new controls to replace Chinese ones, redesigning electrical. I did not simply scam Caleb out of a huge sum of money. I provided him equipment he thought was 100% USA custom made, but wasn't. Then never finished the install and startup. That's good, but also, those are all lies. And I can prove it, and I will systematically throughout this video.
I've got documents. I have documents on all of you.
Also, go to sour.gg.
$599
This game is giving me a migraine.
If you've seen part
I'm gonna stop playing.
you know the details.
I think I'll go back to the hideaway.
We imported candy from Europe and rebagged it in Texas.
I'll do one more side quest. That's it. Martha, you goddamn.
Very well. Now on to Jake. I first met Jake.
Oh, who's this dipshit that needs a
I
quest?
streamed on a pretty consistent, regular basis, and he was an older person in my chat that appeared very knowledgeable and was interested in the things I was doing, specifically the Candy Project. People even sort of knew him in the community, in Discord and on Twitch. He gifted 50 subs on
Damn,
3
she's
different
hot.
occasions. So my community really liked him, and to me, he seemed like a good guy that was helping out when he didn't have to. After a stream in which Jake and I spoke about what Jake did outside of just watching my Twitch streams, he was an industrial automation engineer, something along those lines. I forget the exact terminology he used. We added each other on Discord and talked about the candy because he was very interested in it. And Jake and I talked about how to make this thing a little bit bigger in the future potentially. But generally, our first talk was how to automate the bagging process, which was the most time-consuming thing. On March 28, 2021, I received Jake's first cost analysis on what it would take to automate the bagging of the candy, like I mentioned. Not production, not manufacturing, just automate bagging. There was some speculation in the document, but overall it's extensive and very technical, and in my opinion, it appeared fully legitimate. Also, in my opinion, I believe that this is where the scam begins. The candy launches, it sells better than I imagined. I spent nearly $100,000 on the first launch. So over the next month, I do some plotting and scheming with my friend Jake. On June 4th, 2021, I asked Jake, "Hello, sir. I wanted to ask if you guys could create the manufacturing."
Thank you, ladies. I'll take my blowjob later. I'm gonna eat some dinner. Or while I'm eating dinner, you can help me out. Thank you. I'll see you during dinner. Hopefully you're free.
So Jake said, "Absolutely, dude," and he wanted to see what kind of candy that I wanted to make and what.
Alright, time to save. I'm out. I gotta eat. This game is making me hungry.
That we were selling at that time. I was very excited. You can tell an impassioned individual. From the launch until this point, I had contacted
Final
other
Fantasy,
engineers and
action
other
focused. Alright, alright.
manufacturers and retailers to figure out how to make this. Believe it or not, I couldn't find anything, especially nothing within my price range. I got multiple quotes